Yeah. These nuts. Got him. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Easy breezy, clever girl. No, why didn't they make that? That's do we need anything else, Abel? You being a douche knocker? What do we need? Fuck it. We're good. You betray me with a kiss. Am I streaming? Okay. Hooray, I'm so happy for myself. I'm so happy for myself. I'm doing it, orc. I'm doing it, orc. I'm an orc right now. Ugh. Ugh. But yes. I'm already ready. If you're ready, Abel, we'll be. Okay. Man. Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining in. I do appreciate you. Demonic Woofer Gaming. Ooh, some Faz. Yeah, Zara. I'm gaming again. I'm gaming, and then later I'm gonna be doing the usual stuff.
And remember to check the whiteboard for help. We've had no reports of violence, but keep an eye out.
So I don't hear any sounds coming from my phasmophobia. I have no sound. Audio, yeah. Microphone, look. No, I don't hear any sound. I have no sound at all. Okay.
You enjoying this chat?
There we go.
Enjoying this?
I fixed it. I fixed it.
Was I right?
Shush. Don't even worry about it. I know what it was. Anyway.
Who was it? What was it?
If you check the VOD, you'll know who it was in the end.
Someone clip it and send it to me. I know you can hear me.
I also bought some candles, but I think there's only one lighter. Damn it.
I brought the lighter. I was like, wow. Surprised you guys didn't think to do that.
I got the hood head-mounted camera.
Forgot to buy strong flashlights, so I gotta deal with this wind.
At work, I gotta go. Hope stream and gaming go well. Also, hi Nix and hello Zara. Well, thank you, Demonic Woofer. Thank you for being awesome. If everybody doesn't know, Demonic Woofer's awesome.
Yay, Demonic Woofer.
If you also didn't know,
Woofer followed me the other day.
yeah, if you also didn't know,
I appreciate that.
yeah, if you also didn't know, Zara's awesome too.
Hi, Zorro.
Zara, Zara Unity Master.
Zara.
I'm hanging out with the Abel again, and the sweet boy Nix.
Carol Brown responds alone.
Okay, Carol Brown.
What do we have to do aside from that, though?
Oh shit, I forgot to look.
I'm not worrying about the second one.
What's the second?
25 sanity.
Oh, did somebody open the front door?
I did.
Oh, yep, clock's ticking now, so, just go.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, open the door, right?
Yeah, that starts the clock.
Oh, I didn't know.
You're fine. I mean, no, but yes.
What's the name?
Carol Brown?
Carol what?
Carol Brown?
Carol Brown?
Carol Brown?
Carol Brown?
Brown.
Will you speak to us? Carol Brown, are you here?
Well, it's not the music box. It's not the Ouija board.
It's not the Luigi board?
It's not the Luigi board.
That's sad.
What'd you find?
What?
Oh, what? I thought you were saying.
Whoa.
No.
Where?
EMF 3 on the stairs.
Who? Is it a stair ghost?
The stairs.
Did you open all these doors?
Stars and Nemesis.
Stars.
Carol
Maybe
Brown,
it's
are
on
you
the
here?
stairs. Maybe it's just wandering around
No.
right now.
Oh!
Hi, Spirit
Oh,
Box.
Spirit Box immediately said death.
We
Why
ain't
do you
gonna be
want
like that,
this?
Spirit Box.
Where are you?
I assume she is here.
Hey, why'd you turn it off?
I turned it up.
Talk to her a bit more.
Well, that,
No, I enjoy being able to hear, so.
all right. 8
Where
point.
are you?
Do you like?
Nothing.
Do you like
Wait,
big?
if she's out there, this bathroom door is cracked open.
Yeah, all of these doors were cracked open.
No,
Yeah.
I opened this door.
Did you open the closet? Is it a closet ghost again? Oh,
Yeah,
0.9? No, 0.119. Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Maybe the baby room.
Dang it.
Are you in here?
Are you in here? Are you in here?
It's over here. It's over here. It
Oh.
just blew up my candle.
Oh,
Oh. Are you over here? Where are you?
do you like chocolate?
Is it throwing things?
Yeah, I think it's throwing things.
I'm just gonna throw that there in case it makes
No.
the chatter a little more.
The degree is not going up, so this is useless.
It blew my candle out again.
What a meanie! I'm gonna grab something else. I don't think it's the cold though. We're at a 10. We're at a 9. We're at a 9. I'm gonna grab the journal and I'm gonna grab the dot.
Yay. I'm gonna grab a vidya camera.
I'm gonna grab a video camera.
I'm gonna stick around and see if I can piece anything together.
Dots is down.
Okay.
And book is down.
Somewhere. Book is somewhere.
Brown, can you hear us? Oh,
Remember-
I saw dots. I saw dots.
You saw it? Because I didn't see anything.
I saw dots.
Was it in the room?
It was in the room, walking into the room. I saw dots. Hell yeah. And that means we can get some salt. Do we need to do the salt?
Do salt if you can.
Okay. I'll
Do
give
it if you want. Do it if you can.
Do we need
Can
glow?
you turn your light off or something? I'm trying to watch to double check on the dots.
There we go. Kel Brown. Oh,
Yep,
see,
there it was.
yep.
There it is.
Alright, so dots is a
Ah,
definite.
shit.
Okay, so it's either
Go back.
a wraith, a yokai, or a phantom. So we need either
Get
ghost
it.
orbs,
There we go.
EMF 5.
We got an EMF 3, so book is right out.
fingerprints. So no ghost writing is needing.
Okay, so I will take the book.
And we don't need temperatures, so it's either ghost orbs, fingerprints, or EMF 5.
Ooh, got a
Do
lot
we-
of it.
Do we have a flashlight up here?
No, I will grab flashlight.
And honestly, we can turn the dots off now if somebody wants to pick that up and throw it. Just so it won't interfere with the looking for ghost orbs.
Alright, I'm giving you a light. I'm giving you a light. It's on the ground.
I threw it.
Threw it down the stairs.
I have a
Then he
video
threw it
camera.
on the ground.
Yeah, I have a video camera on the desk looking out into the hallway.
Oh,
Hi.
Turned up.
lady, calm down. Where did it turn on the shower?
Not here.
Oh, it's in the master bedrooms. No?
Yeah. No?
Oh,
Where is it? Is it downstairs?
huh? No?
Blow my candle out again.
It's this shower in here.
Oh, okay. Man, we're just a bunch of idiots walking around. Hey, Big
Over
Battle. Hey, Big.
Has anybody got the fingerprints?
No, I have not. The flashlight's up there for you. Should be on the ground. Yeah, it's right there.
I'll grab fingerprints.
I
Oh, no, wait. Do you already have it?
got it.
Oh, okay.
Where would it be? You know
Hold
what?
on a second. I'm gonna close the doors right through here.
Okay. I'm gonna get out of your butt.
That way, I appreciate that. That way, if it touches any of them, we have a better way of knowing.
Hey, fingerprints.
Where?
All
Anyone got
right.
a camera?
No.
Yeah. No, the camera is still in the truck. If you want, I can go grab it.
It's
a
a
phantom.
phantom.
Yep.
Hey, look at that. Whoa, hey, look at that. Got it immediately, damn. That was a...
Spawns alone and you leave me alone upstairs. How dare you?
How dare you?
I'd say, I don't know. For something to respond alone, it seemed to be responding when all of us were there.
Yeah. I think that our information is off and wrong. I think they're filled with wrongness. So what's the objectives? Capture a photo of the ghost. Have a member of your team escape a ghost during a hunt. Get down to an average. Well, Abel, we'd have to die for that. And
No.
Likely.
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the average.
Should we take fingy printy Poco?
yeah, it's money.
I'm more wondering why we didn't see the cursed item there.
Yeah, we didn't see the cursed item at all.
Also, one of you down pills.
Okay, I'll down pills. Pills hit. Or sweetheart, you down pills.
Ugh. Fine.
Yeah, take your medicine.
Do you have the UV light?
The UV light, not on me, but I can grab one. It's right
Grab
there.
a UV light or a glow stick? One or the other.
I got it.
Yeah, come with me.
Okay. All right, sweetheart.
Come with me.
All right, sweet pea. All right, Dingle Robin.
Dingle Robin.
Dingle
It
Robin.
should be on the door there.
Yep.
Oh, it's on 2 doors. Hi, what up?
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Could you just flash it there. Leave it. And
Hell yeah. Oh, we got a footprint. We got a foot.
yeah, I was about to grab that too.
Hell yeah. That's money on the table right there.
I know, right?
I would love the people that came back because we don't pick up any of our fucking equipment. They just come back and they're like, what the fuck is this shit all over our fucking house?
Ghost hunting at its finest. Uh-oh. It didn't take the picture.
Didn't take the picture?
It didn't accept it.
For the
Give me stars.
for the footprint? Or
Give
the
me stars.
damn. It might be because it's on a carpet. That's a bug that keeps happening.
Nope. Yep. It's not letting me. Son of a bit.
Damn it. That's the whole reason. It's the whole reason for stars. I'm a member of stars.
What's the ghost name again?
Carol Brown.
Carol Brown, show yourself.
Get the T in the B.
Nah. Gotcha.
Carol Brown, show yourself.
Carol Brown, smile.
You're on candid camera.
Alright. No.
Oh yeah, sadness. That reminded me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, did you not hear about it? Bob Saget passed away.
Oh well.
Yeah. Betty White and Bob Saget and
Who turned on the lights?
I went and turned them on downstairs.
Oh, okay.
what about the one upstairs? Wait. Who's messing with doors up here?
I wasn't.
What's that?
I did. It's very active. It's very active for a ghost.
Where'd she be? Carol?
Carol. Bob Saget, show yourself. Carol Brown. Carol Brown.
Betty White?
Betty White.
Betty White?
Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Is she a brick house?
He is indeed mighty, mighty.
Is she letting it all hang out?
This is.
I like your taste in music, sir.
I'm
gonna check down in the basement to see if it's a seance circle.
I didn't.
Down there already.
Oh, you were already okay.
I don't even know where she is.
Do we know what the options for it are?
Let's see. Cursed objects would be tarot cards. Oh, for this house? I don't know. In general, is tarot cards, voodoo doll, Ouija board, seance circle, music box.
A Ouija board.
And I know where the music box is supposed to spawn in this house, and I know where the Ouija board is supposed to spawn in this house. I don't know where the other 3 items are supposed to spawn in this house.
I'm checking drawers right now, so.
Okay.
I'm watching the camera.
I'm gonna rummage through rooms myself. See if I can help you narrow this down.
Is there a box under the bed right here? I can't really tell.
A box under the bed? Which one?
Upstairs.
Master bedroom?
Yeah, there's.
God damn it,
2
General.
boxes, it looks like.
Fucking scared me.
2 boxes. Sorry, what?
General fucking put a do it, and it scared the shit out of me. Do it.
It's
Yeah.
nothing clickable, so I think they're just storage boxes.
Yeah, I think they're just storage boxes. Carol, you're such a fun person. We love you.
Carol, stop being a bitch.
Carol, Quit being so
wish I
fun.
knew what the actual room for it was.
Yeah, I think it's just this
Right, it would
hallway.
narrow it down.
Yeah, I think it's just this hallway.
Dude, when you close this door on?
Yeah, I'm closing doors right over here.
I'm in this bedroom, so don't
I'm
close me
closing
in.
doors here.
You know what? I hope Back for Blood is fun. You know?
It's not bad. I just don't like the way they have their queue set up, and you have to go through the entire act beginning to end in order to have your perk, like all of your perks and shit.
Think of it more like a roguelite.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
from that perspective of it, it's perfectly fine. So,
Hey, General. How are you?
There's nothing in that round unless you could find something I didn't.
Damn. Abel and his candle strats.
I know, right? Damn you, Candle.
candle's real.
I need to buy more lighters so we can all do a candle strat, but he doesn't want to do a candle strat.
Who?
You.
No, I can't see. I can barely see as it is.
Quit opening the fucking drawers.
I will open what I would like to open. Okay.
Carol Baskin Robbins. Carol, could you show me a sign?
It isn't Robbins.
Oh man, the stream is FPS lagging. You might want to set up the VSync on the game or reduce the game resolution. VSync?
Oh, no.
Is the VSync?
Oh no.
Did you find a guitar?
I
No,
did.
it's Carol Brown.
Carol Bon.
Goat's being a goat. Who's El Kabonging up there?
Video resolution full screen. VSync on. I put the VSync on and I applied. I put the VSync on and I applied. Yeah, it's 1080. Oop.
What up? I
Ah.
found the bone.
Oh, you found a bone?
Oh, wait, where did you find it?
I found the bone downstairs. Why?
I got a camera, so I can take a picture of
Oh,
it.
Yeah, I got a camera. I'm about to take a picture of it.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
At least give me the bone. Yes, it gave me the
Let's
bone.
see how it goes. Yeah, let's see how it.
Carol, reveal yourself.
Carol Brown. Carol Brown. Carol Brown.
Show yourself.
Carol Brown.
Yeah, it's 1080, so it's super high.
Button.
I hope that fixes it a little bit, General.
Set off the car alarm for me.
Wow. That would be pretty crazy if the ghost actually fucked with the vehicles. That would be... They do? Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why you have the car key at the entrance to every house. That's why I always pick it up.
Oh. I didn't
Did
know.
you not know I always pick that up?
No.
Like when he does it, I do.
Right. Because if that car alarm goes off, it's fucking annoying.
How's the image resolution? Is it a little bit better? Is it a little bit better? Oh,
I have a knife.
I have a TV remote.
What are you doing?
The Teva.
Are you
have the
guys?
Teva remote.
Are we done here? By the way.
Not quite, but soon.
Yeah, essentially, because this ghost seems to not want to show itself.
At all.
Yeah.
And I am not seeing.
I'm expecting to get him here, then the door to just close behind me in a hunt.
The resolution is good, but I'm still testing check during this session. Okay. Thank you for the VSync test. I appreciate it. Next weekend is Gloomhaven night. That'll be fun.
Yay.
Yay!
Yeah, let's just go.
Yeah, we'll play.
Phantom, right? Phantom.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry,
Phantom, we're good. We're good.
Sorry, I closed because it had been so long. I was like, all right, we all got. Oh no, I didn't confirm.
Oh no.
I confirmed like 50 times before we leave, but I didn't. You already, yeah.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah.
I mean, we got $80, so it's not bad. It's not a bad run. We got $80. There was no hunt. Like that was a good run. It's a good run. Now, before I forget, before someone lets me forget again,
I'm listening.
Huh?
oh, I was just adding 2 strong flashlights. That's all.
Oh, okay.
I had got 160 left over. Did we need anything else?
I was just gonna buy 2 more lighters.
I think we can only have like 2 or 3, can't we?
Yeah, we got enough. Yeah, we got enough lighters. Now we can all do the candle strat.
You 2 can do the candle strat.
Yes, we all can do the candles.
You 2 can do the candle straddle. Okay, dots.
Candle what? The candle what?
The candle what now?
Candle what?
The candle opera? The candle of the opera.
I thought he said straddle. I'm like, no.
No, no.
Why would you straddle a candle?
Jack would do that.
No, he'd jump over.
Not bring this into that. That name remains unmentioned.
I was talking about the nursery rhyme. Goat, what did you stumble into?
Oh.
Wait, you don't know what he's talking about?
No.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's just boomer goat.
Yeah, it's just a boomer.
In other words, there's things I need not know at this time. Oh.
Willow Street
Here's
House.
a better question. Do you know the old cartoon Freakazoid?
Yes.
And you don't know who we're talking about now?
Candle Jack.
Off the top of my head, no. I
Yeah.
have to have a
Damn
refresher.
it, goat.
You just don't say his name.
Who?
We can't say his name.
You're trying to get to say his name.
Who?
It's a joke.
Shan't be named.
It's the joke from Freakazoid. There's a villain named Candle Jack.
Oh, that guy.
Okay. You can't say his name, and he gets really boring for some odd reason.
You'd think I'd remember that one, but no. I guess it wasn't that memorable for me. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's super fucking memorable because every time it's like, all right, just finished tying somebody up, somebody else shows up. It's blah, blah, blah. He's just sitting there like, well, gotta get another one now.
Now we have to get another one, implying he's killing them. Great.
I'm gonna grab Fight. I'm gonna grab a math. I'm gonna grab Boca Bone Ghost Box.
Yep.
I don't know where my English went there. What the heck? Hey. That's just a stack of ghost books.
That's so many
Why did
ghost
I not
books.
notice those?
Yeah, it's always been like
It's
that.
been there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even
Never
since the
noticed
original.
those. William
The other stack.
Thompson.
William Thompson.
What about the other stack?
What other stack?
The other
Other
stack.
side?
Yeah.
There's another stack. Oh. They're always in the corner away from field of view. I never even... Okay.
Alright. Well, I'm opening the
What's Joe's
door.
name?
We ready? William Taylor.
William Thompson.
People were alone. So believe that if you will.
Every
Well-
time it's a Thompson, I make fun of it by calling it tampon so I can remember the last name.
Just call it Flash.
Just call it Flash. Gordon.
He saves every one of us. Every man, every woman, every child, oh, Flash.
Anybody in here?
Doors open up here.
Oh.
I'm coming in through the back.
All right.
I'll come in through your back if you're not careful.
That. The fact he has to be careful about that is the more terrifying aspect.
William Thompson. William Thompson.
Door cracked open.
William,
You guys already in here?
are you here, William
Where?
Thompson?
Downstairs.
No,
past the
okay.
living room.
I beeline straight upstairs. So.
Yeah, we went
okay.
upstairs.
You're fine.
William
You're
Thompson,
okay.
do you like it in the butt? What?
Oh God.
I'm gonna turn on the electricity.
I love screwing with the Ouija board. I don't know why. I
The-
want every house to have a Ouija board.
The Luigi board?
The Waluigi board.
The Waluigi.
Slap your
He's
cheeks.
in. That's the stream. I still see some stuttering in the stream. What's the current resolution of the game? That's the stream. It hurts our router. It hurts us, precious. Let's see.
Oh, I found the bone. I don't have a camera.
Options.
I'm coming.
Video. Resolution is 1360 by 768.
Right there.
Okay, where are you?
Alright. I'm
Shadow
coming
resolution
downstairs.
is high. Volumetric lighting is low.
That's
What up?
right.
I'm sorry. It is a strong flashlight for a reason.
It freezes our bandwidth. It's getting somewhat stable.
In the potty.
It's in the toilet? The toilet ghost?
No, the bone.
Oh, okay. Which doesn't mean that it's actually there.
The bone is not in the photo at all, but the bone evidence is 3 stars. Chef's kiss. There you go.
Yeah. Ghost, you in here?
Make it do what it do.
I know, right?
Where are
Wait a
you
minute,
guys?
Wait a minute. Hey. Look at this picture.
Yeah.
Does it look like there's supposed to be somebody where that orange is?
I guess. Kind of, yeah.
It looks better. That's so weird. So weird that my resolution is all over the place. I hate it.
Light does not do anything for this bathroom.
What bathroom are you guys in?
Downstairs.
Downstairs.
Downstairs bathroom? Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
One of the many downstairs potties.
Yeah. There you guys go.
Nothing there.
I'm going into the kitchen.
I'm in the kitchen with you.
Ooh,
Oh.
ooh.
You didn't blow it out.
Hi.
Hello. Hello.
What you doing, dear heart?
Just looking around. Giving a look-see, Lou, as they say.
I noticed.
Giving it that old college try. I guess the VSync did a thing, but let's see if it
Think it
gets
just
stable.
blew mine out.
I don't know. This might be a
It might
weak.
be possible.
This might be a weak baby ghost.
Where are you, upstairs or down?
Over here.
Okay.
I don't like
So you
that
said you had
the
activity
lighter
over here.
Yeah,
takes.
I was in this general area right here.
That's the worst part about it.
Are you here?
I'm trying to get away from you, so I'm at least not interfering.
Are you here? Are you a closet ghost?
You can come out.
Where are you? Nothing. Okay. Where are you? No, nothing. Okay.
William Thompson, are you here? William Thompson, are you here?
William Thompson.
William Thompson?
I'll need to
William.
focus on that.
Did you
Just on
guys
the
leave
kitchen
this
table.
light in here on?
Light in where?
In the downstairs bedroom.
I left mixed with that, so.
Nix, did you leave the?
Yeah, I left it on.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Are you in here?
Are you in here? William Thompson. Oh, this is a big bathroom, I gotta say. This is a big bathroom.
I'm jealous about that bathroom, if I'm honest.
Yeah. And it's got 2 windows to the outside, just in case you stink it up real bad.
I heard a step.
Yeah, that's probably me.
Probably us.
It's flickering
behind
the
me?
light upstairs.
Behind you?
Wait, it's
Upstairs?
Light upstairs?
Yeah.
Light has been flickering.
I'm downstairs. Does anybody have UV?
Are
light?
you here?
Are you here? No.
No, I do not.
Oh, you got it. You already got a radio. I don't need the double up on the radio then.
No.
I'll get a UV light then. Bitchin' in the kitchen and crying in the bedroom. All night long, does it have a voice recognition, or can you just go blue 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 blue, and the game still responds? No, you actually have to say the name in this game.
You have to acknowledge certain questions. How old are you? Where are you? How old are you?
So sorry.
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Not sure if
Sorry.
that was my candle just going out or if it blew it out.
I don't even know where you are right now.
I'm out in the room just over here.
I got a glow
Oh,
stick.
okay.
I got a glow stick. I'm
Are you here?
William, are you here?
Oh. Hey.
Where are you?
Hey,
Hey.
broken mirror?
Broke the mirror. Oh. Okay. Broken mirror and shit. Anything else?
I don't see anything with the UV light. Are you in the
Are you
bathroom?
No? Where are you?
Let me put down the book just in case.
You breaking mirrors?
You breaking mirrors?
How
Look.
are you?
Are you an Engie ghost? Did it blow out the candle?
I set the candle down and it kind of did a thing, so.
Okay. That's how mostly peeps cheese the game. Oh yeah, the Ouija board does fix it. Ouija board.
What Ouija board?
That's what General is saying, is that how people cheese the game is the Ouija board. It's the Ouija board.
It used to be that way, but now it's only a chance that it actually spawns.
Let me close the door.
Are you here?
Oh, did you turn on the lights?
The lights in here, I did.
Oh, okay. Ah, damn it.
Also, it only reacts to people alone. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will leave. And I will... Oh, I guess I'll be here in here then.
I don't know.
Alright.
Are you here?
William? Are you here?
William Thompson?
William Thompson? Do
Are
you
you in the
like...
kitchen?
Do you like,
With Dinah.
Do you like, Cheez-Its? William Thompson, do you like Cheez-Its?
William
What?
Thompson?
Do you like Snackies?
Did we bring a thermometer at all?
I didn't. There's one in the truck. William Thompson? Are you here?
EMF or nothing.
I'm not getting nothing. Yeah, it might not be this room. It might have just broken a window and moved on.
Yeah, but it doesn't move too far away from its, or it shouldn't, unless it's a...
Unless it's a mobile ghost, which is something that it can happen. do love this
Are
cabin.
you-
I'm gonna drop the EMF for right now, and I'm gonna do temperatures.
Early in the morning, rising to my feet, got to get my cigarette.
This stream does not sponsor smoking.
I love that fucking DMCA 5. this game does not sponsor smoking.
Well,
Have you ever seen a grown man naked? I love that airplane joke. Have you ever seen Billy? Have you ever seen a grown man naked? William Thompson, are you there?
Oh.
That was a 4, and I think we
Where
found
was
it.
at?
It was in the living room. It was right here. It was standing right here.
where are you?
It was standing right there, and
Eh. Damn it! I hate it when it flips over.
we found. At least we found where it was supposed to be. But saying the name, it will just trigger the rather than asking the question. Oh, okay. Oh man, my sanity's fucking low. Damn.
It's 4 degrees Celsius in the foyer.
I accidentally tripped the breaker.
3 degrees.
All right, it's upstairs.
Jesus, crime and Nitley, ghost. Fuck you.
Blew my candle out.
Also, sweetheart, you're at nothing.
Yeah, good for me.
I'm just saying you're at nothing.
Well,
Go take some pills so it doesn't haunt me.
Well, I just took the pills so that I could walk in there because I was at 30. When
why
does
would
it?
you at 30 take pills when I'm at nothing?
Because I didn't see your number. I saw my number. William Thompson,
Skip for the biscuit.
give me a biscuit. William Thompson?
It is bebopping around cold, but not freezing in the foyer.
William
In
Thompson?
the dining room.
Anything?
Nah, dining room is 15, 12 degrees.
I'm gonna say that this ghost is a bust. I don't think there's a haunting at all. William Thompson,
I think you need to shush.
are you there? Do you like big butts, William Thompson?
Do you pursue to lie to me?
As long as you're not near the haunting ghost presence, then you will be fine. Yeah. I don't know what could this be?
Where are you? Can
Yeah.
you show yourself to me?
I don't know where this thing could be. William
I
Thompson.
wonder what happens if I light these gas canisters on fire with the candle.
I wonder what'll
It's
happen.
above me.
Man, this ghost.
It
This-
was walking above me.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, coming up the stairs. Yeah, got me. Gay question mark. Was
Wow. Insanity was higher than mine.
yeah. It went after me. Take a picture immediately.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't know where its spawn point is. No, it just doesn't like us today. I don't know what it
has
is.
to be in the foyer downstairs.
Yeah,
it's
wa-
the only coldest part. Of
Yeah,
the house.
it started in the foyer. Yeah, William.
So it starts in here, and then it can either move into the living room or upstairs into that bathroom.
Yeah.
Is primarily where its radius is, I'm guessing.
So I must have to say it's got to be over here.
Yeah. Thing is, we've just got
Oh.
nothing as far as blue.
Where are you? Where is he?
You left me alone in the house.
Is it hunting?
It killed him.
That killed me.
Hey, baby.
Hi.
It's right over here.
In the house with 0 sanity. It's okay. I don't mind.
I mean, they need to bring evidence to the insurance companies so they can get the money from your dead body.
Yeah, I was about to walk out of the house and the door closed on my face, so it's definitely in the foyer.
It's in the foyer. Yeah,
Alright, so random guess time.
I'm gonna say Wraith.
I'm gonna say Yuri.
Yuri? Okay, we'll go with Yuri. What a dick.
That or maybe a mayor.
That's what
someone, you guys are good.
Okay.
That's what I'm fighting with too.
Mayor.
because-
I'm gonna go with Mayor.
I'll go with Yuri. Why not?
Yuri. Yuri. Yuri.
You guys good?
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you. That was dumb.
I feel the need to express that
Welcome back.
Banshee. There was no evidence to that.
No evidence. Absolutely none. I'm gonna say BS.
Was it targeting one of us and we just never noticed? Because it wasn't targeting me.
No.
Oh no. It wasn't targeting me. Sanity.
Amount of ghost interactions, 27?
Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm gonna say BS because if that was the case, then I fucking would have seen that shit coming. Head mounted camera, close
To
to.
be fair, when it haunted in the living room, it did. And I hate to say this because there are a couple of ghosts that fuck with me like that. It did do like that
melody like thing. But
yeah.
I didn't know if it was doing that or if it was doing that kind of interfering with electronics thing.
Nope.
Right.
I had 0 of that. I had no fucking I had nothing.
See, and I knew I should have fucking said something when I heard that bullshit.
It's fine.
I was like, there was nothing else. There was no targeting, so I didn't think to call it out.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things with the
This time, no, I heard nothing. I had no idea what was going on. This time,
Right.
I had no idea.
And because I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, what could it be? Then you said Yuri, and I'm like, I mean, it kind of does, doesn't it? Like, we have no other evidence to the contrary. And it didn't even click in my brain that I did hear that melody when it was haunting, but not hunting.
Yeah.
When it was just trying to spook
Report
us.
to the ship as soon as possible.
Well, bang, okay.
So,
what?
Oh, I put the "will bang okay" as the as a sound alert.
that was partially I partially blame myself for that.
I don't blame anybody. I think that
Okay,
was
I'll
just
blame you
life.
too, Nick. It's fine. It's fine.
I will bite the bullet on this one.
We're ready, Abel. Unless you needed more stuff.
Sad Hoshi, what?
Do we have salt?
Ooh, that is a good.
Shit.
Do we have salt?
We don't have it on the list. I'm getting it.
Oh, okay. You got
Crucifix.
crucifix? Probably not. I will buy it. Add, and then all. And then... There we go.
I cannot buy a crucifix. I'm $2 short.
Huh?
Smudge. I can grab one of those.
Yeah. Do it.
We got a thermometer, right?
We should.
Let me double check.
Thermometer. Thermometer.
No, we do not. That was goats and goat died.
Yeah. I got it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. I got 2. So there you go. Ready.
I think that covers us.
I mean,
I'm
if
going
it
to do a
doesn't.
quick check over.
Lighter
What?
candle. Okay.
I do hope they keep adding stuff to this game and fix the animations so that eventually it looks like a better game. And
I hate that they randomize like what the ghost looks like. They've kind of narrowed it down. Like this group of ghosts look like this, and this group looks like this. Like, but it still doesn't give you like a definitive answer, no matter
I
what
mean,
it looks like.
they don't need to give it a. If it looks like this, it is absolutely this. Because
Right.
Check the whiteboard for
that's the. Oh, did you see the ghost? Well, know what it is now. Time to bail.
Mark Robertson. You know what I would like is that they all have an interesting look.
Hey,
That
Mrs.
like all of
Robinson.
them having their own interesting look, and like some of the like some of the fans could draw out what the ghosts could look like. I would love that. Like a fan submission of like some of the models. Because there's a lot of fans. Immediate.
Keys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love that immediately
I
his.
grab them every time. So
Of the,
Damn, it's like immediately chilly in here.
wait, hold right as we get in.
Oh no.
no.
It's leveled out. It's
What's
leveled
the
out.
what's the name?
Mark Robinson.
Mark Robinson. Early in the
Why
morning.
must you taunt it? Yay!
You
It's
did
the
you?
voodoo doll.
Ooh.
Can I fuck with it?
Can you fuck with it?
I'd like
What
to
does
fuck
it
with it.
do?
Voodoo doll has several things that it can do depending on which pins are pushed into the doll. If you fuck with the voodoo doll and you don't get the pin through the heart, then the ghost just fucks with you. But if you get the pin through the heart, it triggers a cursed hunt.
Oh.
So you can you can pick it up and you can keep pushing pins into the doll at random, mind you. But,
No.
Did
as
you
soon as you
open
get
the
that
door?
No.
as soon as you get that pin through the heart, you're screwed.
Mark. No.
Wait, so is Curse Hunt spawn it right in front of you?
Not necessarily. I've survived a cursed hunt before. It just, the cursed hunt makes it more aggressive and it'll come right for you. The farther you are away from the spawn room, the better for a cursed hunt. Because I survived a cursed hunt. Like, that was fucking scary. It was in this house, actually. I hid right in this corner next to that fern, and it was right all up in my face.
Just right up in his face. I'm gonna turn on the
Just
power.
far enough from the spawn room.
They also need to redo some of the models for some of the objects. I know that it's just a small thing, but not all generators look like that. Not all electrical boxes look like that. It's just a personal thing.
Okay. I know you're an artist,
Hmm.
but chill, baby.
Chill. This is not a chill thing. I'm not like, oh, they better change it. It's like,
This room is the coldest one, but it is not freezing. It's just, it dips down into the single digits occasionally.
Let's see.
It's the coldest room so far.
Let's see. I'm getting 14, 13, 12, 9.
Don't wave it around, just check it. Is this dirty water in here, or did you turn off the sink?
I didn't turn on the sink.
Well, this is a one-digit room. It dipped down to 1 degree. Not quite freezing. Let me double check.
Oh, 3.
So this is an active room. Let me
Step
double
back
check
a second.
next door.
Whoever has their head right in the way of the sink.
Not me. That'd be goat.
Okay,
Come on, freezing temps. Come on.
Oh,
You're so
no.
close. Don't do this to me. Do freezing. Come on.
Yep, that was dirty walk.
Did you
Ghost,
try?
Not funny.
Not funny.
Oh, hey, my breath.
Hey, freezing temps.
Freezing temps. Thank you for converting it to P.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
I'm gonna say EMF 5, not a thing.
So it only dips down to freezing when the ghost wants to fuck with us. But it got there. So I'm gonna mark it as freezing temp.
Yeah. Ghost, are you there?
Ghost, can you hear me?
Can you touch my butthole? Oh, hey, Ghost Box.
You. I don't know what the hell it said, but it sounded like it said ran.
I think it said.
Drop the box and ran.
I think it just said.
Ghost is saying I love you.
I thought it said vor.
That's Onryo, Twins, or Mimic.
For Ghost Box, Spirit Box, Onryo, or Mimic. All right.
So that is Orbs,
What room was it?
Thingies, or EMF 5. Oh,
Yeah.
that was the bathroom that you got scared in?
Yeah. EMF
No, I was trying to find my way back to the bathroom.
upstairs.
The bathroom? Yeah. It's. Oh, you have a candle lit in here. I thought that was you. God damn it.
Ghost orbs.
Yep. Then over here.
Straight ahead.
Yep, straight ahead.
Onryo.
How are you doing?
Spirit Box, Ghost Orbs. Okay.
What are you doing?
I was dropping crucifix.
And Mimic.
Where are you? I know you're
It's
here. How old are you? Old? How are you
I
feeling?
thought it said dude.
Fingerprints. Okay, so we need fingerprints. So let me
How
grab
old are you?
that. Or the ghost orbs, which we need a camera. Which, does anybody have a head-mounted camera? If not,
Didn't bring one.
it's okay.
I'm gonna call it a mimic.
Oh, you're gonna call it a mimic? Okay.
I'm gonna call it a mimic.
I'm gonna
It's
call.
very chatty. It's a very chatty, friendly ghost. And the last time one of those mofo's made me a forever friend, I am calling it a mimic.
Oh, okay. So, what's our
So we
sanity
need
at?
fingerprints for that.
Yeah.
Sanity,
I've got-
I'll check.
Over here, buddy. Where are you going? Over here.
I'm at a 50
This is
because
layout.
I was chatting with the ghost. Obviously, I'm at a 50. Goat is at a 60, and you've got candle strat, so you're hovering around an 98.
How do I spin this camera? Oh,
Hold down the left clicker.
I literally. Don't ooh me. Don't ooh me.
Could you place the camera and not drop the camera? That'd be great.
I think we're fine. I think we're fine. It oohed me.
Goat got scared.
It spawned right in my face. What do you mean I got scared? No shit.
I'm calling Mimic. Let's go.
Well, we need to prevent it from hunting
Okay.
with the crucifix. So we need to. Well, we can throw a crucifix right in its face.
It's in the bathroom. You were safe. And you didn't set up the camera.
Left click. So how do I set it up?
What is it, like E or F? I can't remember.
I forgot. Can I grab that?
Okay, I'll give you the camera then. There you go.
My inventory is full. I was grabbing the smudge sticks because I was getting the other objectives.
Oh, okay. Could you grab the camera, baby? I've got the crucifix.
I can. Did you want the video camera as well?
Yes. Just in case it's a ghost orb.
Mister, I'm gonna drop the video camera and not set it up because I get scared from an ooh woo.
And ooh, if it does ooh woo, I'm gonna be like, I didn't turn that light on. Did you turn on that light?
Oh.
I'm coming in. I'll be right there in a moment, Mimic.
So check that light switch real quick then.
No. I can't tell.
Okay.
No.
It blew out my candle.
Yeah, it'll do that. A lot.
There.
So I'm sure it likes me right now.
Hey, shush.
Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know.
I love that it's saying ooh.
No, it's
Ooh.
saying old. It's replying how old it is.
I thought it was saying ooh. Ooh.
You're here. Cool.
This is a funny ghost. This is like that thing from Poltergeist where they're floating around the room and shit like that. Ooh.
Smudge stick.
Ooh. Oh, we got the other.
I hate to be that guy, but I swear, every time I get a talkative ghost, it's a mimic. They love talking to me.
Ooh. All right, mimic it is.
What are you talking about? Mimic
It also walked through salt. By the way.
All right, I don't need to go put down more salt.
I'm getting no feed on the camera. What's going on?
I'm getting a feed on the camera.
I'm not.
It's just so dark in there. Like I see it.
Yeah, but the camera has night vision, and I can't even activate that.
Ooh, the ghost is like no.
Somebody faced the camera the wrong way.
I don't think. I can go back and check.
Yeah, you want?
Yeah, the crucifix is still there. It should be fine.
Yeah, you want me to come with?
You can, but if this ghost wants to make me a forever friend, it's gonna make me a forever friend. Like if it makes me a forever friend, I'm dead serious convinced it's a mimic.
Mimic's always getting you.
You know, you could both take pills.
You know what? That's a smart play. That's a smart play.
That is a smart play, but let me fix this camera first.
The light's
The
on.
camera's facing the right way.
Maybe it's in the wrong position. Maybe put it on the tub.
Hold on.
Stop it. Sweetheart, we get it. You're here.
Okay, I can see now.
Okay.
Can you?
Somebody grab the camera again.
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
All right, turn off the light so we.
Turn off that light.
Yeah, so we can see ghost orbs.
You keep ditching me, goat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm coming. I'm coming back.
Love you.
Love you. Love you.
It's not
It's not a what?
Do we need a tripod?
not toggling the night vision on it.
Oh, that's weird.
It's not, and I don't know why.
Is it a bug? Is it a slight bug?
Hold on, let me.
Take some pills. Taking some pills. Pills here.
Yeah, I should probably do that too, huh?
Did you take a picture of the
Is there another video camera here?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
I'm going upstairs.
Alright.
Going upstairs. Going up the sideways stairs.
I'm going up the stairs with night vision already toggled, so I can place this
I
down.
wonder if, yeah, you just forgot to toggle the night vision on the other one.
I don't know. Maybe.
You turned off the camera, whatever you did.
No, I switched it around. Hold on. Let me, oh, I can put it on the back of the toilet.
Yeah.
Let me put
Yeah.
you there.
Hey.
Give me this one.
Orbs.
Orbs?
Orbs. Orbs. Hey.
But
It's a
orbs are
mimic.
always around a mimic too, so
Yeah, it's a
we're
mimic.
looking for fingerprints for a mimic though.
Are we looking?
Positively, we have ghost orbs and spirit box.
Yeah.
It's an
do we have
honor.
dots up there?
It's
No,
an
we do not.
Onryo.
We
Well,
don't
yeah.
need to worry about EMF.
Freezing
or
temps.
fingerprints.
Spirit box and ghost orb. It's an Onryo.
Ghost writing, freezing temp, or dots. Is freezing temps an absolute confirm?
I don't know. Nyx did it, so I don't know.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm the one going up and down the stairs. I only move so fast.
I only move so fast. I'm going up the stairs with you. I'm your
I
buddy.
appreciate that.
I'm your buddy. I'm your friend. I'm your pal.
We're coming back in. Don't kill me. Oh, it used a charge on one of the crucifixes.
Oh, damn.
How you feeling?
Here you go.
You feeling froggy? Jump.
I love that Abel goes in there. He's like,
I had to put the book down.
could you write to us?
Right.
Could you-
It's a sonnet.
Write us a limerick. Ooh.
That's his jam.
Yeah, he loves saying ooh.
He keeps saying old, by the way.
It sounds like ooh. like a reverb like ooh.
I can understand where the ghost would get confused with that, because limoric, old, yeah. I can see where it might get confused. And
I can watch the dots. It's just harder when you're moving through them.
sorry.
All good.
No, I put a dots on the wall and a dots on the floor to get a good image of that ghost.
Get some good dots.
Right? Get a cross breeze in them cheeks.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Big Battle. He keeps sending ooh. Thanks, bud.
And there it was. Dots.
Dots. Okay, freezing tent.
It's none of them, so
Yokai.
dots
Yokai.
and yep.
Damn.
So freezing temps was a false positive.
Get a ball. Get a ball. Get a ball. Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
So we got yokai.
Yep.
Yep.
And thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
For what?
You're welcome.
Because we were about to go with freezing there for a minute, weren't we?
Yeah.
I was. To be fair, you're the one that said you saw your breath.
Yeah. It was right when my candle went out too, so
True.
Yeah, I didn't see my breath at that time either. I just
Wait,
assumed.
Objectives, yeah.
Yep. We got yokai and we're good.
Okay. Did you get it in your book,
Yep. Got it in my book.
Abel? Okay. Bow, yes, 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 bow.
Yeah, yes, yes. Great and respectful we are.
Yes, yes.
Get a ball, get a ball. Yokai, hey! Bone evidence 0, insurance 0, so $100 buckaroonies.
I'm fine without getting insurance evidence. That means my friend still live.
Yeah.
Right.
Amount of ghost interactions 60.
Aw.
Damn.
Friend?
Damn, so many. So
To be fair, half of those were me talking to the ghost.
get the milk for the yokai. Yeah, you need to get those fox yokai and those cat yokai. You know, when they
Nekomata?
yeah, Nekomata and the fox version, which I don't remember the
Kitsune.
Kitsune.
I was saying, really? You don't remember the Fox version?
No, I don't remember the fox
Looks
version.
on your screen.
I don't know what you're talking about. Aren't we all just yokai? Well, we got $100 and left the ghost. You're literally the Ghostbusters.
No. We're the ghosts. Hey, is that a ghost? Yeah, it's a ghost.
We're not the people that actually bust the ghost. That would be a great sequel game.
Different game. That is a different game.
That would be really.
Ghostbusters were the ghost hunters.
We hunt the ghost. We don't actually bag the ghost. We don't bag them and tag them. We just tag them.
What, we're the ghost scientists?
I would love that people are like, well, thank you for confirming that it's a deadly fucking ghost. The ghost identifiers. Yes. I'm ready.
This is definitely a ghost. It ectoplasmed all over my face.
Oh, that would actually be really cool. If...
Sir, that wasn't a ghost. That was another man.
No. See, it got ectoplasm all over my face. No. I'm sorry. That wasn't a ghost. Huh?
Gosh darn you, goat.
Yes, what
I
happened?
told you not in my hair.
Not in your hair. Well, it's good hair. It's good hair care right there.
Okay.
No. No.
You get a spray bottle and everything. No.
It's like bad goat.
Good hair gel.
All right. Are you ready, Abel?
Hold on, just making sure we got everything.
Wraith Watchers, Spectre Seers.
Motion sensor, that's what we're missing.
My little
All right.
boy.
Do we have crucifix? Yep. Do we have salt? Yep. Alright.
There we go.
Do it.
There we go. Yokai Years, lurking mode, hello Tardy Goose, Zara, Runari, oh man, wonderful people that lurk. Thank you guys for being lurkers. Thank you guys for being awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Runnery.
Yeah, Runari, yeah.
Whiteboard if you need them. Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it.
I got a box. You want a box? You want a box, sweetheart? I can take the other one.
Hi, board.
Hi, board. The time of my life, and I owe it all to you. Yes, I swear.
Okay, I was waiting until everybody got here before we went in, but fuck it.
I'm going around the back. You're fine.
Bored. Do yourself a little lurky loot.
Yay!
What
Looks
happened?
like you're going to the shadow
I
realm.
found a Ouija
Jimbo.
board.
Have fun.
Oh, ask
Which means you found the room.
No, I didn't. I'm about to find the room. Give me a second. I'll get you the room in 2 seconds. Okay, and pick this up because I don't want it in my way. Fucking hammer. Okay, and where are you? U T. Oh,
Any track
utility room.
infection?
Utility room.
Oh,
Is that
where?
right where you are?
Goodbye. I
You-
think so. So yeah, you were right. It's here. I think this is the utility room.
Is this the utility room? Is there a map?
Yeah.
Is there
Oh,
a-
there's the bone. It's a foot bone.
I'm coming. I got camera.
Okay.
You guys are just.
What's the-
forever away
what's the
'cause I
ghost
was in
name?
The very top.
Huh?
What's the ghost name?
I don't know. Does it hunt alone?
I'll go find out. I'll go find out. Hold up.
Where's the bone?
Right there, next to the hammer.
Yep.
Where are you?
Where are you?
I know.
Christopher Davis. Christopher Davis.
I'm just gonna. I'll leave the spirit box right here. This may or may not be the utility room. I'm thinking it's the utility
This
room.
is the utility room. Yes. I'm gonna drop the camera here.
Alright. It hunts in packs. Oh, I didn't even know. Ask where, which one it hunts. Hold up. Let's see.
Did you say it hunts in packs?
Also seems to only be respond to people who are alone. Okay,
But he did say hunt in packs, right?
I did. Because the Christopher Davis.
Gators,
Oh,
looks-
he's saying it's the twins.
I know, right?
Christopher, Nix is too nice. Where are you? Do you need a soda? He's like a flight attendant. Do you need some? Do you need a refill? Christopher Davis. Christopher Davis, did you turn on the lights?
I did.
Christopher Davis, do you like big butts and you cannot lie?
Goat.
Huh?
Spamming its name like that is going to get it mad at you, and you're alone.
I know, I am. That's the point.
Yeah, but we haven't set up dots or camera or nothing.
I've got the thermometer here.
Yeah, but we got to set everything else up.
And we don't want it killing us before we actually do that.
Right.
You know, I'm gonna be real mad if this isn't the utility room.
Who are you telling?
I'm telling the ghost.
Are you here?
Are you here?
How old are you?
Do you like
Fat bottom girls.
and fat bottom girls that
Do
make
they
the
make the rockin' world go round? I feel like in our circle,
Of life.
well, between me, you, and Goat, I almost don't want to say it.
Don't say it. It's all good.
I think Goat is Wade.
What? Oh, do you think I'm Wade? Oh. Oh, okay.
Goat is Wade.
All right. I feel I'm more of a Bob. I've got some Bob energy.
No, no. With the level of sass that Bob brings to the, I'd have to say,
It's between you or Abel, so you know.
yeah. Bob would have to be me or Abel. What do you think? Are you more of a Mark or a Bob?
I'm not sure the definitions we're using to clarify these people.
Markiplier,
So,
Bob and Wade.
cool. So I should probably go. I don't really know. Don't actually watch Markiplier.
Okay. So I don't know. Is this the utility room? I'm gonna have to wiki this. What
Yes, it is the utility room.
Yeah, well, I'm getting no evidence. I'm getting nothing. It's not cold. He hasn't said anything on the spirit box, have you? He's stupid.
Well, the last banshee we came up against was a bitch, so
You think it's a bench?
I don't know. I'm just saying. The last banshee we came up against was a bitch.
EMF is out.
These overlapping enough.
Yeah, they're overlapping enough.
Okay.
Your
This is a
next
pretty big room.
Yeah, this is a nice room.
Nice big room.
Yeah. No, nothing on the.
So bright.
I'm sorry. I keep blinding you. I wonder what this does.
What does?
Parabolic microphone. I'm not sure how it goes off.
It shows sound ratings in areas it's pointed at. Oh, yeah, it got real active for a second.
I didn't see anything. Yeah. No.
Hey, check the Luigi board again,
Yeah.
For what?
just to see if it's room changed.
Do it.
Eh. Daryl, why are you spooking me?
Who are you? No, damn it! My sanity was too low. I triggered a cursed hunt. Or not a cursed hunt, but I broke the Ouija board.
Well, why did you do that?
Goat,
Yeah.
your voice is constantly on in this game. Shh.
No, it stopped.
Did it stop?
Yeah, it stopped.
Okay.
I got outside.
Okay. So it was a cursed hunt, yeah.
We noticed.
Yeah, I broke the board. Damn it.
So, sanity pills are absolutely in the truck.
It's at a 10 right now.
Yeah, shush. I can hear it. It's hunting me.
what's your sanity at?
It's at a 26.
Take pills, 2 of them.
Huh. Well, hey.
Alright, it stopped hunting.
Yeah, it stopped hunting. Get on out of there. Yeah, there he is.
Oh,
There's that boy.
why'd you have me use the Ouija board twice?
I didn't.
I didn't say for you to use it, I just said, can we?
Technically, yes.
Yes,
Apparently.
we can.
Apparently.
Grab some pills, baby.
Oh, my sanity is nothing.
Yeah, grab some pills, baby. Take 2 and call your necromancer in the morning.
Oh, God.
Oh, it turned off the breaker.
It was mad.
It was a mad ghost.
It was so mad.
It was
Tell me
such
when
a
you've
spooky-
taken those pills.
Huh?
Huh?
Tell me when you've taken those pills.
We've taken them.
Taking them.
Okay. Sorry, it's nuts on
I
average
think
sanity,
I think
so-
it's on upstairs because I heard it was hunting upstairs before it ever came downstairs. I think it's upstairs, but I might be wrong. I might just look up the wiki. You know what? I'm gonna look up the wiki just in case. I'll be right back. What house is this?
I don't know.
Leesdale? I
You
believe.
picked it. I mean, at least with the cursed hunt, we got a lot of activity.
Yeah, we got a lot of activity.
It was mad.
Utility room. Baz. No.
What room is that in?
No, the
the
utility
hallway.
room is upstairs.
It is upstairs.
If this is correct, hold up. Grafton Farmhouse? What is this?
This one has the attic.
Attic. I hate that I didn't look what it was. Let's see.
Hold on. Okay, never mind.
Ghost ties. Let me just look at this. No. There's garage. Ridgeview Roadhouse.
Is that the one with the attic?
No. Street House, Asylum, Bridgewood Roadhouse.
Give me a second.
No,
Keep an eye on the sensor board. for me.
Grafton. Oh, this is the one with the attic. Dining room, master room. Second floor utility. That's where it is. Yeah, we were in the garage.
How is that a garage?
That's what it says.
Wait, I can confirm. Hold on. Check the sound sensor. What does it say that that room is?
I don't have the sound sensor.
It's on the wall.
Sound sensor is on the wall.
Above the activity meter.
Above the Oh, this is the Bleasdale farmhouse. That's what it says.
No, under that. It's in the workshop. That is technically the workshop, not the utility room. Okay. Yeah, you see that red bar on the sound sensors? Right under that at the bottom there, it'll tell you like sensor 1, 2, 3, 4. Where the sound sensor is hooked up right now is the workshop.
All right.
Incorrect room, Abel.
Yep. Utility is upstairs. Yeah.
At least we know now.
Now we
we have to
know.
go further into the house.
Yep.
Crap.
Yep. We most definitely were in the wrong room. That's why we were getting absolutely no activity.
No, we were getting activity. Yeah.
Just
not the right activity.
Not the right kind.
So
Heck yes.
where is the
It's upstairs. I'll show you. It's upstairs.
Is it the first left?
It's the first left, yeah.
Yep, freezing.
Yep. Ooh. And
freezing?
And it blew my candle out.
Okay, there's the soundboard. We don't need it, but it's there. It sucks we have to haul all this shit upstairs.
Yeah.
Look.
What happened?
What happened?
It sang. It was singing. It was humming. Yeah, it's still humming. It's
I got
upstairs
one of
humming.
those.
And it formed right in front of me.
Formed right in front of you and started humming?
Yep.
That leans towards Banshee. Not
Yeah.
definite, but it does.
It's
Or-
an absolute strong indicator.
Right.
It was going.
Yeah. Do, 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 do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you outside?
Because it scared me. But it said Abel said freezing temps, so I don't think it's a banshee.
Yeah. It's like the breaths are indefinite in there this time, so
Oh, right. I still have the. Hold on. Go. Stay right where you are.
Okay.
Nyeh.
Knee. Knee. The knights who say knee.
Eki Patang Zoot Boing Biscuit Barrel.
Knee.
There you go. How's that product placement? I assume you're in the truck. I don't know.
I don't know. We've been hanging out together. Don't worry about
No,
it.
he's not. He's still in the workshop.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
I'm
bringing more
gathering
stuff up.
things. Yeah. I'm being productive.
you being productive.
You didn't answer my question when I asked you.
I thought you were talking to Goat.
All right, I'm
That's my
looking
bad.
through one of the cameras. Now I'm looking through the main camera. Oh, I see dots. Hey,
See that?
I saw dots. And I see ghost orbs. I thought.
Yuri.
Yep.
That'd be
Yuri.
if it's orbs.
Yep, I see orbs. Because there's no dust in this game. Yep.
Well, I'm going upstairs with a crucifix and dropping it down. So
Yep,
You
it's
too?
ghost. All right,
Yeah.
I got my eyes on the camera.
the power of bejesus compels you.
Sweetheart, you're at 28%.
Yep. Me.
Oh, this is a Yuri, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Given that it's sitting there, got your sanity at that, yeah.
Prevent the ghost from hunting with the crucifix, okay?
Oh, we got that?
No, not yet. You got one of them.
Which one?
Blowing the candle up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Get an average sanity of 25%, so one of us needs to die.
No,
No.
we just need to get our sanity down.
And the door,
We have to die.
closed itself just a little bit. A little bit. And it closed all the way.
What did?
The door.
And it blew my candle out.
What an asshole.
I know, right? The biggest of butts.
I'm watching you on the camera. I got you on the feed, buddy.
Cool.
Now he'll have live action footage when you die.
Damn. I got right in the game.
You became EA.
EA E.
I mean, we don't need Spirit Box, but I'm coming up with Spirit Box.
You just want it because it's cool.
I just want it in there. Yeah.
We have flashlight. Where's the flashlight?
Eh.
Or the not flashlight.
UV light.
but- Yeah.
We have two of them. They should be in the truck.
I brought one of them in the room, but it's not there anymore.
I picked it up.
Then the UV light is doing us no good, goat. Thank you.
But we already know it's a
You.
I love you. We already know it's a Yuri.
Yeah, but evidence. Photos. Photo boomers. I've only got the purple light, so we should be able to see any.
Can we take a
Evidence right
picture of
away.
it? Can we take a picture of it? What kind
Any green shit.
of camera is this anyway?
Oh. No.
Any Sonic.
I got the
It just ran through me in front of the.
camera.
Eyeball.
I'm not doing this.
No.
I'll check the other side. Hey, I said no.
No. No.
This is a silly ghost. This is a silly one. Yeah.
No. Its activity is going woo.
It's
Is that you running to the truck?
what? No.
You're the only one with a blue denim shirt on.
I have a denim shirt on. I don't even know, sweetheart. You are at nothing.
Yeah. Well, our sanity needs to drop somehow. And
We just don't need that one.
Yeah.
yeah, prevent the ghost from hunting with a crucifix.
Hell yeah. It was.
So close at 33%.
You want me to stand?
It should be able to hunt now. Oh, I'm glad I got out when I did.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
You're at 53%.
And
Oh my god.
okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why you gotta be like that?
You got Ure, right?
Yep. You're
Oh,
it.
shit. Wait.
Like, oh my god, you're rare.
I'll be right back.
Are you going to die?
No.
Oh, he's taking pictures.
I'm taking a picture. Singular.
Of
Ouija.
Do it.
I thought it burned.
Son, bitch.
I thought it burned up.
no, it cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cracked. I didn't take a picture of it before we used it. And
Yeah.
because it cracked, it doesn't count now.
Mm-hmm.
Bastard. Come on, bitch.
It's taking strong offense.
The what?
Bastard.
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 You're ready, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Wait. There it is. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
had it.
Oh no.
I had it as the only ghost available, but I never clicked it. Good fun. See ya.
Yeah, fuck.
I'm racing.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Why are you so loud?
Me?
Both of you.
Oh, it's been doing that this. It's been doing that this whole time. Where it just randomly spikes you guys up for no fucking reason.
Every time we come into or out of a
game, yep.
investigation.
Yep. I'm gonna select a job. I'm gonna go
Select Navidad.
with Willow Street.
Willow Stream, what?
Do you want to go intermediate or do you want to go professional?
I'm calling professionals.
You want professional? You got it.
We're going to die.
Okay, then intermediate then. Alright, cool. I'm gonna ready up and I'm gonna go pee. Alright. Once again, the ghost is left thanks to the polter procrastinator. The ghost has proceeded to leave.
Oh my lord. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. You know, that's fine. Damn it, now I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Entertainment is not what I'll be providing. How's everyone doing today? Oh god. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh no, no, no.
This is just alright with me.
I refuse. Also, swing, be quiet.
Hold up, what's up?
I was yelling at swing to be quiet.
You mean poor little pup?
Yes, swing.
Poor little X-wing. Poor little dog.
No, but I could hear him,
Yes.
barracks.
Yes. Is Jester going to the
AT-AT.
ATST? Did he go to the bathroom?
Yes, he did.
Okay, cool. ATST, ATST. Oh my gosh. Hope everybody's doing well, by the way. Grandma Tarkin! I don't think I said that today, but I hope everybody is doing okay.
Oh, I was gonna say, you hope everybody is Grand Moff Tarkin?
Have confidence.
No confidence.
No confidence.
Confidence.
Hmm?
Have confidence.
No conscience. That's how I feel all the time. Blam.
I have returned.
He has
Motion
returned.
Sensors.
With motion sensors.
Mhm.
Yeah, why?
Clickbait.
You're going.
What?
What?
Clickbait. The Book of Fett fixes the problem with the original trilogy. It's not what you think. Okay.
A book of fat?
The Fett.
Oh, book of the Fett.
Yes. Of the Boba.
You know,
Boba of the Fett.
I guess it's the problem with the original trilogy is what was Boba Fett doing during the original trilogy till the last movie?
well, he was in Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes, sweetheart?
My dad has, well, now only 2 dogs, but one dog in particular named Teddy is a brown dog. And it looked like that little rat thing that Boba Fett always had sitting around him.
Oh, you mean...
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
Only fluffier.
Investigation.
Oh, you mean...
I mean,
uh,
Teddy was
Crumb?
adorable.
Whiteboard if
You
need
mean
something.
Crumb?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because Teddy's adorable. Thomas.
This must be the real.
Thomas.
Responds to being alone.
Take a look.
Yeah.
You may be able to use it to your advantage.
Alright. Thomas the Dank Engine.
And I always used to, I still do, make fun of my father. Because the one day Teddy was sitting behind my father's legs while my father was reclined on the couch sideways. And it looked like Jabba the Hutt. And I can't get it out of my brain. It always reminds me of Give Me Solo and the Wookiee. And all I can hear is give me soda and a cookie.
Yeah. Salacious B. Crumb was the name of it. Oh. Well, the garage door is open.
Ooh, is the mirror in there? Nope, no mirror. Well, that's not the cursed item for this house. But I do have
It blew out my candle.
Ah.
the car.
Oh, I was like, did you do that? Oh, yeah, you did do that.
Yeah, I did.
All right. So it must be here.
Nope, nothing on Spirit Box. Are you in the kitchen, mayhaps? No.
Someone's in
Okay.
the kitchen with Thomas. Someone's in the kitchen with Thomas.
Thomas. I am on the hunt for the cursed artifact.
The Red October.
Oh, bone. Bone in the bed. Bone in the bed.
Come.
Yep.
Take a picture with Thomas. Taking a picture with Thomas. Alright.
Awesome.
Wow, that was Jesus Christ. That picture.
I know, right? That's an awesome picture.
It's so bright.
Total glare. Nothing but the bunny. Nothing but bunny.
Wake up in the morning feeling like Thomas.
Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Grab my glass, I'm out the door. I'm about to hit the city. Anyway.
Now, the NCA on the stream.
Leave me alone.
Get the DMCAA. Trying to find out if I'm tipsy.
You're
Please
tipsier
stop.
than I am,
said stop.
because
Won't you stop, please, God? Just stop. Oh.
What?
in the basement.
I found the curse.
What's the
Is
curse?
it the thingy? Is it the thing? Yay! Take a picture of the thing.
Well, hold on. Let's close that door so we get a good picture.
Yeah, it's 2-star. Still, evidence. Are you down here?
Do we need to use this? Do we need to use this curse?
Yes, please drop.
What? Drop the crucifix.
I feel like this is slightly blasphemous for some reason.
Well, possibly. If we need to lower our sanity to 25%, however, one of us need only light maybe 1 or 2 of the candles, it'll plummet your sanity real quick. Let me open this door again.
And it blew my candle up.
Are you here? No? Let me see. Let me walk around with an EMF for a minute. EMF? Let me switch back over to my thing again. Are you in here? No? Okay.
Okay. I love it that you're just like,
Are you back here? No? Okay. You love how I what?
how you're like, are you over here? Oh no, I guess not.
Whoops.
What did you do?
That terrified me.
Why did that terrify you?
Because we're playing around something that my thought was you went oops because you did all the candles.
Oops, all candles.
No, I'm not that belligerent.
Oops, all.
When we're ready for it, I'll take the loss and get a picture.
I don't know where this ghost is.
I'm not getting EMF anywhere yet. Are you in the living room?
No, he's outside.
What?
Oh, you mean the ghost?
Yeah. Sorry. Are you here?
It's at a 5. It's at a 5. So we should be seeing some activity.
Give us a sign.
Take the thing downstairs, see if he'll react to it alone.
Oh, great. Give us a sign.
Oh, thank you so much, guys, for hanging out with me. Thank you, Willow, and thank you, Kaz.
That was me killing the light because it needs darkness.
Give me a sign.
Give me a sign. Here's your sign.
Okay, it didn't say whether it was the ghost or not at all. Give me a sign. You're not reacting at all, Ghost Box. What are you doing to me?
That might not be in that room.
Normally it would show the X or the ghost, like one or the other, but like it never not react. Are you here? Give us a sign. Now would be preferred.
Well,
The
we have our
garage.
answer.
Yeah.
Turn the car alarm off. It's in the garage. Well, at least it's not in the basement. That's creepy enough.
Yeah.
We're coming, we promise. Oh! I don't have the camera.
Where's that? I don't see it.
I didn't see it either. I didn't see it
I know
either.
It was nearby, but I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. I just saw everything flash.
Same.
Before my eyes.
Oh,
Same.
freezing.
Oop, freezing.
Is it freezing?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, shit.
Is it this room right here?
Is it the laundry
Yeah.
room?
Yeah.
Are you here? Can you give us another sign?
Here's your sign.
Thomas?
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Oh, it also stepped. It's right in my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, Thomas. Jesus. It was right in my
Say his
fucking...
name.
Yeah, stop saying his name.
It got right in my
Jesus.
fucking face. What a dick.
You're just over here like, oh, Thomas.
Yeah, no, it spawned right in my face. Ghost milk.
Both you come get some
Rookie
pills.
mod status. Welcome in, Willow. Oh, hey, Willow. Hello, Willow. Well, look at us. We're already at a 50. We're almost there.
Yeah, I'm taking my pills here. Taking my pills.
I'll take a pill.
Well, let's see if we can get ghost riding and EMF.
So, escape during a ghost hunt.
I felt like I escaped a ghost hunt. We can smudge it. Abel, can you smudge?
I can. I'm waiting till we get more stuff in there first.
Huh?
Oh, crap. I forgot to drop the ghost box in there. Well, when things go bump in the night, you know,
Put the
you kinda-
EMF
you
in
kinda
there
run.
as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't even know why I mute my microphone. Like, you guys have your microphones constantly. Hey, footy print!
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was in our faces over here, so makes sense.
Oh, I heard the
In
phone.
the kitchen.
Yeah. There we go. Dots are out.
Does someone want to... Do you have UV?
Yep.
Drop the glow stick over here.
Where's the phone?
It's literally that black square box next to the big black square box.
No, I got
No?
nothing.
Okay.
I got UV and everything.
Okay.
Did you put the camera in there?
I didn't have the camera.
Hmm.
I put the EMF and the ghost box in there. Okay, I'm gonna grab a motion sensor and a video camera.
I put a dots in there.
Yeah. Wait, did you put the dots in there, or oh, okay, you have it set up. Okay, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Ah, shit. Okay. Gotta turn it just right. Click, click, click. Click. That'll work. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. You're good.
So what we said, freezing temps and what else?
Nothing else so far.
Okay. Okay.
Abel, you got any ideas?
Try being friends with it.
Are you here? Can you speak to me? Speak, Ubu, speak. Or not. Okay, fuck you too. Oh, right. I have to do a. Hold on. Let me just. There we go. Put the motion sensor in the doorway there.
Good job.
Can you, how old are you?
Give us a sign.
sign. I request your presence.
It opens something. Oh,
Oh.
It opened this door
What door?
right
Oh.
there.
I don't have the UV.
Neither do I.
I will grab the UV. I got it.
Candle out.
Thank you for those wonderful signs.
Here's your sign.
Now aim it at the door.
Smoke,
Oh.
It's smoke! It's smoke!
Where are you?
It spoke.
It's smoke! Spirit
No.
box.
Are you close?
The spirit box.
You're close. How old are you? Where are you?
Do you need a soda?
How old are you?
Oh, I pissed it off.
Did you smudge stick it?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Oh, wait. What did that?
What do you mean?
Abel, where are you?
Oh,
We're-
I'm in the
we're in the
Just go
truck.
back to the van to get stuff. Yes.
So freezing and ghost box.
Yeah.
Oh, goody! It's the twins, the mimic, or an Onryo again.
Alright, so we
That'll-
don't need ghost riding.
So no.
Thingies, EMF, or not dots. Ghost orb. So we're looking for a ghost orb. So dots is not going to be a thing.
Dots are not going to be a thing. And I haven't seen any ghost orbs.
No ghost orbs at all?
Yeah, I haven't seen a single ghost orb.
We have another camera?
And I got it on the camera.
Do we have a camera with pictures still in it?
What's your sanity at?
Mine?
Everybody's.
Mine is 94.
15.
Pills, please.
Take some pills, sweetheart.
I'd love to, but Goat keeps popping them
I.
and staying in the truck.
That's how I keep my sanity. I have to keep.
You abandoned me.
I have to keep my figure.
Your figure, hell. What about my figure?
We need fingy pence.
We need fingerprint, ghost orb, or what was the other one? Excuse me.
Okay. Your excuse. No.
We're just gonna place this here
Yeah.
because I can.
Yeah. Cause he can. Cause he's the man with the plan. Ain't got a beer in the world, but got plenty of beer.
Do you want to set the EMF off? How are you?
Where are you? Who are you?
Where are you?
I'm so sorry.
Nope. Not here?
Behind me. Behind me.
Yep, it's following behind you.
Nope, 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 nope.
Huh?
I'm out of the house.
I thought it said not here, and I'm like, what?
No, it's behind me. Was. How do you know it was following behind me?
I saw when you passed by the motion sensor, then the light followed behind when it went following after you.
Oh, goody.
Do you want me to go in?
We need fingerprints, EMF, or ghost
EMF?
orb, so
Oh, I can.
we have the EMF in the on the.
Well,
washing
if it
machine.
hasn't gone off at once, then I'm gonna have to say no EMF 5 then. A mimic.
Hold on.
I'm gonna have to say mimic.
Stop turning my stuff off.
Oh, your thing. Okay, never mind. Beep beep.
No, he's just walking past the door.
Oh. He's walking past the things.
Yeah, I'm watching him on camera.
Neat. You're probably gonna die, so.
Don't die,
Down for a
sweetheart.
second,
Hmm?
so I can grab and move something. Where's the other camera at in here?
It's right there on the washing machine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You're fine.
Thinking.
What are we thinking? What happened?
Night vision on. You turned the flashlight right at me.
I'm sorry.
Ah!
Oh, God. I thought the ghost was like whispering to you or some shit.
Abel's not that scared of Thomas.
Shut your hole.
Huh? What?
All right. How about that? Does that provide you a better angle for potentially finding ghost orbs?
Let's see. Alright. Let's see.
Won't let me open the oven.
No. No ghost orbs. I think it's the mimic.
Hold on.
Yeah, but the mimic always has ghost orbs around it. It mimics other.
No. No. Yeah, no, the mimic has no ghost orbs.
Oh,
What the hell was that?
Oh. They passed by it.
It closed to the door.
no, I closed the doors
Oh, okay.
because I wanted to open the doors.
Yep. It's going past both of them.
Give us a sign. I turned off my light. Don't. Give us a sign.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, everybody. I had to sneeze. I apologize.
Give us a sign.
I took away the ghost orbs, and it's the mimic.
What the hell? Did you hear knocking, or was that just me?
Hold
What?
on a second.
Let me look at your sanity. To be productive. You're at 7, baby, and you're at 89, Abel. And also, it was at a 10, and it wasn't doing much.
And Abel, did you hear knocking?
I'm not.
No? Then I think someone was fucking with me by knocking on my window. And if that's the case, they need to fuck off. Because I really try not to be that loud. Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
What?
That wasn't... That wasn't my window. That was...
Knocking sound alert?
Yeah. Yeah, that was Flaw fucking with me.
Yeah. Why did you add that in there? I knew that that would mess with me. Thank you, Fluff.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Floppy. Thank you for the jump scare. Although I was honestly fully prepared by the... Not by the... to grab the cutlass in the corner of my bedroom. I thought someone was knocking on my window. Get out? What?
No, it doesn't like you.
Give us a sign. Give us a sign of your presence. Or don't. I don't care. You're a twat.
You gotta say its name, baby.
Thomas.
You're at 2%.
Oh, great. It's gonna come after me. I'm gonna die, cause the ghost fucking hates my life. Thomas?
It's at a 2?
What, my sanity?
No.
Or activity?
Activity at a 7. At a 9.
Hi.
Hi.
What up, people?
You know.
How you doing, Flaw? Thomas? What? Did it
It
knock
turned on the
something over?
light in here. Yeah. It turned on the light in here and threw the cup.
Well, I mean, we figure its radius is pretty big. And as a ghost, the doors are technically non-existent. They just fuck with them to, fuck with us.
Wait, what are the options for ghosts again?
Huh?
Twins?
Twins or the mimic?
Hey.
No, I did that.
Oh, okay.
I did that. I saw you looking down and I'm like, I opened the cupboards.
You didn't do that, though.
No.
What did it do?
It opened the doors.
Oh, it's
Attack.
going. It's coming.
Hold on. No. The dots messed with me. I saw that through the glass of the door.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't mean to be up your butt, because I know that's not your
Yeah.
inclination.
Fine.
But I felt that
Alright,
we
anal
both
is not
needed
something
to
I'm
get
into,
there.
so yeah.
I felt that we both needed to get out of there.
You want me to go in there? Give it a good old college try.
What
What
you
do-
got on you?
Huh?
What you got on you?
I've got my flashlight. I got my the blue light. No EMF 5. No dots. No orb. So I'm gonna say mimic.
Ghosts.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I scratched out or ghost orb and it says mimic.
Well, yeah, because the ghost orb is like. Here,
No,
let me...
I scratched it out. As in, I clicked it twice. It
Yeah.
takes it off the table.
Let me read you an excerpt.
Okay.
Wait. What do you have clicked right now?
I have spirit box and freezing temp.
Yeah.
Alright.
Goes the mimic and spirit box, fingerprints, and freezing temperatures.
Weakness. Several reports have noticed ghost orb sightings near mimics, even though ghost orbs is not in evidence.
Yeah. Yeah. Mimic is an elusive, mirrors traits and behaviors from others, including other ghost types. We're unsure the ghost is capable of. Beware weakness. Several reports have noted ghost orb sightings near mimics. How is that a weakness? I don't get why that's a weakness.
Yeah. Hold on. We're gonna go in and get the dots up.
Okay. I'm gonna get the dots.
Let me drop this so I have room to get it.
Why did you turn on the light?
We did not.
It turned on the light.
Why did you turn on this light?
It
We did
turned on
not.
this light. That one.
Okay.
Out.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I'm just gonna throw that over there.
I love that. The weak arm baby throw.
Wow. Thanks, babe. You're a confidence booster.
No, you don't have a weak arm baby throw. I'm saying that the game for like throwing stuff. Wow. It's got a baby throw. All of these guys have baby throws.
So where's the EMF at?
It's on the washing machine in the ghost room.
Alright.
I've got an extra one just in case.
The same washing machine the video recorder was on. I'm not leaving you alone. You're fine.
Titties, 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 titties.
I just want my EMF. You're fine, Ghosty. Just do you.
I got the EMF in my hands. I got the EMF in my fucking hands.
I got my EMF.
And I'm getting no signal with this boy.
Nope, not at all.
I'm about to die.
No, it got me.
Oh. I thought I was dead.
Sad to see you go, baby. There's only tears in my eyes.
It took offense to me removing the EMF meter.
Yeah, it didn't like that. It was like, that bastard removing the EMF. The imp. Do you have the camera, Abel? Abel? It's done hunting.
Okay, sorry. I didn't know if it was done hunting or not.
Yeah, it's done
Because
hunting.
it started for a second after it got you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking about the motion sensor?
It's still
I
hit.
apologize.
Oh, is it still, are you playing with the motion sensor right now?
I am so sorry, Abel. I was walking back and forth with the
Oh,
motion
no.
sensor.
I
I'm
thought the
sorry.
motion sensor was triggering off because remember, I have the candle. I don't have any electronics to let me know.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Well-
I gave Abel a heart attack.
I was like, if it hunts on a 0, I'm gonna be surprised.
Oh.
So what are we doing, Abel?
Friendly neighborhood ass clapper.
Are
I'm
we,
gonna walk by the motion sensor. Give me a minute. That's me.
It's fine. I'm grabbing the camera.
I got the camera.
The thing is, these crucifixes were far enough. Like it didn't spawn near these crucifixes. It didn't stop them.
Let's see the photos. 3-star, 2-star, 2. Your dead body was only a 2-star. Oh damn, sweetheart, you need to make a better dead body.
Next time I contort onto the ground in an odd fashion.
Okay, I'm
Probably be a
out.
weird night for us.
Jesus, you hear?
Ghost. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ghost?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know yet. He's not spawning.
Keeps telling us to
Trust
get
me, if
out.
I see the ghost, you'll be the first to know. Thomas.
Thomas.
Your dad doesn't affect it.
I know.
Thomas. Thomas. Thomas.
I've got my eyes on both the garage and the living room, so if I see it spawn, I'll let you know.
Thomas?
Where do you have that EMF at?
I got it right in my hand. There you go.
On my body.
Okay.
Oh,
I had a picture camera, an EMF, and a strong flashlight. Have fun. I don't see it. I don't see. Oh, it's coming out of the garage. It's wielding an axe.
it's going
It's
this.
coming for you, Abel. No, it's coming for goat. It walked through goat.
Free goat.
He killed goat.
Yep.
It got me.
It was coming straight for Abel, and then goat decided to walk through it. It was coming straight for Abel, and then you decided to be like,
I saved you. I saved you, Abel. You're welcome.
I would have been the better person to let die.
That reminds me.
Yeah.
Abel, you're not gonna stick around for it, but I'm gonna walk over to where it spawned.
Okay, I'm
It
coming.
spawned. It came walking this direction.
Oh, it was like right here.
Yeah, because I was standing right here, goat,
Uh,
and I have a full view of the ass end of that truck in the living room from right here.
yeah.
It spawned from the driver's side passenger. Oh my god, look at me.
Driver's side.
Driver's side door and walked into the living room.
Okay, you made your point.
Oh, did it tell you to go fuck yourself?
No, I turned the light on at the very entrance. It turned it right back off, then threw a picture frame to the side.
I'm coming for your left shoes and I'm shitting in them.
So I'm gonna shit in your goat shoes.
Oh,
Shitting in your goat shoes.
I'm gonna say this is actually the twins.
Okay.
I'm gonna say so too,
Okay.
because there were a lot of actions that were happening, like the doors that were opening up. The one door would open and then the other door opened. What's up?
Why do I hear like a... Oh, it's Goat Stream. That's what's messing with me.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Alright, you got your
Yep.
selections in?
Yep.
Yeah, we're good to go. I got the twins. And the twins love to interact in tandem with one another.
Oh, we a tailspin. Oh, we a tailspin. Ba ba da ba da ba da da ba 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 ba.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Some jobs ready for you.
The fact that the light went out immediately and then something went flying. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta,
The twins fucking with you hard.
I gotta buy everything again.
Who are you telling?
I'm telling myself.
I don't know what the heck.
Another tailspin?
Do we have a sound sensor?
No, because everything else.
Okay. No, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ, I keep hiccupping. Motion sensor. I'm gonna grab one of those just in case. And a strong flashlight because I don't like being blind.
Alright. I added everything that I could.
You know what sucks about that knocking emote though?
Oh, what? What sucks about it?
Is that it only came out of my mainly came out of my left ear, which is why I thought it was someone fucking with me through the window, which is something my brother would do if he couldn't get into my apartment.
What an asshole. Alright, select the job.
So now that I've had one heart attack for the evening, and I accidentally gave Abel his heart attack for the evening.
I just need mine, but I'm always scared. I'm always scared, so.
No, my little fainting goat.
No. I am a big man.
You are. Yes, you are. Don't let anyone tell you different.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Tharui. We appreciate you.
Big, strong, fainting goat.
Thank you, Board Birdie, for being amazing.
Oh, board is always amazing.
Yeah.
Whoever was here must have summoned
Lurky Mod, welcome in, Fluffy.
it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
We don't even
What if I
know.
do- Oh, that's snow. I'm sitting here like we got ghost orbs off the bat, and I'm like, wait, no,
No.
that's a lot of ghost orbs. That is snow.
That's.
Oh no, it's a pack of ghosts. They're hunting in packs.
Oh no! They're hunting in packs. They're hunting in tandem.
Dear Lord.
This is the one that's the most difficult because we keep getting ganked in this house.
By what?
I'm sick. Really? Considering last time we did really well in this one.
No, we did. I got ganked, and also Nick's got ganked.
Did I?
Yeah, Nick's got
We
ganked.
did really well.
We were in the foyer. Foyer.
The foyer
Oh,
thing.
hey. Well,
Oh, is it another one? I want to see it.
What was it?
is bone.
In bone. Was it in?
I don't have a camera.
I already took a picture of it.
Oh, okay, cool. Did you pick it up?
Yep.
Wake up in the
Coming
morning.
in with a video recorder. Does that help
Yeah, of course.
at all? With our current endeavor to try to find the ghost?
hmm And then I'm gonna turn on the electricity.
Ghost. If
Ghost.
you're here, fuck with my EMF reader so I can tell where you are.
I turned on the lights in the upstairs. Hello,
You're in
ghost.
the upside down? I keep hiccuping and burping and I don't appreciate it.
Oh, was that your phone?
That's my phone.
Okay. I was like, oh no. Did they add in a new feature where it's got, I've been here, I just lurk. The Rui, it's just good to have you here. You know what? The Rui, you get bonus points for being you. Alright. We know its
Why are we
name.
getting bonus points for people
those are
being people?
non-refundable, and you can't really use them on anything.
Yeah. People are alone, William Johnson.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Gotta lower, stream some.
Okay. Lower my stream.
Is goat too energetic for your eardrums?
No, it's that I have the radio on.
Yeah.
I have the
And
little.
when I'm trying to listen for anything, I can't.
When you hear everything.
When you hear everything. Ghost, are you here? William Johnson, are you here? No.
You're just trying to irritate it right off the bat, aren't you?
It gets the activity going.
Not if the timer's still ticking. What up?
What?
Hi.
Are you here? Are you in this room? No.
Can you give us dirty water?
Are you in this room? No. Are you in this room?
Does anyone know where the Ouija board spawns in this area?
No.
Or
Wake up here.
Are you in this room? No.
Hey, Goat, did you leave the light on upstairs?
Yes,
And
sir.
It
Yeah.
turned it off.
Oh, okay. Are you in this room?
upstairs?
Stairs.
I don't want to be upstairs alone.
I don't want to be upstairs alone.
That's where I... Freezing temps.
Freezing temps. Abel, how you feeling? How are you feeling, Abel? What?
Freezing temps where?
Light box.
Light box.
Light box?
In here?
Uh-huh.
You okay?
It came at me.
Oh,
Did you take a picture?
It was literally a split second. I had not the time to even change.
there we go. EMF is in the room.
But you have the time to fix your underwear?
No time. They'll remain.
They shall remain. They shall endure.
The skid mark is strong with this one.
Board ask for a vibe check.
Vibe check, chef's kiss.
And what?
An alert. An alert for what? I don't know.
For an alert. An alert. An alert. I'm gonna put the dots down. What the dots doing?
I don't know what the alert was for, but it sounded kind of like a follow, but there's nothing there.
Could have been anything. You know, it's okay.
Hey,
Could even been a yacht.
it's bothering me though. I don't know what it is.
There we go. We got the dots down. What the dots doing? And I got a
Good.
I got the crucifix down.
I just... Okay, I'll move it.
Where did it spawn?
Good.
Ghost, are you with us?
So I want to get kind of a spread on them.
Ghost, can you hear me? If you want to, you can tell me about your deepest, darkest secrets. I know.
It'll tell you its dirty little secrets.
It'll tell me its dirty little secret. I like to know what I was going through when I would ask for those dirty
You
little.
bastards.
What? You shine it in your face. Every time. Do you have a book, by the way?
I do.
Okay. So I don't need it. I'm gonna grab some salt so we can see if we can get that. I'm not half the man I used to be. I said, oh, I believe. Yes, sir. You okay? You right, Nix? Why can I not hear anybody?
I don't know why you can't hear anybody.
Nix, are you okay?
My mic was muted.
Oh, okay. I'm going upstairs. You want to come with? Thank you.
Yeah, I was asking Abel if he was upstairs alone with it because I didn't want to leave him alone with it.
All right. I'm gonna put some salt
I have
down.
no way of knowing.
I know, you're fine. I'm just... Yeah, you're fine.
I'm gonna put some salt down up here, and then I'm gonna throw that away.
Yes, I did a big fucky wucky, and I somehow accidentally muted my mic.
I'm gonna put this right here.
Wait, Abel? Abel?
Abel?
Abel, no!
How did Abel die?
I held
Why-
the line.
Holy
You should've
shit!
gone downstairs with us.
Yeah, we could have ran.
Closed the door because I thought we were further along than we were. I thought we were at the other door in the hallway.
Damn. Our candle master died. Gotta take a pic. Snap a pic. Snap into a Slim Jim.
I know, right?
Where are you?
Okay, how's that on dots?
I didn't see anything on dots.
You're fine.
I don't think we got anything for dots.
No, I dropped the tripod
Oh, okay.
down in the room. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, sweetheart. Oh my goodness. My big strong man. My big handsome boy. Oh, ghost orbs. Hey, and I'm gonna say no dots. That helps us none. So, EMF 5? No?
No,
Yeah.
it threw an axe across the camera.
What? Was that through the dots? Oh, no, that's Abel.
Oh, is that Abel?
That's Abel.
Abel, stop it!
Abel, what are you doing? You know you can speak.
No.
Abel, Abel.
I stayed behind to hold the door so it would not get to you all.
You did a good job.
We appreciate you and all that you do. Are you just gonna stay here and look at the camera?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the camera because it only comes out with one person. Take some pills before you go. Take some pills before you go. We've already gotten our prize candle boy taken out.
There.
Man-
I'm at 63. Is that good?
That's better.
Hey, our average sanity was 25%.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, imagine
Oh.
one person dies.
Did you just walk by the
Yes, that was me.
Okay. And this is a great view.
Yeah. You're gonna get a first-person experience of what I'm about to die from.
Man. It's like I'm a YouTuber or something.
I'm smack you. There you go. Are you here? Voice box.
Oh, voice box? Ooh.
Yeah.
Or on Rio.
I asked it, "Are you here?" And it's like, away.
Oh,
On vacation?
away. It means get the fuck out. Come on, sweetheart. You got it in your book, Abel?
Yeah, I got it.
Cleanse the area.
What was the other? Freezing
Smudge,
temps?
smudge sticks, freezing temp, and ghost orb. Well, let me make sure that I got that picture. Yeah, 2-star body picture. Nice. Good job. All right, we ready?
I mean, unless you want to go upstairs and poke Abel's butt.
Nah.
Did you smudge the area?
No.
Then maybe we should go do that. Hold on, let me grab it. And it.
Let's go together. Let's go together just to...
Smudge together, die together.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna grab the camera just in case.
Be gone, foul demon. Be gone from whence you came.
Dead.
Who?
I'm already dead.
No, not you, foul demon. Like, we enjoy your company.
This is... You are a foul
My
demon.
smudge stick is dead.
You are...
Hey.
Hey,
Table right here. Table right here.
Table?
table?
Table? What table? Table?
To your left. Your left.
Your left?
What of it?
Do you not see it on the table?
No, I don't see anything on the table. Oh, tarot cards. Oh, hey, tarot cards.
I can do those.
All right, I'm
Yay.
leaving. I'm leaving if that's the case. You can do whatever you want, sweetheart.
Take a picture of them.
Oh, I didn't take a picture of him. Damn it. I need to take a picture of him.
Yeah, you probably should.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of him.
Go fucky wucky with them.
Okay, okay. Hold up. Let me take a picture of, There we go. Took a picture. Took a picture. Maybe it'll last longer. Is the ghost among us? Well, are you gonna go crazy with them? I thought you were gonna go crazy with them.
Come in the house with me for a second.
No.
Just do it.
What do you want?
I want. Okay.
So
No. Don't follow me.
Okay.
Follow me. You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
I
You're
won't
fine.
follow you.
I found a nice hidey hole.
Okay.
I found a nice hidey hole, and here is where I'm gonna use the tarot and die.
Do you have a camera?
I have a camera.
Yeah.
Take a picture of the ghost?
Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's coming. Oh, yeah, it's a coming. Yeah, man. Huh?
It's walking downstairs.
Moving on up.
Go into the master bedroom. He turned back.
Let me know if it passes the dining hall at all.
I lost sight of him.
Damn.
Mayhaps I survived.
Let me see. Let me open the door. Hold up.
You can look at the thing. Is it a 10?
No, I opened the door. He stopped hunting.
No, I can't pick up the tarot cards anymore. Damn it.
Yeah, it was a 10 and now it's a 0.
Yeah, the death card automatically triggers a cursed hunt.
Oh, so you just unluckily drew the death card?
Yeah, I drew the one you shouldn't draw. Well, one of
A few.
4 that you shouldn't draw.
Yeah, which is a few.
Well, there's a couple of them that are really good.
Oh,
to draw,
Abel,
but-
Abel, I forgot to ask, did you see my tarot card I drew?
I haven't seen it yet, no.
Oh, man. That is something that I forgot. I forgot I finished the unknown tarot card.
Nice.
Nice. The 22nd card, the unknown.
I have successfully survived 2 cursed hunts.
Hell yeah.
Crunk.
Good job, baby. All right.
Pull the lever.
Pull the lever.
Hold on.
Wait, what?
Did you put it in your...
Hold on.
Okay. Oh, you're walking here?
Yeah, he's walking into the car. I don't know why you're waiting.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I I need to make sure I had all the alcohol in here, so when the cops pull us over and they go, "Well, what are you doing? You ghost hunting? What's all this beer in the back spread around?"
Did you? Were you bringing in beer cans? You bastard!
And bottles.
I knew what he was doing.
You
I don't know
bastard!
why you didn't look down.
I never looked down.
The mimic.
Fucking knew it. It's always the mimic.
You know what? It's okay.
I didn't even die that time. Wow.
Yeah, even when you triggered a cursed hunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I drew him. He wanted what I was putting down.
He was like, "Oh man, that he's so hot. Is he single and ready to mingle?"
You don't have to be lonely at spectersonly.com.
Oh man. Gotta say, Board is an amazing mod and an amazing friend. Just to let people know.
Haven't had any complaints about him yet.
Man, fuck that board guy.
Oh, God.
I mean, if you want to. I mean, but he's got a wife, so you know.
Well, what about that Willow character?
The Willow, she's really cool. I like her. She's nice.
Yeah.
She nice.
Gotta love that Willow.
I don't have to. I just, you know, she's really nice and very sweet.
What about that Fluff?
I mean, she's very sweet and nice. So, you know,
What about that radio?
I am ready. And now we gotta start. Then we hit start.
No, I didn't hit at all.
They need to,
That means you're taking the L.
and they, you know what they need to? They need to add more places.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
They do in professional.
And remember
They have more stuff, places in professional?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
to be a tough one.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, okay, cool.
In a hurry.
Defend the area.
Defend the area.
Detect a ghost with motion sensor. EMF reader. Escape during a ghost hunt. Mary Johnson. Responds to everyone.
I don't believe him.
You know what?
Any of that shit.
You could take that candle and
What? Say it again.
I didn't say anything.
drip that wax all over my hot body.
I'm not. Do I look like Nyx's model?
Do you want to answer that?
I don't know. Do I look like Nyx? Because I don't think I look like Nyx in this game. I thought we had different character models.
Not what I was.
I got what you were putting down.
Okay.
That's also why I was just letting it be.
Okay.
Nancy.
Mancy.
I'm using the camera to look around because I'm edgy. I don't give a shit about that.
I've got my EMF out. And I've got my ghost box. Are you in here?
First object is normally...
Hello? Are you in here?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Wow, that's a first. Hey, would ya? Okay, hold on. First of all, I need a picture down here.
Oh,
Man.
Yeah.
Before I go fucking with the Ouija board, because I like fucking with the Ouija board.
Gotcha. Let's see. Let me get a good.
Let's get a good angle. Let's get its good side.
Touch by an angle. Got it.
Somebody
Okay.
had the light too bright on it. Hopefully that's still a 3-star.
Let's
That's a
see.
3-star.
Yep, that's a 3-star.
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Oh. Why? Foyer. It's literally goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for acknowledging my voice.
Thank you. So the foyer.
Bad touch.
So is this the foyer?
It's literally the foyer. Yeah. It's literally all up in this coal region.
All right. This testicle region.
Yeah.
Did you turn on the TV, buddy?
Yes, I did.
So you can see.
Maybe.
Damn, using the Ouija board. Damn. Well, that's the reason why I came out here. Eh.
Are you in here? Do you want to speak to us?
You
Oh,
want us to get the hell away from you?
oh,
They're hurt.
they're hurt.
They're hurt.
No,
Why are they hurt?
sweetheart, no, not her.
Okay.
No, I misheard her. She said hot. My bad.
Oh, hot, hot. Oh, wrong.
Are you
Oh,
here? Are you here?
I like the.
You're close.
Oh,
You're too close.
Hold on. Let me get a good
oh.
angle.
Immediately got a footprint. I need to get a picture on one of those. And EMF. Let's put the EMF down.
Do we have dots? I'm gonna grab dots.
Yeah, grab dots. I'm gonna put the EMF right here.
Oh, didn't mean to throw that.
EMF 5.
EMF 5.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a total 5.
Trish, we know you're here. I'm gonna throw it out into the garbage because we don't need it anymore.
We don't need ghost orbs.
Yeah.
We don't need
Fingerprints. Do
fingerprints.
not need ghost orbs or fingerprints.
Okay. So we
No
need
ghost orbs, no fingers.
So we need
Correct.
ghost writing.
Yeah.
I got
What evidence do we have?
All but one.
ghost writing.
I
All right.
okay, EMF 5 I know we have. What was
Could you
the-
write to us?
Oh, it's fair box. Bleh, I'm stupid.
Oh, dots. We got dots. It's a wraith.
Are we?
Yeah, I saw it. I'm not crazy. I saw it. Don't at me on this one.
Well, I have to call you into question because you said you're not crazy. So
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So I'm gonna turn off my flashlight while I'm looking at the computer.
That would be a good idea. You know what? I should keep my. I should bring a flashlight in here and see if I can see you. With the flashlight shine right into the TV.
She blew that right the fuck out, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She angry. I love that he's standing right in the door. Detect the ghost presence with a motion sensor. Okay, we can put the motion sensor down.
Okay. I'm not seeing dots. Are you seeing dots?
I'm not seeing dots.
Oh,
There
so,
it was.
yep.
Dots.
Scarier because it was outside the house.
It's scarier because you were watching it from outside.
Yeah,
No, I saw the ghost outside the house.
yeah. Very
Oh,
spooky.
God.
Come on, ghost.
Oh,
Spooky.
no safe place.
Please walk by. It's not making the motion detector, but the dots, you can see it through the dots. That's such bullshit. Such BS.
Hold on. Hold on.
Wake up in the morning feeling like B. Diddy.
Give me this.
Mary Johnson, Mary Johnson, Mary Johnson.
Shush.
Hey, you're a wraith, right? You'll love this.
Salt, 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 salt.
Oh, and immediately get a footprint. Immediately get a footprint, which means that we need to take another photo. Which means another photo must be taken. This is what happens
Is
with...
this the end of Spider-Man?
Is this the end of Goat Chimera? Tune in next week.
I think yes. Bye, goat.
Alright.
No stars.
Oh my god.
By the way, wait,
You
was
got
that
that camera ready, right?
Yeah, I have a camera ready.
Alright. Suck it, ghost.
Did it say God?
It did. It knows.
It knows. You're so powerful.
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah.
Beep.
It went beep.
Did it check it?
Well, let's see. Yeah. Wait.
You had it marked
Yeah, we
off.
got it. Have a member of your team escape a ghost during a hunt. During a cunt.
Hey, Jazz. Wait, I already ate. I ate cereal. Don't judge me.
Don't judge me. Oh my god. I don't judge you. I think you should eat better. But that's because I went to...
I'm gonna do something really dumb.
Okay. Go on.
I'm listening.
I'm watching. I'm in the doorway. Oh, are you going to the fucking Ouija board?
Did you take a camera with you?
No, I didn't take a camera with you.
No.
Don't activate it yet.
Yeah. Take a camera with you.
Please don't activate it yet.
Not yet.
Are you downstairs?
Yeah, I'm in the basement. I'm gonna activate a cursed hunt and see if I survive.
Oh,
Wait.
she's throwing
I'm
shit.
gonna do it.
I'm bringing you a camera.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to try to take a picture of her?
Yeah.
If she comes down here after you,
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I thought that was the Phantom that doesn't like photos.
Why do you keep throwing
Let me
stuff?
know when you're outside.
Why do you keep throwing stuff?
I'm out.
We're out.
Hello. Where are you?
And he's so sorry. Where's the other camera? Oh, there's the other one.
You're in the foyer. Where are you?
And there it goes.
Hey, go. You got your flashlight?
Yeah, I got my flashlight.
Shine it in this room, in case it walks in here. I can get a picture of it.
Okay.
Oh no.
What?
Did you take a picture, Goat?
No, I didn't take a picture. Why?
Did you take a picture?
Nix?
I tried snapping photos, but it didn't get it.
Oh, so you're dead.
You died?
Yeah.
Well.
I should have known the basement was too close.
Everywhere's too close in this house.
Yeah.
I know it.
He was trying to be a smart cookie. Oh well.
Well, I tried. Can't say I didn't.
Man, if only Nix would have tried.
Yeah, if Nix fucking tried.
You know what? I tried. I tried so hard.
I got so
Got
far.
so far.
But in the end, doesn't even matter.
Call, fool. What do you mean you're in call? You're not in the same call.
Yeah,
as
we're
me.
in different
Yes.
calls. Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Brave.
Nick's, so we got it as the,
The Wraith, yeah.
okay. All right, if we're ready, we're ready. All right. Cool beans.
Cool babies. Cool babies. All the cool babies.
Hey, well, if you're getting tired, I understand.
Yeah, I'm about to hit my limit.
All right.
Ugh.
Welcome back.
It was a
Hey,
raid.
I've got insurance.
Oh, we should have went and took a picture of his body.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, well.
Yeah, my body's not worth taking a picture of. Why would it be?
That's a lot of steps. I mean, going all the way down there
Oh, all the way down? Yeah, that's just too much, guys.
and then back.
Oh, I don't think I could do it. I just don't think I could. Like, oh my god. Abel's about to hop off, but we all know that he's amazing. Thank you for being awesome, Abel, and thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, get some good.
I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you over the Sasquatch yelling at me.
Night, night, Abel.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Well.
And then he made his descent from madness,
From or to?
from into
A little bit of column B. Later.
later.
Why?
Why? Oh my god. Do you still want to do some more fast, or do you say, what do you want to do, baby?
I do not care.
Okay. If you don't care, you don't care. Alright, if that's...
What do you want to do?
I mean, it is 12 o'clock, which means that it's time for drawing stream.
Okay. Well, I can hop over and do, into different people. Into different people.
I love you. You gonna be playing with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I might keep the stream going. It depends on what we do.
I mean, what are they gonna do?
I don't know, Jazz. What are you gonna do? Oh, she already left.
She already left.
She already left.
She already left you.
She already left me. How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare she? That's not cool. Oh, I gotta work.
Blah. Work? It's for the week.
Or work. A chocobo work. Work.
Work.
Yes. Yes. And then I will leave. And then
And then I will say that I love you.
say that I love you.
Jobs for you.
And I love you too.
And I'm gonna switch it over to art.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna.
Night.
Night night.
Night. Night.
Yay, yay. And then I'm gonna change that to. And then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do art. And then I'm gonna save it. And then there we go. And comics. And graphic. Not frappic. Graphic. Graphic design. Yes. And then done. There we go. Let's move this. Let's drop that, and then
It was obviously necessary to ejaculate. If you wanted to do that, you had to get permission from Noyes to participate in his totally normal selective breeding, religion-based eugenics program. And since no one wore condoms, because that would interfere with all the energy creation, when you weren't trying to make a baby, it was really important to get good at having lots of raw sex, but not ejaculating. And how do you learn how to do that? Practice, silly. Noyes instructed young men, just, got through puberty young men, to have lots of practice sex with older postmenopausal women so there would be zero chance of pregnancy. Meanwhile, to ensure that the most fertile females weren't accidentally impregnated by sloppy, careless, energy amateurs, Noyes decided that he and his friends, bunch of not horny at all dudes in their 30s or older, they were the only guys in the community with enough self-control to have sex with young, attractive virgins. Totally makes sense. All good and godly. Can't read anything shady and self-serving and pervy into all that, not at all. Over 300 people lived together and participated in all of this at the height of the community's madness. And this community would last for over 30 years, until 1879 when Noyes, worried about getting thrown in prison for statutory rape charges, for some weird reason, fled the country. And then from Canada, he told his followers to abandon the practice of community marriage. Now that the law was after him, God changed his mind about everything. Weird. And his followers did abandon their group love experiment. Then in 1880, the year after Noyes fled, his former followers transitioned from an energy sex reactor compound to a really nice silverware company. A really, really successful silverware company. I bet many of your grandparents covet their fine Oneida flatware. That silverware is still famous today. This is such a weird story. And it's all true. And all will be told today on another cult edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, meat sacks. Get the fuck in here. We have so much weird shit to talk about today. I'm Dan Cummins, a master sucker, walking nickname generator, cutlery expert, especially spoons. You get it. And you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, hail Lucifina, praise Bojangles, and glory be to Triple M. A couple brief announcements and then show. New Time Suck merch.
I don't know if I'm actually on this or not.
Meat sacks who enjoy
you're
a serial
here.
killer suck from time to time.
Hey,
Get another logo
everybody.
variant to add to your growing
I
Bad
just
Magic
wanted to pop
closet.
in and say, hey,
True
go.
crime inspired
Hey.
scratch logo tee and sweatshirt available.
Michael
So what paint
motherfucking
is blood?
McDonald.
Find out.
Yeah.
Badmagicmerch.com. Symphony
yeah,
of
I
Insanity
just-
tour
I've
still
been,
kicking off in San Diego at the La Jolla
lurking
Comedy
here for the
Store
past couple
January
minutes. I had to
20th,
go get me
21st,
something
and
to eat.
22nd. Some
But,
shows sold out.
Just wanted to say
already.
good job tonight.
Grab
You know,
those
keep
quick
doing
if
the
you,
art.
if you want to come. I hope you want to
Thank
come.
you.
Probably
And then
gonna
Hollywood at the Comedy
do some
Store
deuces
on the
and let
23rd.
you enjoy your Michael
Many more
motherfucking
dates up
McDonald.
at dancummins.tv. First Bad
and your
Magic
time suck, but
charity of 2022.
keep the good
Still
times
love
rolling,
neighbor.
my friend.
Still
Ah,
that
thank
501(c)
you.
nonprofit
Thank you for
primarily
being
serving
awesome.
Denver
Thank you
and
for
the
staying
surrounding
awesome.
area.
Are you working
Working
right
with
now?
generous local businesses.
I'm actually, I just got off like an hour ago.
Clothing,
Oh, okay.
blankets,
So,
them to
how
small
long
little
you-
shower and literally keep people alive by
How long
supplying
are you gonna
both
say,
food and clothing to people's
stay
homes in
awake?
a cold city. Because of our
I
spaces,
might,
able to
I
give
might
them
pass out here in an hour. I'm not
this month.
sure.
Okay.
But
Find out more
I'll
and
chat
or
a little bit on
donate
the
yourself.
stream on
Go
the
to
on the
ltnsocks.com.
whatever this thing, the
And
chat,
now,
The chat.
back to the
The
world.
whatever it's called.
Cult.
the chat, whatever it's called.
This
Yeah,
is
this
a
thing.
Chat.
particularly fun one.
Chad bot.
Chat.
Today we are
Yeah.
digging into, as
I'm
you
gonna let you
know,
go back to it
the
if
Oneida
I can.
community,
Hold on, let me
which
let me
kinda
leave
kicked
your
off in 1841.
let me leave the voice group.
Let me leave the voice group.
When John Humphrey
Come on.
Noyes was still ironing out how to twist scripture into fulfilling his sexual desires before moving to just outside the fledgling village of Oneida, New York in 1848. Same year the village was incorporated. And they lasted until 1879 in that form. And then the community, started to morph into a sales company that became a major flatware corporation. I love that twist so much. That is so unique. Oneida. Of course, this flatware is hard and lasts longer than any of our competitors' flatware. Our spoons, knives, and forks were born from fucking. The United Community, weird as they were not a typical or traditional cult. Some historians and theologians, others, hesitate to define them as a cult at all. There wasn't any violence. Noyes wasn't beating members to intimidate them into not leaving. Members were not forbidden from keeping in contact with their pre-cult friends and families. Noyes did not present himself as a god or as a prophet. Not exactly. Close, kind of. You did have to engage in basically hero worship of John Humphrey Noyes, and you had to fuck him. You know, if he wanted to fuck you, if he didn't want to be ostracized and get dressed down in some kind of messed up mockery of group therapy. You also were supposed to fuck a lot of other cult members, which is not how cults usually tend to operate. You had to sign off on other weird sex stuff. You had to agree to let the community raise your children if you had any, and more. Many would prefer to, refer to this group as a strange community, a social experiment, instead of as a quote cult. But cult still feels right to me. One dictionary definition of the word is a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. That definition certainly fits. They were a relatively small group of people, and they for sure had religious beliefs regarded by many others as strange as fuck. Noyes had a lot of strange ideas, especially about sex. His ideas would weird a lot of people out today, and they really weirded people out back in the mid-19th century. That time in America, most women were thought of as delicate daughters, mothers who had to be protected, kept aside in their own special domestic sphere, while the men went out, earned money, and participated in politics in their sphere. Noyes would reject pretty much all that. America,
we need to somehow get everyone on the Discord sometime for a stream.
Influenced by British
Yes,
culture.
we should.
This is the Victorian era, a time defined largely by acting prim and proper. Victorian era sexuality defined by a great deal of austerity. Having sexual desire was identified almost solely with men and with women of lower classes. It was a dirty thing, repugnant, right? Urges that the filthy poor and the uneducated gave into thanks to their lower breeding, not giving them the ability to steel themselves against their base animalistic urges. It was not proper. Lucifina just rolled her eyes. She yawned a bit. Many doctors of the day actually believed that women literally had no sexual drive. Zero. I mean, how could they? They were pure virginal mothers, or soon-to-be mothers, mothers in waiting, or retired mothers, right? Their vaginas, nothing more than sperm tunnels to protect important product on its way to those fallopian tubes. Their clitorises were, no one studied those, and they just, we're going to pretend they don't exist. Please don't bring it up again. They bother us. Getting horny, that was a man's business. A proper woman was a virgin until marriage, and then even in marriage, she didn't really enjoy sex. Come on, gross! She would lay there passively as God intended, thinking about Jesus, while her husband thrusted and grunted away until he'd planted a seed, and then, he could roll over and beg God to forgive him for any sinful thoughts he may have had while in the throes of devilish passion. The woman did not indulge in sex for enjoyment. The act was for childbearing only, not for pleasure. Now, did everyone follow these rules of proper society? No, fuck no. There was also tons of sex work going on in Victorian society. It was all just a silly game. A lot of people played, a lot of people pretended to play. Publicly in polite society, sex really was just not talked about, especially sex outside of marriage. The thought of a bunch of people living in a big mansion, all fucking each other all the time, would probably literally cause some people, hearing about that to faint from shock. Maybe even have an aneurysm, go into cardiac arrest. Been so shocking. Noyes defied the sexual conventions of his day in a major way. Dude undoubtedly got a lot of glares, heard a lot of mumbling about what a perverse degenerate he was by locals who knew what he was up to, and were not one of his followers when he would leave the compound. Noyes didn't feel that monogamy was essential for a stable society. He felt it went against God's will, went against God's plan for us, and that was a massive rejection. Monogamy is still seen as one of the core tenets of American life and society. And homeboy was just like, fuck that. I'm honestly surprised a lynch mob never just came and burned down his compound and hanged this guy. Like, truly surprised. In addition to some strange sexual practices, Noyes' followers also endured group criticism sessions, which were attended by the entire community at first, and then later, as the community grew, were conducted before committees presided over by
Noyes. Ghost hunting is done? Yes, ghost hunting is done for right now. It's just me. Everybody else is doing other things. I think Nix is hanging out with his friends, which is fine.
Noyes was an early pioneer of this now heavily rejected therapeutic practice. Did this criticism maybe have some therapeutic value as a means of releasing feelings of guilt and aggression for followers? Yeah, maybe. Was it also a cult?
But yeah, hope you're doing well.
That enforced social control and a highly successful device for promoting cult-like community cohesion and groupthink? Oh, absolutely.
Ghosting. Yes.
Noyes might have went on to become some Joseph Smith type.
Ghost.
Founder of the Church of Latter, Church of Jesus Christ.
Only Ghost
in a
here.
parallel universe where he refused to flee the country and instead headed out west to find his own land to settle on. Maybe. Or maybe his ideas were just too extreme. People back in the early 19th century were shocked by early Mormon polygamous practices. They were more shocked by Noyes', let's let fucking our group fuck our way into heaven ideas. Interestingly, Smith and Noyes shared a lot in common. They were from the same era and area. Noyes was starting to come up with his religious theories in the late 1830s, right after Joseph Smith first wrote the Book of Mormon. Both men born in Vermont, just 6 years apart. Joseph in 1805, John in 1811. Both came up with their new religious views in New York, just 90 miles and about a decade apart. Joseph got going in the 1830s in, Palmyra. John really got going in the 1840s in Oneida. Both were part of a wave of religious radicalism in western upstate New York in the early and mid-19th century. Both born or, came up with their ideas, got their ideas going in an area termed the Burned Over District. We talked about this area a few times before. In addition to Mormonism and the Oneida community, the Fox sisters began conducting seances in this area in Hydesville, New York in 1848. Those seances would lead to the American spiritualism movement. Hello, Ouija boards. The
Ouija
Amana
boards.
colonies of Iowa,
Ouija
another utopian
boards.
social experiment, began in New York as the Ebenezer colonies.
Thank you
near
for
Buffalo
finding the ghost.
below
How do you
refrigerators.
get rid of them?
The
Go
Meta Corporation
get rid
came
of
out of these
them.
colonies.
We only find them.
Now they're a
That'll be
$5
$100.
billion
And
appliance
we just
corporation
have evidence
specializing in
that they
refrigerators and
exist.
silverware.
And also they
Who
killed one
fucking
of our
knew?
members.
That shit
But,
would come out of all this
it's
crazy.
about it.
Also, the Millerites originated in Lowhampton, New York. They both morphed into the Adventists, which the Seventh-day Adventists sprang out of, and a fair amount of cults like Waco's Branch Davidians, led by David Koresh, the Anthill Kids, led by Rock Terrio. They sprang out of the Seventh-day Adventists. Interesting place and time in history, right? Part of the Second Great Awakening. The Second Great Awakening was a Protestant religious revival during the early 19th century in the U.S., and it really took hold in the area around the New Erie Canal. Charles Finney, 19th century American Presbyterian minister, leader in the Second Great Awakening.
One death is a
wrote in
small
his
price for
autobiography
to
of this
pay
area,
$100.
years after
Yes,
the religious revival had
very
passed.
small price.
I found that region of country, what in the Western phrase would be called a burnt district. There had been, a few years previously, a wild excitement passing through the region. It was reported as having been a very extravagant excitement and resulted in a reaction so extensive and profound as to leave the impression on many minds that religion was a mere delusion. What I just took from that passage was some of those motherfuckers took that shit way too far, and they gave all religion a bad name. While many of the burnt out districts' new religions became very successful despite taking things too far in many people's minds, Mormonism has long been one of the world's fastest growing religions now. Most other groups flamed out, like the Oneida community. And that's probably a good thing. Not sure our society would be better off if a sizable percentage of us were practicing free love and having our kids raised by the community. I think. I'm not a prude. I think most of you know that by now. And I actually have no moral qualms with polygamy. If it works for you, good for you. I just don't feel like, from what I've observed, that it does work better than monogamy for most people. We're such emotional creatures. And while monogamy certainly has its shortcomings, they seem to be less. It seems to be emotionally less complicated than being part of a sex team. And life is already so complicated. Individuals who question the validity of monogamy often cite this type of partnership as outdated, overly restrictive, even biologically unnatural. High divorce rates, reports of infidelity, sexual boredom, long been cited as reasons to oppose or abandon monogamy. Fair criticisms. Individuals who favor monogamy will cite bonding, emotional intimacy, decreased worries of STDs, STIs, not getting random people pregnant as reasons to champion monogamy. I don't know. Not enough data out there to really compare the two and determine which lifestyle overall is the best. I imagine monogamy is better for some, polygamy is better for others. I think, monogamy is probably better for most. And then
Hope
there's
you're
that
doing
thing of,
well.
like, what about the children? I mean,
Hope
personally,
everything's
I am
good.
glad I was raised in a monogamous household, divorce and all, as opposed to the polyamorous shit show that was the Oneida community. I think, I don't know.
My charger, my phone charger.
Parents, no real parents. I'm digressing though. After that long introduction into our topic and
I
providing
mean,
some historical
everybody's
context
different.
for this topic, let me just lay out how the rest of the info in this suck is going to be
Everybody's
presented
different.
today. Pretty straightforward structure.
Yeah, been
We'll cover
going
most
well.
of the
I hope
Oneida
you have
community,
been too.
its formation,
It's been good.
practices, and eventual
I was playing
disintegration, and then
Phasmophobia with
transformation into,
with
more
everybody,
flat
and
without being
then
timeline. Before that, let's examine
Abel
a
went
few
to
of the
bed, and
philosophical ideas
then
behind it. Some
Nix
historians have called
went
the
to
Oneida
hang out with
community
his
the most
friends,
successful
which
of
is
the
totally cool.
utopian socialist
so cool.
community experience. Experiments. I almost said it again, in the United States. So what the hell is utopian socialism? Well, socialism probably makes you think of Marx, Engels, the Communist Manifesto. But Marx and Engels were not utopian socialists. They thought that, they were realists preparing for an inevitable class war, while the utopian socialist ethos will be best described by the phrase, why can't we all just, get along? Why can't we all just get along and do what I want to do? Utopian socialism is an even less realistic version of extreme socialism than later socialists and communists, writers like Karl Marx would dismiss as being naive and unrealistic. The term applies to a school of socialist thought that was only ever really popular in the early 19th century. And not kidding here or getting cute making fun of communism, most later 19th and 20th century socialists have laughed at this shit. One key difference between utopian socialists and other socialists, such as, anarchists,
Yeah,
Marxists,
we were playing
is that
fast.
utopian socialists generally do not believe any form of class struggle or social revolution is necessary for socialism to emerge. Utopian socialists believe that people of all classes can voluntarily adopt their plan for society if it's presented convincingly because it's, so cool. Basically, utopian socialists, like Noise, believe that if they built a little slice of paradise based on whatever they
David
thought paradise
Crush
looked like,
makes me
such
think
as everyone fucking each
that
other
we
to
should
generate
do
a
the
bunch of,
time
this
goat
is how we get to
chimera
heaven, immortality energy.
sucks. No,
Normal
it'll be
people
fine.
would want to say goodbye
Not
to their
enough
current
information
notions of
on me.
morality and
There is
lifestyles
not
and
enough
just join on in.
information
And it
on
would just
me.
keep spreading organically.
Yeah,
right?
it
Just
was
like
very
that, until
fun,
the whole
Azzy.
world was
It was
rebuilt
really
in their
cool.
image of utopia.
I'm
Everyone
glad
fucking
that I
everyone,
got to hang out
everyone
with
immoral,
everybody, but
everyone making silverware or something like that.
especially
The
my
word
day
utopia
off.
coined by English author Thomas More, an English lawyer, judge, and social philosopher, author, and statesman. More was a Renaissance humanist, deemed a saint by the Catholic Church, and he wrote Utopia in 1515, a book about a fictional island society and its religious, social, and political customs. He wrote of a world of immense individual freedom and equality governed by reason at a time when such a vision was almost inconceivable. Here's a little sample passage. In Utopia, where every man has a right to everything, they all know that if care is taken to keep the public stores full, no private man can want anything. For among them there is no unequal distribution, so that no man is poor, none in necessity, and though no man has anything, yet they are all rich. For what can make a man so rich as to lead a serene and cheerful life, free from anxieties? Incredibly, Thomas More was in his mid-30s when he wrote that, and not like 11 or 12 years old. It's a really sweet thought, but not practical at fucking all when you logically play it out. Every man has a right to everything. No private man could want for anything. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah? What happens when, say, 3 different men each want the exact same woman? And what if she doesn't want any of them? Or what happens when 3 different guys all want to live on the exact same property in this utopia, right? The one where there's a pristine babbling brook rolling down to the sea, and there's a perfect little bench to build a home on, and that spot has easily the best views of the entire island. What if the 3 guys don't like each other, don't want to live together on this property, right? Only best case, only one of them gets what they want in that scenario. Or even simpler, what if all 3 of the guys want a piece of Mary's awesome lemon cake? There's only one slice left, and they don't want to share it, and she doesn't have enough fucking lemons, to make any more right now. I could go on and on, but you get it. There is no world where everyone just gets whatever they want. Anybody who actually believes that, I just think, like, are you fucking grown up? Like, what is happening? Have you just never had to worry about money? You just, born with a fucking trust fund and just like great health or something? What are you talking about? It's a child's fantasy. And this form, as More wrote it, it's fucking nonsense. A utopia like that, as wonderful as it sounds, will never, ever exist. In my opinion, I feel it very strongly. I also believe that, every rational historian, economist, and just basically reasonable person thinks this. It's just not compatible with human nature. Much of your life, fair or not, will forever be tied to a never-ending battle for resources. Land, food, water rights, on, and it always will be. So, I think better and much more practical, I think, to make your peace with that, learn how to play the game, you became a part of at birth, like it or not, as best you can, instead of wasting
Love
time
to
thinking you
do
can get
a
the world
deep
to
dive
agree
on
to
Branch
stop playing
Davidson's
Monopoly and start
or
playing, I don't know,
Killdozer. Oh
Local
yeah,
Tea
they
Party
did
or some
the
shit. Harsh, I
Killdozer
know,
suck.
but every fiber of
It's
my being
nice.
believes this to be true.
He's
But also,
crazy.
I do truly love that idealists are writing all this stuff because, I think that we can improve society further than it is right now, and more realistic versions, originally inspired by overly idealistic notions, can and have, for sure, made the world a better place, time and time again. Thomas More, not the only big picture dreamer toying with the ideas of utopia in the 16th century. With the Reformation in Germany and numerous independent republics enjoying new freedoms in northern Italy, modern egalitarian ideas were spreading, and a number of utopian ideas being published in the 1500s. Italian writer and satirical satirist There we go. Antonio Doni's Humanist The World was published in 1552. Venetian philosopher Francesco Patrizzi's The Happy City was published in 1553. And Italian theologian and philosopher Tommaso Campanella.
He sure was.
So fun to say Italian names with a little bit of flair. Tommaso Campanella. His The City of the Sun was published at the dawn of the 17th century in 1602. And more authors continue to imagine what an ideal society would look like in the 17th century. English statesman and philosopher Francis Bacon wrote about utopia. In his novel, New Atlantis, in 1627, tells of a lost civilization that lives in perfect harmony and peace. Their society is dedicated to the accumulation of knowledge and the study of science and nature. Their division of labor being akin to that of a modern research institute, a social embodiment of the ideal of reason. And then late 18th and early 19th century French philosopher Charles Fourier, one of the founders of utopian socialism, would write about utopian socialism as it was practiced by the Oneida community. Charles Fourier lived from 1772 to 1837, and Charles's vision of utopia was based on the absolute suppression of individualism in favor of an all-pervasive collectivism. And collectivism, if you don't know, I sure as hell didn't know when I first read about this, is the practice or principle of giving a group priority over each individual in it. And it seems to me then that utopian socialism is a bit of an oxymoron. Like, how can a utopia be anything other than a place where, as Moore wrote, no private man can want for anything, right? It reeks of individualism to me. Once you suppress what you want and place what is better for the group ahead of your own desires, now you are living in a socialist state, and in that state where you always think of the group ahead of yourself, can you ever really find ultimate fulfillment and happiness? Maybe some can, but this individualist, leaning libertarian meat sack cannot. Doesn't add up for me. Fourier came up with his ideas in
great art.
response to
Thank
the
you.
Industrial Revolution.
I love
which was
your art
spurred
streams
on
because
by
I need
economic
I
prosperity
get my
created by laissez-faire
nuclear
capitalism,
radio
which meant
dramas
there
and
were little
time
or no
suck
government
quota.
intervention. There was little or
Is
no
this a
government
commission?
intervention in the
No, this
economy.
is the first
Focused
page
on limited government allowed
of the
European
comic.
industrialists to use their wealth
So
in order to
this is the
develop
first
factories,
page
mines, and
so
mills
far,
without much
and
regulation
then
or interference from government
I'm
policies,
on
and then
page
they
5 right
completely
now.
oppress the shit out of the working class. And that I'm not in favor of either. For all the times I've shit on elements of extreme socialism and, of course, communism, I'm also adamantly opposed to completely unregulated capitalism for this very reason. I don't like communism because I don't want the state making too many decisions regarding how I get to live, and I don't like unregulated capitalism because I don't want, greedy, ruthless, modern-day robber barons dictating how I get to live.
So
Giving the people in power too much
I've
power,
got
whether they be government officials or corporate titans, that never seems to
I've
work
got
out too well
35
for everyone else.
pages so far
Power really does
sketched
seem to
out.
corrupt.
I just need
We
to
need laws.
finish
There's
it.
not too many laws. At the end of the day, governing a large population is such a complicated business, isn't it? And because it is, I think we'll argue about it until the end of humanity. During Charles Fourier's time, the capitalism he witnessed allowed the industrialists to create large amounts of wealth for themselves, often resulted in horrible working conditions for the working class people who worked in their, places. During the Industrial Revolution, workers often struggled due to low pay, long work hours, difficult and dangerous work, little to no benefits, constant fear of being fired and replaced. And these conditions, while very beneficial to the wealthy, very beneficial to the Purdue pharmas of the 19th century, were obviously disastrous for the majority of society who made up the working class. As a result, early socialists sought to correct these conditions in the hopes of creating a more equitable society for all people. And that pursuit could not be more noble. And I do understand why they sought to change things. And based on these new ideas, some socialist utopian communities began to pop up where people tried to put these ideas into practice. Inspired by Charles Fourier, another utopian socialist, Robert Owen, tried to create a utopian city by buying basically an entire existing fucking town in Indiana called Harmony and renaming it New Harmony in 1825. Dude bought 180 buildings and thousands of acres of land. Owen's social experiment didn't last long, only 2 years, before it was abandoned by the roughly 1,000 people who tried it out because they weren't able to make it economically viable. But it was very influential to other utopian socialists, and the town itself is actually still there. A stupid, cute little town of around 800 people now.
There's a reason it takes you
The
so long to
environs,
make
the
this
wages,
comic. You're
conditions,
going
education provided
to
for
make a
the
masterpiece.
children during a
Everything
short
looks like
duration of
it's
New
from
Harmony as a
a
utopian
major
socialist experiment
studio
of
or
more than a
multiple
century ahead of
artists.
its time.
Ah, man.
We
Ugh.
owe our modern 8-hour workday
I try
largely
not to be that.
He
We
instituted
need to
it-
get your
instituted
snake-tailed
it at a large
to ink a
continental Union in Scotland
page
when
or
that was
two.
unheard of. By 1817,
Okay, I need to
formulated the goal
animate
of
my
8-hour working
snake-tail,
day
that
with
is
the
for sure.
slogan,
I also need
8
to
hours
animate
labor,
everything.
8 hours recreation, 8
I've
hours
got
rest.
so much
God, that
stuff.
sounds nice. Owen envisioned a world of small communities, 500 to 3,000 people in size that would mainly be agricultural, possess the best machinery, offer varied employment, and as far as possible, each colony be self-contained. And while he did not bring his vision to light, he did inspire a lot of others to do the same in the 19th century in America. At least 130 social experiments were launched, and at least 16 of them were influenced heavily by Owen. And Owen was far from the only idealist to try and create a utopian town in 19th century.
But I gotta
America.
finish.
Between 1841 and
A lot of
1859, at
artists,
least 28
comic book
colonies were
artists are
established by
like,
the
oh,
US,
you gotta
in
fit
the
it.
US by
You've
followers
got
of Charles
to,
Fourier.
once you sketch it, you
Most of them
gotta
lasted
finish
2
it.
years.
And it's like,
The Oneida
damn it.
community, the most successful.
I'm like,
of
I
all
want to
these
get, I
communities.
want to get to the
And for
other parts,
sure,
but
the
it's like,
fucking weirdest.
yeah, but it needs to,
Another,
you need
important
to
term in
have
regards to
finished
understanding the Oneida
product.
community we
It's
can
like,
go over
okay,
before jumping into today's
all right,
timeline.
fair enough.
That will start with the birth of founder John Humphrey Noyes and extend beyond his death is Bible communism.
I'm trying to make sure that
Bible
it looks
communism
like
was essentially
snow,
a
though.
utopian
That's the biggest
socialism
thing.
combined with biblical interpretation. Noyes did a mashup of French socialist ideals with Christianity. Real interesting interpretation of Christianity. Noyes published a book titled Bible Communism in 1848, same year he founded the Oneida community. And thank you to Syracuse University for converting that long out-of-print book into digital form so I could take a peek. And making it free for the public. Kudos to you. Here's how Noyes linked Christianity and communism. He wrote, "We hold that all the systems of property getting in vogue in the world are forms of what is vulgarly called the grab game, i.e. the game in which the prizes are not distributed by any rules of wisdom and justice,
I'd
but
make
are
it
seized by the
look
strongest and craftiest,
like butter
and
on
that the laws of the
accident.
world simply give rules more or
Hey,
less
you
civilized
know,
for the conduct of this game."
sometimes you
Okay.
just make it look like
I
butter.
mean, dude wasn't an idiot. It wasn't an idiot. I mean, that is the game. I'll give him that. He continues that the whole system thus defined is based on the false assumption that the land and goods of the world previously to their possession by man have no owner and rightfully become the property of anyone who first gets possession, which assumption denies the original title of the creator, excludes him from his right of distribution, and makes the grab game in one form or the other inevitable. That God the Creator has the first and firmest title to all property whatsoever, that he therefore has the right of distribution, that no way of escape from the miseries of the grab game will ever be found till his title and right of distribution are practically acknowledged, that in the approaching reign of inspiration he will assert his ownership, be acknowledged and installed as distributor, and thus the reign of covetousness, competition, and violence will come to an end. I interpret him, or this, as him saying, none of us really own anything because we're mortal, and when we die, we relinquish our hold on our property, and then it returns to God who owned it the whole time anyway. Right? That point is actually in alignment with a lot of American Indian forms of spirituality. And then as I interpret it, he's saying that when God comes back, the whole concept of the second coming and God's kingdom being built here on earth, aka heaven on earth, we've gone over this concept time and time again while covering numerous doomsday cults. When God returns, every meat sack will no longer own anything, so why are we pretending to own anything now? Why don't we already live in accordance with God's plan? And obviously the fucking major problem with this is who gets to speak for God? Who gets to, pretend to know God's plan? Noyes continues that God never so makes over property to man as to divest himself of his own title. And of course, that man can never in reality have absolute and exclusive ownership of lands, goods, or even of himself or his productions, but only subordinate joint ownership with God. That in the kingdom of God, every loyal citizen is subordinate joint owner with God of all things.
Guys, if you want to make butter on accident,
I think all of that
sounds delicious. I say go for it.
He adds a little more that the right of
Make your
individual
butter.
possession of the specific goods of the universe under this general joint ownership is determined by the arbitrament of God through inspiration,
butter.
direct or indirect. That there is no other right of property beyond these two. The right of general joint ownership by unity with God, and the right of possession as determined by inspiration. That the right of possession in the case of articles directly consumed in the use is necessarily equivalent to exclusive ownership, but in all other cases is only the right of beneficial use, subject to the principle of rotation, and to the distributive rights of God. My interpretation, God lets us use, aka fucking borrow his shit, but we don't get to keep it. Fine, which is basically what he just kind of keeps repeating himself a little bit. Replace God with nature, and I think this assertion works for, almost all meat sacks. If you replace that nature or God with nature for some. And then he writes, it will be seen from the statement of principles that the Oneida Association cannot properly be said to stand on any ordinary platform of communism. Their doctrine is that of community, not merely or chiefly with each other, but with God. And for the security of individual rights, they look not to constitutions or compacts with each other, but to the wisdom and goodness of the spirit of truth, which is above all. but of course, as interpreted by Noyes. The idea of their system, stated in its simplest form, is that all believers constitute the family of God, that all valuables, whether persons or things, are family property, and that all the labors of the family are directed, judged, and rewarded in the distribution of enjoyments by the Father. So here he's saying, like communism, can be fucked up because it's men running it, but in this situation, it wouldn't be men. I mean, yeah, I'm the one fucking saying everything and laying down the rules, but really, I speak for God, so it's it's God running things. And then he adds that verse where whether persons or things, that concept, I think is one of the tenets he based group fucking on. And he just kind of glosses over it here. And then he clearly links the ideals of communism with the ideals of his interpretation, again, of Christian God. Now he talks about how well his brand of Bible communism has already been working back at his original utopian socialism place in Putney, Vermont, that he got fucking kicked out of, for underage, having sex with underage women.
I wonder,
kind of
will you make some a one episode surprise in your comic? What?
That the association, under the influence of them,
Yeah, good. I was wondering, will you make some a one episode surprise in your comic? I don't know what you mean. What, Kaz?
No accounts are kept between the members of the association or between the several members.
What are you saying?
No more occasion for them than there is between man and wife, or than there was
between I'm sorry, Kaz, I don't know what you're talking about.
Pentecost. The association believes
I apologize.
That every man will be rewarded according to his works, with far greater exactness than is done in the kingdoms of this world. But it does not believe that money is the currency in which rewards are to be distributed and accounts balanced. The idea is that love is the appropriate reward of labor, i.e., fucking. That in a just spiritual medium, every individual, by the fixed laws of attraction, there's more references to fucking, will draw around him an amount of love exactly proportioned to his intrinsic value and efficiency. Better you are, more pussy you get. And thus all accounts will be punctually and justly balanced without the complicated and cumbersome.
Or maybe me in one scene. Oh, okay.
Around,
so you want you in one scene? Okay. Yes, that.
When he writes every individual, by the laws of attraction will, as I said there. Based on what else I know about his beliefs and what he did, this is, him just alluding to the, again, the more a dude is in alignment with God's, will, i.e. my will, the more young immortality, energy, sex he gets. And, same for women. All right, let me just share just a tiny bit more of his Bible communism writings. As to the legal titles of land and other property, no special measures have been taken to secure the association from individuals. Those who owned or purchased lands in their own name at the beginning have retained their deeds, and no formal transfer of any property brought in by the members has been made to the association. The stock of the company has been consolidated by love and not by law. The terms of admission, so far as property is concerned, are stated in the register of the association as follows. On the admission of any member, all property belonging to him or her becomes the property of the association. A record of the estimated amount will be kept, and in case the subsequent withdrawal of the member, the association, according to its practice heretofore, will refund the property or an equivalent amount. The practice, however, stands on the ground not of obligation, but of expediency and liberality.
Just make the what?
And the time and manner of refunding must be trusted to the discretion of the association.
Just make the whole thing about the king. Maybe one episode there's a rumor about a hunter from East, and when you're talking about it, there's me coming in a tavern, something like that. But after that, we never see me again. Or okay.
A real nice way of saying when you come live with us,
let's hear the or part. Okay.
Worldly property over to us, and then if you want to leave, we'll give back an equivalent amount of assets when and how we see fit at our, i.e., my discretion. Cult. I guarantee you that once you signed over your shit to John Humphrey Noyes, you never got it all back. Get the fuck out of here. Now, just one more sentence from this book before we hop on into the timeline. We apply these principles not only to property and social rights, but to our ownership of ourselves. That's definitely some cult shit. We don't just collectively own your shit when you join up with us. We also own you as well. We get to fuck you. Now get in here and help make me immortal. And with all the philosophical basis now for the ideals of the community and or cult I'm about to describe laid on out, let's dig into today's timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
September 3rd, 1811. The future founder of the United Community, John Humphrey Noyes, born in Brattleboro, Vermont. Such a pretty town. There are so many picturesque little towns all around the world. This one in the heart of Connecticut River Valley, home of the Vermont Jazz Center. Everyone knows when you think about jazz,
When you think about
Brattleboro, Vermont.
jazz, you think
Roughly
about
12,000 people there every day,
Vermont.
right across the river from New Hampshire, just about 10 miles
I
north
allowed
of the
you to
Massachusetts
use
state line.
if you want.
Back in 1811,
Damn, I
there's about
using
1,900
kind
people
of
there.
is kind of
Small for
lewd.
today, but
Okay.
decent-sized town for the U.S. over 200 years ago. John was the son of a well-to-do New England businessman.
I know,
and
you know,
politician
like a
also named
cameo.
John.
Okay.
His father
All
grew
right.
up in New Hampshire.
If I want to have a
Attended the
cameo,
prestigious
I'll
high
add
school,
you in
the
there.
Phillips Exeter Academy. Opened in
There's a
1781.
few cameos that
So
I
many
could
famous
always
alumni
use.
in this school. Holy shit. Abraham Lincoln's son, Robert.
Yes,
Robert
sir.
studied there. I did the son of President Ulysses S. Grant. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg. Presidential candidate Andrew Yang. Authors Gore Vidal, Dan Brown, John Irving. Bunch of Nobel Prize winners. Bunch of founders of big companies. More politicians, musicians, actors. Even serial killer, previous suck subject H.H. Holmes studied there. After graduating, John Humphrey's father worked variously as a minister, teacher, businessman, and congressman, representing Vermont for a term as the member of the U.S. House of Representatives. John's dad, like his son, will later studied at Dartmouth. That Ivy League school has been around since 1769, one of 9 colonial colleges chartered before the American Revolution. Initially, when both Johns went there, it was a very religious school, primarily training congressionalist ministers. And John's parents did hope their son would grow up to be a minister, especially Mom. And he would do that. He just, wouldn't be the kind of minister they would originally hope for. Not even fucking close. John's mom, Polly Noyes, that's a weird-ass name. I mean, that wasn't her birth name, but, once you took her married name, Polly Noyes. Polly Noyes. Sounds like a fucking type of plastic or something. Was the aunt to Rutherford B. Hayes, 19th president of the United States.
I'll be honored. I'll be honored to be in your comic.
Well respected in the community.
I will be honored.
Big into the
Well,
local church, deeply
I'm
religious
glad
woman
that
who
you'll
felt
be
it was her duty
honored.
to make sure her kids were raised to be, strong
Yeah,
Christians. John
thank
grew up in
you.
a very well-to-do, very proper Protestant New England family. Super waspy. WASP here standing for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Term that has come to refer to early Americans descended from Northern European, usually Protestant stock, forming a cultural group often considered the most dominant, privileged, and influential in the history of American society. John was born the 4th of 9 children. Young John was said to be a thoughtful boy. As a child, he was fond of going to bed early because he wanted to
Blurk,
think.
thank you, Flaw.
Hopefully he wasn't thinking of electric group sex quite yet.
So you can use
Also a
me
natural
whatever you
leader.
want.
As his
Okay.
mom recalled in later years, I can see him now
Thank
marching
you.
up off the hill at the head of a company of his playmates. Sent away to school in
Thank you,
Amherst,
and thank you
Massachusetts
for
when
the
he was 9.
lurk, Flaw.
In 1820,
If you need to go to
little
bed,
John
go to
sent
bed.
letters home that reveal a boy seized by homesickness, but also anxious not to upset his mother. He was also certainly very intelligent. Writing, and again, this is at 9 years old. Mama, I must say that when I'm not reading or writing or studying, I am homesick. Yes, I am homesick, but away with all this. I fear I have distressed you already. Tell Papa that I'm studying Cicero, and that I have got to the 4th book of Virgil. Fuck, what? Cicero and Virgil? 9, he's writing that? Oh my God. I comparatively am fucking a complete idiot. At that age, I would have probably written something like, Mom, I like it. Spaghetti's good. Just out my Legos. Please, do not throw away my Legos. I love them. Also, tell Dad to not throw away my Legos. I love you. Bye. P.S. Also, do not throw away my He-Man guys. Or bike. Or anything. That would have actually been I would have been impressed with that letter if I would have been able to write that at age 9. In 1821, when he was 10, John and his family relocated to the village of
you
Putney,
do
Vermont,
have character
just 10
art
miles
for
from Brattleboro,
Kaz. You're
where
on the
John
way
would
to
now attend
making
the Brattleboro
real
Academy
Kazu
to
anime.
complete or complete his preparation for college. If that school still exists, it doesn't seem to be under that name anymore.
The real
The scrawny
Kazu
freckled
anime.
redhead
I don't
was
know
a horny
about
kid
that
at the
one.
academy. No surprise there. One friend from his school days would later say that he was filled with a little too much libido corporis, Latin for lust for the body. Real fancy way of saying he was a randy little horn dog. 1829, 18-year-old Noyes began attending his father's alma mater, Dartmouth. In his diary, he wrote mostly about young women. Pretty normal for an 18-year-old, but for the times, he again seemed to be hornier than the average horn dog. In 1830, old Sex Noyes, old Johnny Sex Noyes, done with Dartmouth. Studies there only lasted a year. Wasn't the 4 years or more institution it is today for most students. He got himself an internship at his brother-in-law, Larkin Mead's practice in Chesterfield, New Hampshire. He seemed bound for a legal career and a normal life. He didn't want to be a minister. He was disappointed in mother, but Dad was okay with it because he wanted to be a lawyer. He started to date a woman he referred to in his diary as Carolyn M. Maybe Caroline. Caroline M. There we go. Yeah, definitely Caroline. Even wrote her a poem. Let me set some period piece music to make it a little bit more palatable.
The first episode title. Oh, Mr. Streamer.
Hmm.
It should be From the King Became Milk Hunter.
Caroline, yon western sky, deep tinted crimson light. The sun's red glories haste to die, and swift comes on the night. Then hasten, ere the twilight ends, far down the vale we'll roam. No pause till our night descends, then love shall light us home. Motherfucker, yes! That's not exact. I added the motherfucker at the end, you know that. Maybe that was Deadly Innocent style, and not early 19th century style, but I promise I made it better. That made it more fun. I wonder if she absolutely loved that poem or read it to her friends for a laugh. I feel like it could have gone either way. It was like a real coin toss. Real coin toss. John's legal internship came to an end in 1831. He returned home to Putney, and he and Caroline's love affair was over. She was not willing to move to Putney with him, it seems. Doesn't sound like they ever had much of a love affair. According to his diary, they never did more than talk and attend some dances together. I'm guessing the entirety of their sexual life was him, alone in his bed at night, quietly beating off the thoughts of what her body, might look like under whatever giant, down-to-the-floor, form-hiding Victorian dress she wore to the dance early that evening. He never created any penis, vagina, immortality energy with her. No electric sex. Not even regular sex. In the fall of 1831, at his mother's prompting, Noyes attended a religious revival in Putney. This would change his life. Against all expectations, he experienced a powerful conversion. And it wasn't that he wasn't a Christian earlier. He did attend church and he said all the right things. He prayed and whatnot. But now he felt it. The Spirit took him. Did it ever. 1831, big year for religious revivals in New England. Revivals that have been sweeping across the Northeast for over a decade. Perhaps the biggest year, 1831. That second Great Awakening I spoke of earlier. It's in full effect. And the evangelist Charles Finney, who I quoted earlier, talking about how crazy the Second Awakening, Great Awakening got, was the one whose sermon captivated John. I guess he talked about that burnt over district. But Finney was an incredibly popular preacher at that time. He was a real fire and brimstone guy with a special talent for making people really believe that God's wrath was real, as was his love for you if you repented and committed your soul to Christ. It made you genuinely worry about your salvation, and he always gave those listening hope, though, that through the power of their belief in the Lord, accepting and sharing God's grace and love, they could hasten the return of Christ, actively help God create his kingdom here on earth.
What's the Cell Games Dark Tournament arc?
And this message would really stick
Take
with John
care,
Humphrey
all you
Secular.
lovely people. Gonna just lurk myself in here. Okay, alright. Thank you for being awesome, Raven. Love you.
First, at
You're
the Andover
too
Theological Seminary,
stupendous.
110 miles east of Putney in Massachusetts, then soon transferred to Yale in New Haven, West Connecticut, or West Connecticut. What the fuck am I talking about? Hey, it's a new state. Don't look it up. Don't Google it. For a short time, there was West Connecticut. You've heard of it. No, it's New Haven, Connecticut, 150 miles south of Andover, to study theology there. And Mama was stoked. At Yale, primarily a religious institution at this time as well, he would form most of the beliefs that would later be the foundation of his socialist utopia, including one that I did not mention earlier. I didn't want to tip my hand because it's so fucking crazy. Christian crossbow yoga communication. Christian crossbow yoga communication is a little-known Christian mystical practice, based on memorizing, reciting certain scriptures in a chant-like way, typically Psalms, totally normal, along with performing a measured breathing technique in a way that produces a deep meditative state. This shit's out there. Enhancing that state, various very advanced yoga poses, such as a one-armed scorpion pose. And then the practitioner also, if they do it right, they can get good enough to hit targets with the crossbow while doing that. And the focus it takes to hit these targets while also meditating, while also fucking reading scripture, while also balancing on one hand, while also touching both sets of toes to the back of one's head, will allow one, in theory, to see and talk to God. And that, of course, is not true. But fun for me to imagine someone, A, believing it to be true, and B, actually trying to accomplish it. What a bummer it would be to pull all that off. Like, you work so fucking hard, and then you don't get to talk to God. Like, you put in so much work. And in the end, all you get is like a random Guinness record or a viral video or something on TikTok. No, John did form most of the beliefs that would later be the foundation of his socialist utopia at Yale, including one I have not gone into yet, perfectionism. Reference it, but John developed his own version of the Christian notion of perfectionism there, the belief that it is possible for an individual to become free of sin entirely through religious conversion and willpower. And this is a real thing. Over the years, various teachings within Christianity have described their own particular process of achieving spiritual maturity or perfection. This concept means different things in different versions of Christianity, and it's been around for centuries. The Catholics have long had their version, as have Methodists, Quakers. And these versions doesn't really mean you actually become perfect in any way. Like in the Catholic version, you can be operating in a state of being on the path to perfection by continually focusing on God's word and trying your best to follow it, but you can never be 100% perfect in this life. Only in heaven can you accomplish that. Most denominations teach that you can only achieve perfection or anything remotely close to perfection through death, by salvation. And also that you are given perfection through God's grace, not through your own work. Right? Noyes didn't like these versions. He was all about putting in effort down on earth that could lead directly to many heavenly things while you were still alive, like being perfect. And at Yale, John Humphrey Noyes declared himself openly, around professors and friends,
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are having a good day or night. I follow because I like
I'm perfect now.
I like your model and I like the art I'm seeing. I'm also an American. Nice. Vex Raf. Ah, cool. Thank you so much, Vex Raf. Do you do art yourself?
Mom must have been so proud. She must have really talked it up to her
Are you
friends.
an
What
artist?
a great mom brag. Oh, your
Do
son's
you make the art, or
How
are
lovely.
you just
He must be so
interested in
happy.
art?
Oh, yeah, my son's doing very well. Also, he's well, feels a little weird to say out loud, but he's
Yoga.
perfect.
Looks like you're
Yo.
going to the shadow realm,
He's
Jimbo.
more perfect.
Have
I don't
fun.
know, so much better, I guess, than like any other mother's sons. I literally just couldn't.
I
be
am
more
using
proud
your art
because he's
that
perfect.
you gave it to me.
Clearly,
Okay.
he
All
told his
right, you
mama.
can link it to me. Send me to the Shadow Realm. All right.
Noyes' theory of perfection centered on the
Kazu
idea
in the
that
Mist,
the
the
fact
women's
that man had
bath.
an independent will was because of God. Right? God gave us our will.
Well, thank you so much for
And
the
since our
follow. I
independent will
appreciate it,
came
Vex
from
Raf.
God,
Thank
then
you so
man's
much. That's
will,
very
our
sweet of
wills,
you.
must be divine. And because our
I'm
wills are
just
divine,
in the middle of
well,
working
there's no need
on
for the church to try and control it and interfere with it or label
the
it
town.
sinful.
I gotta
ever.
finish it eventually,
Sounds like he's
so
giving
I
himself
need to
carte
finish
blanche,
it.
do whatever the fuck he wants.
I'm gonna try to
and never
finish it tonight.
Be sinful, right?
And
Just follow your
then
will, wherever it
finish
leads.
this,
And
like
just follow
fix
God's will.
all the
Noise.
stuff to it,
That's some serious cult
and
leadership.
then add the
Noyes
shading to
proclaimed
it.
that it was impossible for the church to compel man to obey the law of God and to send him to eternal damnation for his failure to do so. You can't condemn anyone to hell if they have God's perfect divine will.
Welcome in, Vex Raf and Raven.
I
Thank you.
kind of believe in a version of this, I guess.
I
not that we're
use
perfect,
it
but I
for
don't believe in
cover
sin.
music.
So
Nice.
it's
Yeah,
similar
send me
to that, but
the
he's trying
Shadow
to
Realm.
still have it
Yeah,
within the
no,
construct
it's
of
okay,
Christianity somehow.
real Kaz.
Noyes
It's
also
all
claimed
right.
that his new relationship to God
That's
canceled out
okay,
his
man.
obligation to obey
Thank you for
traditional
using my
moral
art. That's very sweet of
standards,
you.
or the normal
And
laws of
Goda, I'm
society,
sorry that I am
i.e.,
not
I get to
here
fuck any
a
pose I
lot,
want.
so I want to
And
ask
if you're thinking
some
this all sounds like
questions.
crazy
All
talk,
right.
well, you're right. Also, wouldn't
Ask
everyone
away.
be perfect with this reasoning? Right? So why would anyone need a cult leader? We're all given our wills.
Ask
God, in this belief system, right? Each
away.
and every one of us.
I am definitely
And if,
down
all
to
of
be
our wills are
asked
already
questions.
perfect, and we can, do
I
whatever we want with them,
I try
then
not
how
to
can
say
you
no to
justify, like, the need
questions.
for, say, a bunch of energy fucking to bring about God's kingdom on earth? If everyone's already perfect, the kingdom should already be here. And I think Noyes might say, yeah, kind of, but we're not immortal yet. That's where the energy sex comes in, or something like that. It's hard to say. Like the teachings of a lot of cult leaders, a lot of his shit is hard to interpret because it's fucking gibberish, like gobbledygook nonsense. Yale also thought his ideas were crazy, and in 1834, they kicked him the fuck out, and they denied him a license to preach. John didn't let this sway him from his conviction and his new truth, though. Wouldn't let it keep him from preaching either. He would declare, I took away their license to sin, and they go on sinning. They have taken away my license to preach, but I shall go on preaching, right? I get to do what I want. That's my whole belief thing. And I gotta say, in moments like this, I am impressed by the balls.
What's the main theme for this comic? Well,
massive ridicule.
Main character learns that that reality is not a storybook. That the stories she was taught by her mother and father just don't come real all the time. The hero doesn't always save the day, and they don't come out of a battle unscathed.
Will come out more and more.
If they do, and is the hero really the hero? Are they just lying? Do they mean what? Do they say what they mean and mean what they say?
He talked to other social reformers, gathered more ideas.
The whole aspect of like,
religious visions.
Are they actually a good person? Am I following a real good person, or am I just following some belief system that I don't fully believe in?
He fell so hard. He met her at a perfectionist free church in New Haven,
and like,
she was the first person to publicly ally
how strong are your convictions to somebody else?
Announcement that he's completely free from sin. She was 30. He was 22 at this time. She was hot as fuck.
So we're gonna see some adventure here?
There
Yeah,
would've been,
yeah.
You know, very beautiful. dark
Yeah,
hair
this
and
is
eyes. He
definitely
wanted
an
it real
adventure
bad.
type.
She would become the inspiration
Definitely
for most
the
of his
first
future
town
insanity, one way or
is
another.
not an adventure, of
From
course.
February of
It's the
1834
start.
until
It's the
May of
beginning.
1834, they met
It's
often
to
discuss
set the
how to
scene
launch
of
a
the
perfectionist preaching
world and
campaign.
do a little bit of
She developed
like
the first person he converted to his new religious
do a little
views,
bit of
and he
world
lusted after
building
her
at the
so intensely.
beginning.
But
You
at
know
the
what I
time, he
mean?
didn't really have
Like a
job, and
little
if he
bit of
wanted to try and
world
make her
building
his
at the
wife,
beginning, and then
per se, he would have to build a name for himself.
get better,
So he left,
not get better,
New Haven for
but
New York City in
slowly
the spring of 1834.
become
And this trip did
more
not go well for him,
than what it
relationship-wise. It
is.
did not,
The
now
main
since he's not making
character
hardcore
learns a
fun of the
lot.
situation.
There's two
Abigail
main
will quickly
characters,
break
and
off the potential for romance when
they
Noyes
find each other
loses
through this
his
town.
fucking mind
You
in a
know,
big way in the Big Apple.
so it's not a complete
Like almost
bust.
all cult leaders, he receives a vision. Bunch of visions, actually. He's staying in a small, cheap boarding house on Leonard Street in a rough area of lower Manhattan known as the infamous 5 Points neighborhood. Known previously as the Collect. There was once a 5-acre lake in the area called the Collect that had become a swampy cesspool due to industrial waste from unregulated nearby
It's
factories and waste from
definitely a
slaughterhouses.
fantasy adventure.
And then the lake was
It's
drained, and low-income
definitely
neighborhoods
a
built where it
fantasy
once
adventure
was,
with a
and now
little
the
bit
neighborhood
of
riddled with crime and vice,
with
probably the biggest
the
prostitution
jokes
center
on
in the
us.
nation at that
There's no
time.
adventure. This is
The
a
same
slice of
year,
life
that
rom
Noyes stayed
com.
there,
Well,
hoping to write a new book explaining all
I
his
think it's
new
got
religious
some
ideas.
adventure.
Frontiersman Davy
I
Crockett.
mean,
Davy,
definitely that I
Davy
hopefully
Crockett,
this
king of the wild
conveys the
frontier.
story of
He
the
actually wrote a
country
travel
as a
memoir,
whole.
recording his experience in 5 Points, commenting, I would rather
Like
not venture among these creatures after night.
how
They are
the
too mean
bard
to
sees
swab
it.
Hell's kitchen.
In this case,
And while
you
standing in his
know,
room there,
how the
overlooking a street full
musician
of sex workers,
sees
gamblers,
his
hard-party whiskey
own
drinkers,
country
Noyes
and stuff
lost
like
his
that.
fucking mind.
Oh, it's a
Or
little bit
animation.
darker and
The
stuff
first
like
event
that.
that will last for around 3 weeks. The length of what seems to have been a serious mental breakdown.
Rom-com with
He
the
later
MILF.
described his first vision to a friend as a marriage feast
Count 'em
with
in.
Christ. He wrote a blow-by-blow description of a wedding night with the Son of God, one abounding in sexual metaphors. Not weird at all. After it was over, the vision left Noyes pining like a ravished bride, he said, for the lover whose fruit was sweet to his taste. Okay? Talked about God entering his secret chamber. All right?
Damn.
Oh, it sounds like some loopholing going on there and having a sexual hangover the next morning. Seems like being around a lot of, sex work while also thinking about God a lot, while also being a horny dude, while maybe being mentally ill, led him to having a weird fever dream of sorts where he gets fucked by Jesus or something. He later wrote that the day after his vision, now Satan showed up. Oh, no! And his minions tried to get him. No, Satan! Get out of here! What are you doing here? Come on, not today! No!
With the devil.
He's surrounded now by a dark energy. And he lets everyone know all this stuff happens. By writing a bunch of letters during this brief bout of insanity, total insanity, to his parents, friends, Abigail. For 3 weeks, he wanders around the streets of 5 Points, sometimes seeing God, sometimes seeing the devil, often not returning to his room
when I
for
get it
days.
done, man,
Sometimes
takes
talking to angels, sometimes talking
time.
to
This stuff
demons,
is not.
sleeping on benches,
This stuff
preaching to
doesn't
drunken
come out of
gamblers and
nowhere.
prostitutes, in one vision, the girl who dumped him, Abigail.
But I did want to say
reveals
thank
herself
you
to
so
be an
much,
agent
Bex
of
Rat,
Satan.
for coming in,
Disguised
and
as
I
an
do
angel.
appreciate you.
He has to
Just
harden
wanted
his heart
to
and
make
cancer be
sure.
gone,
Will it be
Lucifina.
shipped?
One morning, he convinced
For
himself that
right
Christ is
now,
returning right
it's
now,
gonna be
fucking
on
runs
my.
out, literally stands on the
It's gonna
street,
be
stares into the sky.
eventually all of
Apparently
it.
hours.
I gotta get the pages
Instead of
out, but
thinking he'd lost his mind
it'll
for religion,
eventually
he comes
be
of
out
all
of my
this. He
Ko-fi,
interprets all
and
this
then
as God
slowly
testing
it'll
him, and he
be
passes.
on a
And now
Patreon.
he is ready to be God's chosen
Most
prophet.
of a little bit of it at the beginning will definitely be on the Discord.
And they are not
You will
impressed.
have
They're
people
concerned
will
and
have to
ashamed.
pay after
His dad is,
a few
demoralized,
chapters.
completely convinced
Angie
his son's
boy
lost his
and
mind. 'Cause he had
Apple.
it.
Oh,
And,
nice.
he's now worried that his son's never going
Nice.
to amount to anything. Mom is confused and embarrassed.
Nice, love it.
It's not a good homecoming.
Love it.
Old friends avoid him like the plague. He's the subject of all kinds of gossip. He's the talk of the town. And a month or so after showing up,
So eventually, hopefully, it gets popular enough that it gets shipped.
Back in New Haven, he and another free church buddy, James Boyle, fellow perfectionist, start printing a paper called The Perfectionist. Fair, straightforward. First issue printed in August of 1834. Shortly after this first issue, he hears about another perfectionist church in Salina, New York, where the preacher Erasmus Stone is telling his congregation that they can have spiritual marriages with partners outside their legal marriages. Okay, I'm interested. Publicly, Stone is preaching that these partnerships are only about praying together, learning about God's word together, nothing physical. But rumors soon start to flow that these people actually are fucking each other. And that gets Johnny Sex Noise's wheels a spinning. He starts to get some more interesting ideas. In 1835, he hears about Abigail again. He no longer thinks she's one of Satan's minions, or he does think she still is, but her ass looks so good, he's willing to burn in hell just to get a little piece of it. I get it. Hell, Josephina. He does hear about her. He hears she's gotten engaged, and he is devastated, even though they have not spoken since he left for New York, or since shortly after he left for New York. He now decides totally rationally that sometimes, even when you don't get the partner you want in this life, you do get him later in heaven. Like you literally get to fuck him up in heaven once you're both dead.
I hope it's not $10. Please, I don't have that much money.
Yes, he wants her, lusts after her in this life.
Is it going to be pricey? Well, one book down, and I will buy it. Yeah, you'll buy it when it's in the book form. Gotcha. When it's a manga on bookshelves.
I think a bunch of you listening should have so much fun with this concept. Hear me out. Play a super fun joke on some people. Here's what you do. You reach out to some exes, or one ex, whatever, who's broken up with you, or divorced you, or you reach out to someone who you professed your love to them, and they never reciprocated that love, and you tell them that, hey, yeah, you might not get to, fuck them in this life, ever, or ever again, but you just want them to know that you are going to fuck them so much once they're dead. I just want you to try it and see how it goes. I bet they won't find it creepy at all. They won't report you to the authorities. I think everyone will have a good laugh. Everyone will think that you're clever and fun. Report back. Let us know what happens. As crazy as this is, Noyes did this. He actually wrote Abigail a letter saying as much. Holy shit. He declared in his letter to Abigail that he had shuffled off the mortal coil of earthly cares and would be content to possess her in heaven. Wow. I'm sure she was flattered. I'm sure she didn't start, like double checking that the doors are locked at night, anything like that. Not sure if she wrote back or not. I don't think she did. But Noyes did learn later that her marriage is delayed, not long after writing this letter, and he decides to, do the right thing, do the normal, rational thing, and he moves to Ithaca, New York, where she's living in January of 1837. Still wants her on Earth. As you can imagine, she's not happy about this. She doesn't want him back. When he finds her in Ithaca, where she is from, by the way, and where her family is, she literally refuses to acknowledge him on the street, turns away from him, won't say a word to him. I'm sure he freaked her the fuck out because he's a weird creep. And her family, familiar with his meltdown in New York, because the letter he sent to her, they, want him to stay the fuck away from their daughter. This guy's not stable. In the midst of
my boy,
emotional turmoil now,
how have you been?
One person he felt he was destined
my
to love.
handsome man.
He has another mini breakdown.
What you been up to?
He suppresses his personal sense of
hope
loss.
I hope it went well.
Principle in life, creating a perfectionist heaven on
Are you
earth
getting
now.
real tired? If you are, I understand.
Right how some of our brains work. He writes a friend, fellow perfectionist David Harrison, a letter on January 15th that'll become infamous. When the will of God is done on earth, that is, this is a little excerpt from it, not all of it. When the will of God is done on earth,
hope you're doing well, big boy.
Exclusiveness, jealousy, quarreling have no place in the marriage supper of the Lamb.
Are you sleepy and tired? Oh no.
During the apostasy. For good reasons.
Oh no.
This partition will be broken down in the resurrection for equally good reasons. But woe to him who abolishes the law of the apostasy before he stands.
I got 1 hour of sleep last night. No.
I call a certain woman my wife. She is yours. She is Christ's. And in him she is the bride of all saints. She is now in the hands of a stranger. And according to my promise to her, I rejoice. My claim upon her cuts directly across the marriage covenant of this world, and God knows the end. See what he's doing here? Frustrated by jealousy over having to share Abigail with an earthly husband, he's not sharing her because she doesn't fucking want anything to do with him. Noyes now invents a system in which exclusiveness is banned. Everyone is married to everyone. If he can't eliminate his rival, Abigail's fiance, Merritt Platt, his crazy-ass mind, he will eliminate the very notion.
Still lurking, but I saw you come in.
Altogether. Game, set, match. How
poor
the whole
boy.
compound in Oneida would have
Go
probably
get some
just been avoided. Would
sleep.
have never happened if this one lady would have just agreed to fuck him. How crazy. There would never be Oneida Flatware if Abigail Merwin would have just fucking let John Humphrey Noyes put his dick in back in 1837. Johnny Sex Noyes also declares in this letter that he is one of the true leaders of the, well, actually not leaders, plural, sorry, that he is the true leader of the perfectionists. Another alpha move. He writes, it's very radical for 1837. To the vast majority of both American men and women, free love was unthinkable. It was a total rejection of America's puritanical roots. America was founded by people who believed that nothing was more important than family. Right? I share this belief to an extent. You fight, for your country to protect your family at the end of the day. You settle new land to provide a better future for your family. The American dream is about not to just improve your life, but the lives of future generations of your family. And Noyes is shredding the notion of family up and just throwing it in the trash. This concept not only shook the overwhelming majority of America's views about what constituted a stable society to its core, it would have been turned immoral, adulterous, satanic even. To soften the message he's delivering, John Noyes won't use the term free love. That was too alarming. No, instead, he'll call it complex marriage. That's smart. That's a good branding decision, right? This isn't something wildly different from what you've known. No way. This isn't a rejection of what society's built on. Just a little twist on the same old shit, right? You're still married. We still believe in marriage. Of course we do. But now marriage has just gotten, it's a bit more complex. Noyes would actually criticize free love as wrong because he said that it inspired sexual pairing, which no matter how godly, couldn't replace marriage. Interesting. Instead, in his complex marriages, all the women of the community were wives of all the men, and all the men of the community were husbands of all the women. It was the fairest way to do it, says the guy, working so hard to create a world where Abigail Merwin will finally have to fuck him. But what about the children? Noyes knew that there would be backlash regarding the children. Wasn't it wrong for them to grow up not knowing, who their fathers were? Noyes has a fix for this. Sexual relations with everyone were only permissible in his new fucking concept, as long as there is a mutual agreement that men will practice coitus reservatus, aka sex with no coming, so as to avoid unwanted and unplanned pregnancy. Right? So easy. This is like the birth control version of the is we dumb joke of just don't. I'm gonna come. No, just don't. Oh, okay. Forget about it. Never mind. I won't then. Childbearing would be a community decision based on selective breeding decided by basically Noyes and a eugenics committee of his. Everyone got to use everyone else's holes or sticks for fun, but only some holes and sticks get to be matched for childbearing. And I guess all the guys had to pinky swear just to never let any cum slip out of their clean wings or something. Easy peasy. This all sounds like a pretty sweet gig for a guy who wants to fuck a lot, but doesn't want to be burdened by fatherhood. Just, oh, what? Oh, man, I don't get to be part of breeding? Oh, bummer. I only get to fuck everyone all the time for fun? Dang it, I'm so sad. I guess I'll have to go drown my sorrows in so much puss. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Noyes' letter talking about all this shit would set off a crazy chain of events. It had a strong impact on Harrison, who sent it to a friend, Simon Lovett. Lovett would then show the letter to one Elizabeth Hawley, a young perfectionist firebrand, who would then insist upon having it sent again to perfectionist preacher Theophilus R. Gates of Philadelphia. And this takes us on a fun adventure. By August 1837, Noyes' letter is on the cover of the second edition of Gates' broadsheet called The Battle Axe and Weapons of War. Gates would go on to lead his own small group of group lovers. Now, his group would become basically the poor man's version of the United Community. The backwoods version. This is so good. Earlier in 1837, Gates had converted to perfectionism, moved to Philadelphia. He'd come to believe that the end days were fast approaching, right? Okay, happens all the time. And it's necessary to break down many mistaken human social practices before God shows up, especially the concept of marriage and the concept of falling in love, which he called an enchantment of the devil. He was another fucking weirdo. In place of marriage, Gates preached a total spontaneous and flexible sexual arrangement between men and women. Mm-hmm. And Noyes' letter, can confirm this to him, that he's right. His ideas are the right ideas. Or I guess it wasn't a letter to him, but he sees this letter. So by 1840, Gates and a few followers, move west of Philadelphia to a rural northern move west of Philadelphia to rural northern Chester County. That's how you talk. Near Pottstown, where they took up residence in the Schenkels Valley, an area they renamed Free Love Valley, and they called themselves Battle Axers. There's only a small number of Battle Axers. Sounds like somewhere between 10 and 20. They had no set codes of conduct, no formal liturgy. Doesn't seem to have been a set time or location for their meetings or services. Why would there be? Right? They were already all perfect. All they needed to do was follow their divine, perfect wills in that valley. And those wills, wouldn't you know it, led them to a lot of fucking. Anecdotal records reveal that the group, engaged in a lot of basically constant nudity. They wanted to emulate the pure state of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and when they had services, whatever those entailed, probably a lot of shouts of, "You're perfect." I know. You're perfect too. I know. And a lot of high fives. And then the services would, I guess, typically end I love this so much. This might be my favorite thing in this episode. It would typically end with a nude procession. I picture almost like a New Orleans kind of parade, you know, like they're just like walking down this trail to a nearby pond, and then they would have an orgy in the pond. God, I love this topic so much today. That's how you get people to, embrace a religion, ladies and gentlemen. Pond orgies. Hail Lucifina. Woo! Or maybe not. Unless the people at the pond orgy look like a lot of the people I've seen at church over the course of my life. Oh my heck! Gosh dang! In that case, you might end up with a real small congregation, a real there's no nice way to say this, a less than super hot congregation attending some pond fuck sermons. Might end up with a small band of dedicated mudfuckers, people surrounded by frogs who also kind of look like frogs. Oh boy! 19th century religious group fucking a pond. That is one porno I don't think I ever need to see, but I would watch it once if it was available. You know I would. I'm curious. You probably are too. I don't know if I'd be able to finish, but who knows? Maybe I'd surprise myself. Realize that group, pond fucking is a new, strong sexual interest of mine. I think it'd be hard to get Lindsay to join in on that interest. She doesn't seem like she'd be down with a lot of group pond fucking. I just love that this actually happened. It didn't take long for this behavior, as you might imagine, to attract some outside attention. When you go heavy on pond fucking, word gets around. 4 battle axers get arrested for fornication and adultery at the beginning of 1843. Neighbors probably complained, they don't want to see or hear any more heated pond fucks. Why do I keep picturing some toad-like
I send you a link to your in your DM. Good. Okay.
Some elderly bearded men.
Okay, thank you.
Arms and legs so much skinnier.
Let's see. Oh, hey.
Toad on her belly as she's being rocked back
nice.
and forth in the passionate heat
nice.
of religious sexual pond fucking passion. What's wrong with me?
Man.
3 of those pond fuckers were actually convicted.
My art's on a cover of something. Sweet.
Disrupt the Schenkel Church during the Sunday service by marching nude. Right, they're protesting.
And now Roommate and I are playing the Binding of Isaac. Kick all the booty.
The established order.
Nice.
What a scene!
Nice. Well, if you want it, I can play some Halo Reach as well.
The small group of people
sometime. I got it.
Tossed out of area churches here and there.
I got the Halo Reach collection on Steam.
Until they finally headed out to the Wild West and disappeared from the historical record in the 1850s. Just kind of literally faded off into the sunset. And that was the end of the Battle Axe community.
Thank you so much,
Kaz. How many kids, if any, were conceived from those pond fucks? I'm not sure, but I do think that the origin story of Swamp Thing from DC Comics is connected to those orgies in at least one run, that awesome character. And a couple of those Appalachian cryptids I talked about last month, right? A couple of those Bigfoot derivatives. I mean, they have to have been spawned from those pond fuckers, walking through Appalachia on their way out west. Definitely that sad little squonk monster, right? Related to those folk. Back to Noise's letter. Although it was published anonymously by the Battle Axers, Noise did quickly admit, okay, I did it. I'm the author. He later said he felt that God intended his private thoughts to be made public because they were so good. And from that point on, he'd say that he felt that he was called to defend and ultimately carry out the doctrine of biblical communism in regards to carnal love. He had to. God's will be done. Despite continual rejections, Noise is still pining away for Abigail. He won't let it go. March 23rd, 1838. He writes another letter to his friend David Harrison. He writes, "Dear brother, with respect to Abigail, I say still." God knows the end. He can't help himself. "I do not. Many things strongly indicate that the end is not far off. My mind concerning her has not changed, save that I love her more and more." Oh boy. "And am daily more fully persuaded of God that she is worthy, and in due time will be proved so, though I have long reconciled to suspense. I desire to know the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in relation to her, whatever it may be. If you see her, you are authorized to make known to her my mind and circumstances as far as you know them, leaving her in the Lord to determine what course it is right and expedient for her to pursue. If God does not bring to pass her strange act by her, or his strange act by her, he will by someone else soon." Okay. "The kingdom of God is swiftly advancing to its predicted collision with the kingdoms of this world. Like 2 mighty ships, they are coming to crash, which will shatter and sink one of them. The timbers then must bear the blow and expect a crushing shock." Okay. Dude, if I got a letter from a fucking or stalker like that, or heard about it, I would notify the police immediately. Now he wants his friends to tell her, "Hey, if you see her, just tell her that I think about her. I know the last few times have been rough. I know her family wants me to never, ever speak to her again. I know she refuses to even look at me. But if you could just talk to her about how God wants me to fuck her when we're dead. And I'd rather start that during life. It just see what she says." Noise continues to be crazy in the spring of 1838. Now he's back home in Putney. Family not happy. He's a complete embarrassment. Speaking to a small group of fellow lunatics on April 5th, Noyes expounds more on his insanity. He'll say, and I'm leaving a lot of stuff out because it's boring. I believe that marriage does not exist in heaven. Okay, yeah, we've talked about that. I believe that the will of God will be done on earth that is done in heaven. Consequently, the time will come when marriage will not exist on earth. He's real big on abolishing marriage. No marriages in heaven, I will say, does make sense, though. Everyone being married to each other does not, right? Earthly marriages, make sense, but then it's till death do you apart, because otherwise, why are people like, when a spouse, passes, why would they ever get, married again? Right? If that happened, and then what happens in this kind of world when you die? Let's say you've been married like 3 times, and then you show up in heaven. Well, I guess what now? You have to be in a polygamous marriage up there, or I don't know. He also says, I believe that such as make these doctrines a cloak of licentiousness are wholly ignorant of the true nature of the doctrines, and will share the doom of Sodom and Gomorrah. I think what he's doing here is flipping the script. I think he's like, oh, you don't think pond orgies are holy? Well, get ready to be smited. You totally missed the message on Sodom and Gomorrah. God didn't hate how much wanton fucking was going on there. He was mad that more wanton fucking and sucking wasn't happening. How'd you miss that? One more. I believe that such as impede the true tendency of these doctrines by misrepresenting them and trusting in written laws instead of the Holy Spirit are also wholly ignorant of the subjects they handle and will ere long be found fighting against God. Wake up, idiots. You're part of Satan's lot. God wants you to use your genitals so much. We got all these stupid rules about who you're supposed to be able to fuck. God wants you to fuck everyone. Syphilis be damned. Just fuck it out if you get a case. Nothing cures syphilis like righteous fucking. Sorry, I think that's what he's saying there again. It's hard to tell what he's talking about sometimes. By the summer of 1838, Noyes has given up on winning Abigail back. Kind of, not really. He writes a short poem, another poem. It signifies change of heart. So I guess, he is still longing for her. You don't write a poem about somebody you really just don't care about at all. He's 26 years old now, by the way, writing a poem about the girl who won't requite your love. That seems a little high school. This guy had only lived, a century and a half later. Maybe he, instead of being like a cult leader, he would have been the front man for an emo band. Here is his new, sad, shitty poem. I will not give you back your heart. I'm wooed and fairly won it. And soon with my life I'll part. You may depend upon it. You say your heart is still your own, but words will never prove it. What God and you and I have done will stand the world can't move it. Sorry. Well, that music is fitting because this guy is a clown. I know it's distracting. You know what? Here's something better. I think this will make it work a little more appropriate. So go on your way and I'll go mine. I care not where you wander. The branches' roots are in the vine. They'll never be torn asunder. We'll meet again, be sure of that. Sometime twixt now and never.
Where is that?
At age
Am I
2,
dumb?
I will may wait since we are one.
I'm looking for... There it is.
I know that song also doesn't fit the time period, but I do think it kind of works for the lyrics.
There it is.
After sending in this poem, 26-year-old Noyes attempts to propose to a young woman named Harriet Holton, also 26 years old, a recent perfectionist convert in June of 1838. But he's not really over Abigail. Of course he's not. In his letter to Harriet, he's still talking about her. He says, you are doubtless aware to some extent of my relations to Abigail Merwin. I will only say concerning her at present that I have recently been released from any connection with her, which could interfere with my proposal to you. My present relations to her are only such as exist between all believers by the primary bond, of which I wrote on the first page, and involve no external obligation. I still believe her to be a child of God, and therefore love her. Yet I am as free as if I had never seen her. He's such a fucking stalker lunatic. Abigail has now been speaking to him for 4 fucking years at this point, and they barely knew each other. Despite his troublesome longing for Abigail, Harriet does accept. She also accepts an open marriage, writing back, in gladly accepting this proposal for an external union, I agree with you that it will not limit the range of our affections. The grace of God will exclude jealousy and everything with which the marriage state is defiled. As we see in the world, I only expect by it to be placed in a situation where I can enjoy your society and instruction as long as the Lord pleases, and when he pleases. This open marriage shit will soon get him into some trouble. June 28, 1838, John Noyes and Harriet Holton get married in Chesterfield, New Hampshire, just 13 miles up the road from Putney. Noyes' brother-in-law performs the ceremony. Noyes then takes his bride immediately to his father's home at Putney and is allowed to live there. I think his parents at this point are glad that as long as he's still a weirdo, but at least he's a married weirdo now. And the following year, they build a house of their own. An inheritance his wife brings to the marriage enables him to buy a printing press, and they decide to reprint in book form the 20 articles Noyes had previously written for the New Haven Perfectionist. How wonderful. Everybody needs to hear these things. Their next undertaking is to start up Noyes' newspaper, The Witness. Noyes spent the next 8 months printing books and pamphlets for the Putney community, and it does not win him a lot of converts. But a few do fall for his crazy bullshit. Most surprising, Mama. He wore her down. The dad must have been so pissed. March of 1839, Polly's testimony is published in The Witness. Mama says, though I have never doubted my first confession of salvation from sin, yet during the past year I've expressed to different members of the church an expectation that I might again return to them. I am now delivered from the doubt and darkness that then oppressed me, and am determined to follow what I know to be the truth. Let what will be the consequence. It is true, I have been led through fire and flood, especially the last year. But the suffering and separation which I have endured were the only way in which I could prove to myself that I am not governed by parental partiality and self-exaltation in the testimony which I now give to John H. Noyes, as being to me a teacher and father in spiritual things. Oh boy. Mom now truly does believe that baby boy is perfect. This becomes a touchstone in the Putney and Oneida communities, the idea that John Noyes is the ultimate leader who has never sinned. Kind of like Jesus. Those who rejected it were turned away. Those who accepted it were bound together in a brotherhood of self-sacrificing quest for the kingdom of God. Cult. Of course, I can show you the way I am perfect. If only fucking Abigail and her also perfect puss could see that. 2 years later, John's dad dies in 1841 at the age of 77, maybe of old age, maybe of shame, maybe of embarrassment. Also in the early 1840s, things not going well in Noyes' marriage. In the first 6 years of the marriage, Harriet gives birth 5 times. 4 of the 5 births are premature. Only one of their children survives. This poor woman and poor John. I'm sure that didn't help his already fragile mind. These life experiences lead Noyes to begin a further exploration of the study of sexual intercourse and marriage, and his self-guided studies will, of course, lead to more insanity later on. All that electric immortality sex shit. By 1844, Noyes decides to live separately from his wife. He claims the separation brings satisfaction that neither he nor his wife had ever experienced before. In 1846, John Humphrey Noyes figures out that we can all fuck our way into immortality. This is the big year. That's how you bring the kingdom of God to earth, for sure. This year, he develops an elaborate theological and biological argument that places sexual intercourse at the very heart of the Christian community. He made sex the secret to humanity's ability to conquer death. He wrote that when the invisible world of the saints came to annex the earthly saints, aka Noyes, and his followers, and no one else, to Christ's heavenly kingdom, all of its members would enjoy everlasting life, as promised in the book of Revelation. He wrote that there was a physiological mechanism involved in immortality, discoverable through patient scientific inquiry, i.e., lots of fucking studies, which humans could perfect on their end in order to meet God halfway to resurrection. By studies, I meant fucking. Drawing on the fields of biology, chemistry, and physiology, Noyes tries to link sex to immortality through the little understood, apparently magical workings of electricity. And that's why I went with that Frankenstein example earlier. According to Noyes, Christ possessed an invisible energy, a battery of nervous power. Christ had electricity inside of him. And the healing power of Jesus' electricity it passed from him as it wasn't quite electricity. It was a fluid form. It was a fluid which passed from him as electricity passes from the machine that generates it. He wrote, our life can become charged with the life of Christ till it is magnetic like his life. When we are open to being plugged into Christ, kind of, not literally, but it's weird, we receive the equivalent of the shocks of the galvanic fluid, accumulating chronic magnetic power in our life in assimilation to Christ. He believed this life force could be passed from person to person through the exchange of words, ideas, healing touches, but mostly, highest form, spiritual interchange, which according to his magnetic theory was, dick and puss. Man and woman, he said, were like magnet and steel, and were attracted to each other and naturally advanced to interlocked contact. He wrote that freed from the artificial restrictions of the worldly fashion of chaining one man to one woman, the union of male and female would fold into the original God-Jesus battery and find its effect. Are you following me? This is how you get your partner to let you fuck other people, or how you get them to leave you forever because you're crazy. Energy begat energy, according to Noyes. And in the fullness of time, when God's kingdom was extended on earth, each individual life would be enfolded within every other, and the whole of human life would be enfolded into God and Christ, forming, quote, one glowing sphere, and a battery of inconceivable power. I picture him when he's developed, standing in front of like a big ass chalkboard. He's got a fucking lab coat on, and he's just he's exhausted. He hasn't slept, working on all these ideas. Just writing things on the board, constantly erasing things. And instead of like a bunch of high level theoretical like math equations on the chalkboard, it's just like a little bit of math, just like some basic addition and subtraction, and then just like lots of pictures of dicks. And just boobs and pussies, and then like lightning bolts, and then like a guy being like, ah, yeah, maybe like a little picture of Jesus and stuff. He said that all the sex could fuse into one gigantic divine sex battery, and that humans could accumulate enough electrical force to overcome death itself. Victory over death, he theorized, will be the result of an action of an extensive battery of this kind. He taught that the heat and light generated by this condensed sexual energy chain, my God, he's crazy, would produce a kind of temperate microclimate that would conquer disease and death. we can fuck our way into a healing climate change. When life shall accumulate in unity by the centripetal force of love, he said, till all hearts shall radiate.
Your town is looking lovely, guy. I'm trying, man.
It is not unphilosophical to believe that the substantial physical results of an actual amelioration of climate shall be achieved.
Man. Oh,
Warmed
my
from
boy.
the inside out by this mega battery, life will become independent of external elements, and death will lose its prey. So,
hope the missus is good.
That was a whole bunch of crazy gibberish. That sounds like something conspiracist David Icke would put together. I imagine him presenting this in sermon form to a small, very confused and mostly silent congregation, right? And then when he's done, he's like, does anyone have any questions about any of this? And literally every dude listening quickly raises their hands. And then when he calls on any of the dudes, they just say, whoever he calls on. So do we get to have lots of sex with different ladies? And he's like, yes, Michael Adaya. That is correct. And then Michael Adaya just lets loose like a Ric Flair, like a, woo, I love it. Praise Jesus, amen. And then all the guys immediately stop holding their hands up for questions, fucking high-fiving, fist pumping, doing pelvic thrusts facing the female members. So what does John's mom think of all this? I don't think she knew about it all yet. He didn't tell all of his followers immediately, just some, just the inner circle. Right? So the rest, they weren't quite ready for this message. And then he and his inner circle get to doing a lot of fucking each other for God's kingdom, Hail Sphina. And then they will get in trouble for doing that. October 26, 1847, Noyes is arrested for adultery, which is funny that was a crime that they would arrest you for. But then is released until his trial before the county court in April next, according to a community member's October 29th, 1847 letter to her mother. Noyes, knowing he was guilty, now he wants to get the fuck out of town. Upon receiving word that arrest warrants have been issued for several of his loyal followers as well, the group flees Vermont for Oneida, New York, where Noyes knows some friendly fellow perfectionists that have some land there. And mother comes along, and some siblings, to a group fuck home. Seriously, that's so creepy. If I ever try and launch a fuck compound, mom, not getting an invite. Neither is any other relative. Sorry, fam. You don't need to see this. These weirdos promised land, was near the Canadian border, which would of course be convenient in case of future prosecution. It was here that the Putney group agreed that the kingdom of God had come. 45 of his followers from Putney follow Noyes to Oneida. By the end of 1848, their membership grows to 87. Right? They double quickly. They settle, build their first communal dwelling in 1848. In 1862, they will later build a much larger communal home, which they will call the Mansion House. Still stands today. I'll talk more about it later. But for now, this thing would, after numerous additions, be 93,000 square feet. Massive. Had 250 small rooms for all its members to sleep in or sneak off and fuck a little bit and charge their batteries and stuff. The soul of the United Community resides in the second floor big hall of this place, or used to, where the adults would gather after dinner each night for evening meetings. This ornate two-story hall would feature figures depicting justice, music, astronomy, and history. In place of stained glass and a pulpit, the Oneidans built a stage backlit by 3 tall velvet curtain windows for Noyes to give his sermons and share his wisdom. Every evening, community members might hear a home talk from their leader, make decisions about business affairs, enjoy a concert by the community's musicians, air grievances through mutual criticism shit. Yeah, it's wild here. In the year after first getting going in 1848, the community purchases and cultivates additional land, establishes a variety of minor craft industries for income, precursors to flatware, appoints administrative committees, sets up a pattern of daily living, which the community will follow for the next 30 years. This is how the Oneida community is born. In the following decades, the community will grow to a membership of just over 300, with much smaller and short-lasting branch communities also in Brooklyn, New York, Wallingford, Connecticut, Newark, New Jersey, Cambridge, Vermont, and Putney, Vermont. Most of these branch communities will quickly fade or be folded into the Oneida community. The community supported itself through several successful industries. They initially manufactured animal traps, silk thread, grew and canned fruits and vegetables. Smaller industries included the manufacture of leather travel bags, palm leaf hats. Their most successful trade, would of course be silverware, but that won't come until after all the electric sex shit's long gone. Let's dig more into Noise's complex marriage now, and how it worked in Oneida, where it really took off. In his complex marriage, every man was married to every woman, and vice versa. But you didn't get to fuck someone if they didn't want to fuck you. There were some guidelines, thank God, at least two. The first was that before the man and woman could cohabitate, they had to obtain each other's consent through a third person or persons as witnesses. Secondly, no two people could have exclusive attachment with each other because it would be selfish and idolatrous. Oh. Any two people found in such a situation would be separated and not allowed to see each other for a length of time decided by a committee led by Noise. Overly devoted relationships were called sticky relationships. And being sticky was icky. It's bad. Being sticky meant that you were being selfish by preferring one person over another, even though we're hardwired to find some people more attractive than others. Might not be fair, but it is natural. This plan obviously going against nature here. To make sure sticky relationships didn't happen, private rooms for sexual intercourse were bare and uncomfortable, while public spaces were luxurious and heavily decorated. I doubt that would work that well. And if two people really, especially two young people, really wanted to fuck each other, they're going to fuck on a pile of dirt, rather than not fuck and hang out on a comfy couch around other people or something. Another teaching practice at Oneida was, of course, male continence, the old coitus reservatus. Oh boy, sex without coming. The only allowed form of birth control at Oneida. Guys weren't even supposed to come after sex was over. Don't ever jerk off. Why? Because that's how you lose sex electricity. Wake up, idiots. The main reason that humanity is not currently immortal is because too many dudes are out there fucking beating off all the time. Forget about Oneida. It pisses me off. Here I am, horny as fuck all the time, bottling up my magic penis Jesus electricity juice, and everyone else shooting it into socks and stomachs and shower floors and onto their pets' fur, and stuff, all willy-nilly, right? That's where it goes. Everybody, come on. The pet's fur part was meant to be absurd. You know that. Come on. I'm weird, but I'm not that weird. The old blue ball method of birth control here. Not good for birth control, not good for your health, and not good for morale. This might be dumber than Provo floating or poophole loopholing. Poophole loopholing. I can't believe they pulled this off for decades.
Yeah.
I guess this rule was broken.
This seems
also, Noise
crazy
get
and
started,
fucking
adding to
insane.
the sexual electricity bank early on. Noise felt that sex limited to traditional Christian marriage practices left most young people facing sexual starvation from puberty, which according to Noise was from the age of 14 until the typical age of marriage, which was about 24. What a clever way for him to rationalize fucking 14-year-olds. Why are we sexually starving the children, these poor teens? Why should they not sexually eat when right here in my pants, for example, I have a hard dick that I'm not even using. They can munch on. Let the children eat. However, Noise was worried about these young teens, the boys at least, not being able to not come when they started having sex. He was worried about some amateur hour pregnancies. So to solve this problem, he decides that young men in his community, this might even be more ridiculous than the shit I've already covered. He decides that the young men in his community should have a lot of practice sex with women in the community who have already gone through menopause. And only these women, until they can control their ejaculations. And yes, I am wondering now if he assigned young teen boys to fuck his mom. Of course I'm thinking that. It's very possible. But I don't know for sure because a lot of the records of exactly who fucked who in this group were eventually burned by his descendants, once it became a silverware titan business, because this all embarrassed the shit out of him. Interestingly, the practice of male continence did seem to work pretty well as far as birth control went. From 1848 to 1868, when records were taken of this, only some 40 kids were born in the community of about 250 people on average. It seems all those births were planned, so they claimed. After 1868, there's just no records of how many kids were born, during that last 10-year stretch. Another odd sexual teaching practice along these same lines was called ascending fellowship. This one equally creepy, that last one. Ascending fellowship was Noise's process of introducing female virgins into complex marriage. He justified this practice in a few ways. One was to prevent young members from falling in love with one another and from limiting their range of affection to just the younger members, right? Because you got to remember, he's doing all of this stuff for them and for God. The males, picked, to care for female virgins, the males who were picked to, introduce female virgins to sex were the men Noyes considered to be closest to God. These people were, of course, mostly himself. And then also his older male friends, called central members by the group. So typical. Once again, older male cult leader twists religious teachings around until he is supposed to fuck young women and girls. It's what God wants. If he can't have Abigail, he will drown his tears in young puss. Typically in this system of ascending fellowship, an elder male member would pick any female version of his choice. And due to her lower order in terms of some complex leadership hierarchy they had, she was compelled to accept. This is so fucked up. So much social pressure for her to accept. If she does not, literally everyone she knows is mad at her. And they think she is going against God's literal will. Oh, cult. Noyes justified this practice by saying that only he and a few other men had the skills and self-control, right, dick control, necessary to participate in sexual intercourse with young women of this community. Because again, he's doing this for the kids. He's teaching young teen girls how to have sex, and he will do this up until his mid-60s for the good of the community. He's pumping away, maybe not coming.
Enjoy your life, bud.
In order to make everyone immortal.
What type of story I have to come into? You're listening to a cult.
In the reverse, young men and older women, men
welcome in, Heathen. I'm a lurking mod at the moment, but I hope you are well. What's this awful fucking crazy guy? The Oneida Community Cult.
Sexual intercourse was spiritual. The pairing of man and woman for sexual intercourse in the community had to be approved by a committee.
Hope you're doing well.
Most of the virgin females always seem to end up reserved.
Just redoing this.
Also, the sex
fixing
committee,
this
sex committee,
because I just
always, if not always, dudes, and only dudes. Noyes did believe that women had the right to choose if and when to bear a child, though, which was not a common belief at the time. So, John was a sexual predator and a feminist, which is a tough combo to pull off. The fourth major teaching practiced there was called mutual criticism. This is at a lawn school, should I mention. Mutual criticism established to assure the integrity of the community by conformity to Noyes' morality. This was how it worked. A member under communal control would go before either committee or the whole community. They would, then criticize the person, focusing on the member's bad traits, what the community thought was holding them back from contributing more positively to group culture. However, Noyes himself never went through this because he felt that a group should not criticize their leader. Otherwise, he totally would because he thinks it's great. He totally would. In addition to weird rules about sex and a policy of verbally abusing one another, there were also a lot of regulations. There were 21 standing committees by the end, 48
no, not too bad. Just getting ready for work. How are you all? Well, I played Phasmophobia before this stream. I was streaming Phasmophobia, and then afterwards, immediately started drawing.
Give up raising their toddlers, and the kids would be basically raised in an orphanage.
So it's been a 4-hour stream so far. Probably going to go on for a few more hours,
but not with them. Not raised by them. Parents had to watch some compound nanny discipline their kids. Super fucked up, lots of tears. I'm
probably
sure
about, I would say, till around 3.
Let's look closer at the life of one.
Probably going to go till around 3, and then
to add a personal touch to
I'll call it a night.
Because a lot of
3 or 4
records were destroyed.
Maybe 3 or 4.
Woman's diary entries in
maybe, I don't know.
Tisra Miller, Noyes' niece, that the full scope of the sexual situation at Oneida really came into public view. These diary entries published as a memoir titled Desire and Duty at Oneida, written between 1867 and 1879. And Tisra was between the ages
love the
of 23 and
cityscape. The look is amazing. I try. It's not. I know it's a small town, and they're just gonna get bigger after this.
Founder of the community. She was John.
They're just gonna get fucking bigger after this.
She would have an interesting life, to say the least. She grew up in
I'm just gonna have to learn how to get better at drawing them.
Since before she was born, so she grew up accepting their beliefs completely. And this is how she described her childhood, or a little moment of it. I was born September 13th, 1843, in Putney, Vermont. My mother was the youngest sister of John Noyes, the founder of the Oneida community. Mr. Noyes converted his 2 younger sisters and brother to his own peculiar views of religious and social life, and then, having arranged their marriages with persons of similar views, he entered into cooperation with them, having common ownership of this world's goods and forming themselves into one large family with himself as the head. So that's interesting that he also arranged marriages, too, before this. Not sure if Noyes fucked his sisters in Oneida, but he might have. He did, as you'll see, have no problem, fucking his niece. Incest, apparently, did not interfere with the Jesus penis immortality electricity situation. Tisra continues, my first recollection
But
of
how
Mr.
are
Noyes
you,
is when I was 3
Heathen?
years old.
Hope the morning
There
is
was a lounge
going
in the sitting
well.
room, all
Hope
around the edge of
I
which
am
were
a nice
were
morning
pretty
coffee,
silk tassels of
at the very least.
variegated colors. One day, one of these tassels was cut off, and someone accused me of doing it. I did not do it, and of course, my denial must have been called in question, for my next remembrance is of being perched on Mr. Noyes' knee, while he, with his arms folded, regarded me with a searching glance, and told me to look him in the eye and tell him the truth. This was my first experience of fear of a human being, and a fear of a human being, and a kind of terror seized me. But I do not recall any punishment, and the matter was soon passed by and forgotten by everyone but me. I remember Mr. Noyes
Yep,
afterwards as
coffee.
being very kind and jolly to the children. So creepy. He will,
Snow
later
slander.
have so much sex, with her and other
Snow
children
slander?
whom I
Oh,
knew when they
man.
were very little. Once Tisra made it to the age of 14, she was considered
No snow
magnetic,
slander.
which meant, she was considered to be attractive to community men, and meant her vagina was now an excellent conductor of Jesus' penis electricity. 14, that's so young. This is so fucked up, obviously. Although it's never written in any records, at least not ones we still have, it is very likely that her uncle John, 32 years her senior, initiated her into his system of complex marriage. They were lovers in confidence all the way up until Noyes would leave Oneida in 1879 when he was 68 and she was 36. Even though Tisra grew up at Oneida and was indoctrinated into this bullshit, she still found their practices confusing. Probably because they were confusing, because they were ridiculous. For example, in a diary entry from April 1869, Tisra recounted a conversation
I'm
with
glad
Noyes,
that
where
I
she
can
told
be
him
the
that she had
coffee,
slept with men without any appetite.
the creme.
Noyes replied that she must
What would
follow
I
her
be
own attractions.
considered? The
This is self-defeating,
newspaper?
because if she did that, she'd probably pick the guy she liked the most and just fuck him. But then that would also be against
The paper?
Noyes' teachings. Tisra was greatly relieved when Noyes told her this, writing that she said, I have been in a kind of duty-doing spirit with folks for whom I had no attraction. I have felt that it was a great expense to me, but I didn't know what to do when I thought I was doing my duty. I'd hardly dared to hope I needed to do nothing in this line, but felt an attraction for. For Tisra, as probably was the case for many other community members, it was impossible to separate her own desires from the duty to the community and from Noyes' various mandates, because he'd built all these rules out of his own twisted desire just to have sex with Abigail Merwin, and probably just mental illness. The system, I'm sure was just confusing for everyone. Follow your attractions, but don't just have sex with the person you're attracted to. And then, when you do have sex, don't let the guy finish, unless the committee has assigned him to you for the breeding. But follow your desires, but don't just have sex. Don't come. Just go for a while until how long would they have sex for, by the way? Until the guys just blue balls felt like they were gonna fucking pop. He's like, I can't take it anymore. It's enough. Anyway, just do what you want. Whatever you want to do is perfect, because it's your will. God made it, but don't follow your will if it interferes with the will that I've described in the compound rules. And just don't. If Tisra would have had her choice, she would have only pursued another member named
The
James
newspaper
Herrick. One day she
sounds
wore a
good.
white dress that was
You're
his
more
favorite
entertaining
because
than
he was
most
right. Next, she
newspapers.
said,
Good.
Tisra and Herrick were caught during a rainstorm.
I hope I
in
am
the
more
business
entertaining
office
than most
getting it
newspapers.
on.
I try to be at
She
least
said
a
there was
little bit
wonderful
more
glow and
entertaining.
between us. We seemed
A
all
little
aflame.
bit.
We
Just a
hurried to the
tiny
house,
bit
and
more
he wanted me to
entertaining.
come into his room ecstasy,
You know.
fucking in the business office, then fucking in the house. Passionately. There's no way he didn't come during those encounters. So sad that they just weren't encouraged to be together. In 1868, Tisra wrote about sleeping with another uncle. Oh, no, wait. This is the first uncle, Uncle John. Sleeping with Mr. Noyes the other night, he said there was an immense difference in women in regard to power to please sexually.
I hope I can give everybody a little bit of entertainment here and there.
To make social music, as there
Give
is
a little
between a
bit.
grand piano and a 10-penny whistle.
Give just the tiniest bit
Applying his
of
remarks personally, he
entertainment.
said, I always expect something sublime when I sleep with you. Dude was a real horn dog and a very selfish lover, apparently. Women are just better at it, right? You suck and you fuck with the energy. I mean, guys, we'd love to, but all we can do is just kind of lay there and let you do the work. And I don't know what the hell's going on here. April 1868. Tisra references fucking her other uncle now, John's brother George. She says, Uncle George has come and gone. Strange talk with him. We never talked so freely. He thought I troubled him some, bewitched him. We had it back and forth in lively style for a while. Okay. Then our talk was very satisfactory. We are no longer lovers. Anyway, I don't think I will trouble him in the least. I told him just what I owed to my acquaintance with him. He did me too. I don't know exactly what she's talking about there, other than, she had sex with him. In an 1869 entry, Tisra talked about receiving that community criticism. It seemed as though there was no action in my heart. Thursday the 19th, Theodore criticized me for not cooperating easily with him in regard to the paper, for having a spirit of diotrepesis in regard to it, and for making Mary stand in terror of me. Aunt Harriet was there, said Theodore, she is full of Diotrefian spirit lately. I don't see how it got into her. And Harriet said, I do. It is natural to her. That is where she is just like me. That spirit has always been natural to me. Diotrefian is not a real word, by the way. It seems to be a reference to the biblical character of Diotrephes, a man mentioned only once in the book of 3rd John. This dude was said to be ambitious, proud, disrespectful of apostolic. God dang it. It's apostles. When you put it in that form, I always forget. Apostolic, I think. Apostolic. There we go. Authority, rebellious, and more than anything, inhospitable. He tried to hinder those desiring to show hospitality to the brothers and to expel these from the congregation. So I have to assume that Tisra was being criticized for not being, hospitable, for being inhospitable to fellow member Mary. She then wrote, I felt very thankful for the criticism. It softened my heart and did me good in many ways. I'm glad her and Mary Bear, worked out their kerfluffle. April 6, 1869, she talks again about being criticized, this time right after sex. Writing, slept with John Humphrey Noyes, I dreaded to go, because I knew he must discover my unmagnetic condition. He did fast enough. In the night, he said, would you like some criticism? Yes, I should very much. Well, there is no disguising the fact that you don't attract me. Ouch! You impress me with the feeling that your sexual nature has been abused by your entering into sexual intercourse without appetite. Spirits of men which are indigestible to you have come between you and me. It is true that I have slept with men without any appetite, she said, and a great deal lately. But why do you? He asked. I thought you promised me once you wouldn't. What the fuck is going on in this madhouse? It sounds like he's mad at her for sleeping with other dudes, but if she won't do that, he'll be mad at her for not sharing her electricity. Tisra also wrote about being chosen by Noyes to start a sort of a eugenics experiment. Beginning in 1869, Noyes developed his idea to start selectively breeding community members so that their holiness would be imprinted on their babies on a cellular level. Science, meat sacks. That's fucking science. He went back to the chalkboard, right? He wrote some more numbers. He drew some more dicks and stuff to get it all right. Right? People with more Jesus magnet immortality.
I hope that I can be at least a little bit irritating, especially with this podcast
immortality hemi burning inside of them
in the background.
Noyes thought basically that if bred right, new members would have more Jesus immortality inside of them than anyone else that have like a V8 immortality energy ween and lady ween instead of like a 4-cylinder God energy genital or something. Tisra's first child, George Wallington Noyes, was fathered by her uncle, George Noyes, born in 1870. Cool. Incest babies, get to have new and improved God energy motors. Then she gives birth to Hayden Inslee, fathered by member Edward Inslee in 1874. And then finally she gives birth to Hilda Herrick, fathered by the guy she actually liked the whole time, James Herrick, born in 1878. And then the community breaks up and she marries James, right? And then they have another kid,
very entertaining.
Herrick,
Good.
born in 1881.
Good.
Tisra will die, she'll been with him the whole time. Tisra will die in 1902, buried in the United Community Cemetery in Oneida, New York. Now, her and James stuck around after the group Love Compound closed down and, made some of that silverware money before she passed. Back to the timeline for just a moment now. 1860, Charles Julius Guiteau joins the Oneida community. He will go on to become their most infamous member for a reason that has nothing to do with being part of this weird sex cult. Going to detour into one more member's life, and I think it's worth it. Charles Julius Guiteau, born on September 8th, 1841 in Freeport, Illinois, the fourth of 6 children of Luther Wilson Guiteau and Jane Howe. Jane had suffered from psychosis for much of her life, a mental condition involving a loss of contact with reality and difficulty with social interaction. And as Charles grew older, it appeared that he might have inherited some of his mother's mental illness. Jane died when Charles was only 7. Then Luther Guiteau remarried. Although he always tried to please his father, Charles was somewhat awkward, would often stammer, leading to painful beatings when he was unable to pronounce a word correctly or without a stutter. In addition, Luther would physically punish his son over what he perceived to be religious shortcomings. This Luther guy making me feel like one of the best fathers ever. I have made plenty of parental mistakes, but I have never beat my kids for not speaking correctly. As a youth, Charles Guiteau worked for his father, who was a businessman, later elected county clerk, and then employed as a cashier in Freeport's Second National Bank. Luther Guiteau, very much against sending his son to college. However, in 1859, an inheritance from his maternal grandfather provided Charles with the means to attend the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. But if Charles had been unhappy at home, more unhappy at school. For solace and direction, he turned to the religious doctrines of John Humphrey Noyes. Fuck yeah, bro, they connect. Within a few months, he decided that his future was not at school, it was at the Oneida community. However, as enthusiastic as Guiteau was about the prospect of practicing complex marriage, let's get it on! He found his options limited once he got there. Many of the young women not interested in him at all as a partner. That's got to sting. He was also not very enthusiastic about the idea of communism in general. Everyone was expected to help out with the most menial of tasks at the commune. Guiteau actually wrote Noyes a note after he'd been living in Oneida for a little while, explaining that he was sent there by God to help him, and therefore he should not be expected to do any work that he
Hello,
personally
how are
found objectionable.
you?
That's fucking
Steady?
awesome. I bet Noyes did not care for that. Hey, that's my game. I'm the only one here who gets to claim crazy self-serving shit that I say is actually prophecies from God. How dare you try and beat me in my own game? During many of the group criticism sessions, Guiteau was repeatedly called an egotist, accused of being conceited, feeling disrespected and insulted. He left the commune April 3rd, 1865, and settles in Hoboken, New Jersey. Attempts to start a paper there called the Daily Theocrat, and it doesn't last long because it sucks. On July 20th, 1865, he wants to come back. He applies to re-enter Oneida, and they accept him again. Seems like their admission standards pretty fucking low. Not long after his return, he starts complaining about the inability of others to see his true genius. Also, still nobody wants to fuck him. And, since he's not part of Noyes' inner circle of dick control wizards, Noyes doesn't mandate anyone to fuck him. That must have hurt his ego, You have to have been especially unfuckable, I feel like, not to get laid in Oneida. He should have fled out west, tried to track down those battle axers. Get some action with those dirty pond fuckers. A year later, he leaves Oneida for good, sneaking out in the middle of the night. He could have just, walked out in broad daylight. No one was keeping him there, but he had a flair for the dramatic. And he was legitimately insane. By August of 1867, he's run out of money. He calls up his brother-in-law, George Scoville, who's a lawyer. George offers Charles a job in his law office in Chicago, as well as a place to live. And after a few months, Charles quits his position, returns to New York to work for a newspaper called The Independent. But he doesn't like it, and he quits. And now he decides to sue Oneida on the charge of withholding compensation for work he'd done there. Apparently, he forgot, one of the main principles of communism is not getting paid for your labor. For several months, Guiteau sends threatening letters to Noyes that amount to blackmail. Oneida lawyers write back and threaten to prosecute him for extortion, use his letters against him. Then he's like, JK, I was kidding around, I'll stop. He moves back to Chicago, where this highly unstable man manages to pass the Illinois bar and set up a small private law office. That's cool. 1869, he marries Annie Bunn, a librarian at the local YMCA.
Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well,
his
Steady.
business is disorganized and failing.
Mostly lurking at work again. How is work going? Working going.
All night.
Pretty good,
like
but
that.
would rather not
like he's
do it
severely
and be
bipolar.
home
Some studies
instead.
can help medicate people
But
that
what
don't
can
expect
you do? Gotta
In
earn living
1874,
somehow.
his wife divorced
Agreed.
him after she discovers he
Same.
visited a prostitute shortly after they had moved back to New
Same,
York.
my friend, same.
Then the following year, or he moves back to New York, might have been her
I
first time.
know
Then the
that
following year,
feeling.
Guiteau's behavior becomes more bizarre after failing to obtain the
You
fund
know.
money for
Oh
another
man, I
newspaper
would
venture.
love to be.
Moves
We
back
know
in with
that
his
feeling
brother-in-law.
well, Steady.
Then one
I
day,
don't
his
know,
sister,
like,
Frances, reports that he went up to chop
Today
wood,
was very
and when she's
weird.
walking past him,
I slept
suddenly
through most of
raises
the
his axe
day.
at her
I
in a
don't
threatening
know.
manner.
I was
She runs for the local doctor.
not
Who then comes back
feeling
and
it.
examines her brother and declares that he should be institutionalized.
I was
He
like,
doesn't
I
wanna
don't
be,
want to be
so he runs away,
productive,
flees,
and I
and
just
becomes a
slept
minister
through
for 3
most of
years.
the fucking
Plot
day.
twist. From
And then my
1877
mom
to 1880,
called, being
Guiteau
like,
works as an
"Oh,
errant
gotta pay
preacher,
bills,"
writing
and
and
then she called
disseminating his
back and
own
she's like, "Nope,
sermons,
we don't have
and
to
then turns
go
to
pay
politics.
bills.
If you're
You're
seriously mentally
fine."
unstable,
And
then
I'm
your
like,
best bet for
okay,
steady work is religion or politics.
I'm not gonna say no.
Homeboy is a big Ulysses S. Grant fan, and he sets out for New York again to offer his services to the National Republican Committee. He writes a speech supporting Grant called Grant Against Hancock, Winfield Hancock, the Democratic nominee, and no one cares. Then when James Garfield is nominated, Guiteau decides he likes him more than he liked Grant. So he basically crosses out Grant's name in the speech and pencils in Garfield's name. Seriously. Then he delivers this speech to an audience of probably almost fucking no one. No one important heard it. Maybe some people trying to ignore him on a busy street corner or something. Then he gets copies of the speech printed, passes them around to members of the Republican National Committee, who I imagine throw them in the trash without reading them. When James Garfield wins the election, this guy's a nut. Guiteau actually thinks Garfield had him to thank the most. He thinks his speech won the election for him. So he packs up, without ever talking to anybody at the White House, moves to Washington, D.C., expecting a government job to come his way any day now from a man who's never heard of him. Guiteau now, once he gets to D.C., he writes the presiding Secretary of State, William Evarts, stating he would like to be appointed to a very important position once President-elect Garfield, enters the White House. And what position did he want? He wants to be awarded the position of consul to Austria as a personal tribute for his campaign efforts, which, apparently were, so minimal. But then before anybody wrote back, he writes another letter. He changed his mind. He decides, you know what? Paris is going to be a better fit for me. Yes, give me Paris. I'm very important. Then after moving into a Washington boarding house on March 10th, 1881, Guiteau randomly shows up at the White House, asking to see the president, back when you could do that shit. And in a move that definitely would not happen again today, he gets to meet the president. He actually gets to enter the executive office, hands the president a copy of his Garfield against Hancock pamphlet. I like to actually picture it with actual name of Grant crossed out, and then Garfield. And also, he wrote the words Paris
I wish I
Consulship
could have a
on the
day
front. So
that I
that's
could
what I
just
want
sleep
in
in.
exchange for this.
Oh man,
After declaring that
I
he was
don't
an
know.
applicant for the position, he
It
takes
felt
a seat while
alright.
the president
It felt
starts to quietly
alright,
read
and
the
then I
document,
went to
puffing
dinner with my
nervously and suspending
friend.
her.
He paid
And
because
several
I
minutes
don't
later,
have
he
any
is inexplicably
money
gets up and
till
fucking leaves without speaking another word. Just
till
walks the fuck out on the
Wednesday. I don't
president to
get
agree to
paid
the
till
meeting.
Wednesday,
Next day, he writes the new Secretary of
so I
State, James
got one
Blaine,
more
claiming that he
day
had
to
spoken
just
to
chill
Garfield and the
out.
president, had said,
No
which he didn't.
man,
An
no
endorsement would
money
help as it
till
was in your department.
Wednesday.
He informed Blaine that his speech got Garfield. That's what fucking got him the presidency, was my speech. And now he just keeps writing Blaine over and over, every few days, sometimes multiple times in a day. More nonsense. For some reason, the Secret Service, which did exist back then, does not have him quietly killed like they probably should have. Guiteau next shows up at a White House reception, or soon shows up at a White House reception, introduces himself to Lucretia Garfield, president's wife, tells her he's one of the men that made Mr. Garfield president. And I bet his eyes weren't crazy at all when he said that. Also approached Indiana Senator Benjamin Harrison, who would later become the 23rd president, asked him if, Harrison could intervene on his behalf, get him this job. Harrison politely declines. Probably is like, keep an eye on this guy, just Secret Service. At the end of March, Guiteau makes a personal visit to Blaine at the State Department, hands the secretary his fucking stupid speech again. Finally, on May 14th, Secretary Blaine's had enough. Never speak to me again on the subject of Paris, he snaps when Guiteau asks if there's anything new to report. And Guiteau gets mad and says, I'm going to see the president about this. And they're like, no, you're not. Guiteau hurries back
I just
to his
wish
house,
I
quickly
didn't
dashes
need
off a
to
letter the
sleep,
president,
at
telling
least
about
not so
Blaine
much
behavior,
after
and
work. I just feel like I run out of time to do stuff. I enjoy when I need to head to bed already for the next work day. Yeah, it's weird. I hate it.
Or otherwise, you and the Republican Party will come to grief. Now the Secret Service should have definitely had him quietly killed. I mean, come on. Then informs the president that he will be stopping by the following day. The president's private secretary, however, had already issued orders to the White House ushers to make sure he is never fucking let into the White House again. For the next few weeks now, Guiteau prays for divine guidance about what to do. And his prayers are answered. God tells him he has to kill the president in order to restore peace between various factions in the Republican Party. Right? Please, God, just tell me what to do. Now, I'm sure this happened. Kill him, Charles! Kill the president for not getting back to you about Paris! I mean, you gave him the presidency with your awesome speech! Before killing the president, Guiteau also decides to publish a religious manuscript. Why not? The book he wrote was called The Truth, the companion to the Bible.
It's a vicious cycle of sleep, work, repeat. Yeah, and then if you have kids, it's sleep, work, repeat.
40,000 copies printed.
Hope for the future.
Boston, but no one fucking wants him.
Worry about the future.
Snaps, a little further.
It's a bit of anxiety every single time.
Charles Guiteau shoots President Garfield twice. Shoots him once in the arm, then fatally in the back, as the president was about to depart from the Baltimore and Potomac Railroad station. The president would die from his wounds 11 weeks later. Slow death from these wounds. Seeing the president off the morning he died was Secretary of War Robert Todd Lincoln, son of assassination victim Abraham Lincoln. As Garfield lay on the ground bleeding after being shot, Guiteau headed toward the exit on 6th Street. He's promptly arrested. His trial would begin November 14th, 1881, would end May 22nd, 1882. And throughout his trial, he exhibited bizarre behavior that gave credence to the defense team's contention that, he's crazy. He cursed and insulted everyone in the courtroom, including his own attorney, who happened to be his sister's husband, that George Scoville again, also the judge himself, at times even passed notes to spectators in the courtroom asking for their advice on how to proceed. That's so funny to me. Imagine being in court, sitting behind some murderer, right? And then he just turns and passes you a note, and you open it up and just says, what do you think I should do? What would you do? Charles was found guilty on January 25th, 1882, then called the jury low, consummate jackasses, said that God will avenge his outrage, proclaimed to the judge, I am not guilty of the charge set forth in the indictment. It was God's act and not mine. God will take care of it. And God, I don't know, I guess took care of it. Charles was hanged at the District of Columbia jail 2 days before the first anniversary of the assassination. And that dude was accepted not once, but twice into the Oneida community. Hope you found that detour interesting and worthwhile. All right, now back to the main timeline. June 1879, one of Noyes' most loyal followers alerts him that he's about to be arrested for statutory rape. Right? About to get in trouble again. So in the middle of the night, he flees again. He knows that he's guilty. and he takes off for Ontario, Canada. In August, he writes back to the United Group, stating that it was time to abandon the practice of complex marriage and live in a more traditional manner. He knew if he didn't, more charges against other group members were coming, and the whole thing would get shut down. Weird how a sudden fear of incarceration completely and immediately changed God's plans for humanity. Then the United Community formally dissolves and converts to a joint stock company, January 1st, 1881. One of the earliest joint stock companies in the U.S. Members of the former United Community now all become shareholders of what is going to quickly become a very valuable corporation. It will go on to become very wealthy, making a lot of silver
there are
money.
lots of that with
Group
kids.
sex did
Yeah,
not lead to
just
immortality,
worry
but it did lead
about
to a nice
are
fat night beat up.
they
How
doing well
fucking
in school? Do they have a
More
lot
on
of
their cutlery in a
friends?
bit.
Do they
Noyes would
have
never return
enough
to the US,
friends? Do
but he
they
did
have
retain
too
power and
many
influence over
bad
many of his
friends?
followers.
What
Some even left
what's
Oneida to come to
what's the
Niagara Falls
over
area.
under on
Not
their
sure if he got sleep with
on
them,
their
I guess,
teachers?
yeah, he did.
Are their teachers
John Humphrey Noyes
worthwhile?
then died
Are
60
their
years later in Niagara
are the
Falls,
teachers teaching
Ontario,
them
April 13th,
values that
1886
you
at
would
the age
teach
of
them?
74.
Should they be
How did he
teaching
die?
them
Well,
values
the
that
rumor
you
is
were
that after
you
40
should be
years of so
teaching
much
them?
sex, but not coming, when he finally ejaculated, he blew the top of his
Am
off.
am I actually working well with the PTA? Do they
For real,
actually
how did he
take my
die?
suggestions,
He passed away quite
or
harmlessly. His body was returned to Oneida,
or
buried in
am
the
I
United
just
Community
another
Cemetery
face in the
with those of
crowd?
many of his followers, where it remains today.
After
Dude never
4,
pulled off his
5, or
Jesus
6
energy dick
years,
wizard immortality
I'll be
experiment.
gone, and
We know the
then
spirit
they
is
don't
up to
have to
now,
deal
right?
with my
The
ass
spirit, if it
anymore.
exists.
And that
Hopefully,
is the question:
has now
is
been able to
that
track down the spirit of
are
Abigail
they
Merlin.
really
If it
caring,
has,
or
holy
is this
shit, is she
just
getting
another
ghost bumped right
paycheck
now.
for them?
Her poor ghost puss must be so sore. For the next few decades, the joint stock company kept
I
selling all
know,
kinds of
I
things:
know a
steel traps,
lot
sub
about
codes, canned
fear
vegetables,
for
leather
not
handbags,
having
etc.
kids. I
Right?
do
The
have,
people like
I
them, still
do
crazy.
understand
Early heads of the community still believed in
parental
versions of Noyes'
fears
perfectionism,
all the
still
time.
likely dabbled in, polyamory.
We don't have PTA
And
here.
claimed to be visited by the spirit of Noyes,
Well,
who helped them lead the company. So that's cool. Finally, in 1899, the United Community starts
good.
the
You don't
production of
have to go through
silver-plated
that
platters
BS
and
because
hollowware
I
using the
mean they're
community
not
plate model.
listening to you
And
anyway.
he started
They're
focusing
not.
more
The school's
on,
district
more,
isn't listening to
flatware
you
going forward.
anyway.
The animal trap business is sold in
I'm
1912.
kidding. I'm
Silk business,
kidding.
get rid of it in 1916.
Feels like
Canning
it though
business,
sometimes.
they got rid of that in 1915.
I don't even know if there's
1929,
school
Oneida started
districts
producing
in
a somewhat lower quality
where
line of
you
products.
are.
In addition to their expensive shit, sales go even better. 1935, Oneida changed its name to Oneida Limited, and the company becomes one of the largest producers of flour in the entire world for most of the 20th century. In 1950, the last original member of the United Community, Ella Florence Underwood, dies at the age of 101. Kentwood, New York. And I'm sure left a huge silver money inheritance.
I don't even know what they have
by the
over there.
1980s, Oneida made at least half of all flatware purchased in the U.S. Most of you listening right now have undoubtedly eaten something using Oneida cutlery, possibly today. And one of my favorite pieces of trivia from this, you know the term spooning? I'm sure you know the term spooning, pretty common.
Well, we can just talk to the teachers. There's a school, there is school districts, but they're nothing like the American ones. Oh, okay, all right.
When people found out about their, wild sexual past,
Well, at least you can
mixed with
talk to the
silverware, term
teachers.
spooning was made. A nod, of course, to slow sex due to that history of not coming and all that. I did not know that. Did you know that? Did you believe that? Even for a second? Because it's not true. If you did, I'm going to tell my wife, Lindsay, the Queen of the Suck is going to be very happy. When I told her about this crazy story over lunch the other day, she said that I should tell that story. She wanted to see if anybody would fall for it. She'll be so happy if you did. A few decades ago, cheap silverware being readily available begins to cripple Oneida's business model. Oneida Limited goes bankrupt in 2006, sold to a multinational company. It remains today as the company Oneida, a silverware company that claims to aim for perfection, like the community that created it, but hopefully less 14-year-old fucking. And with that, let's hop out of this.
But I don't know. I don't have a kid, so I wouldn't know.
Soldier, you made it back.
And we have an app that can direct messages to teachers, principals, etc. of the school. Nice. So it's very difficult to hide grades from your parents. Okay.
One more sponsor. I think you're gonna like this one. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by the world's soon-to-be #1 phone sex hotline, 1-900 Pond fuck. Call one of our sexy men or ladies who are waiting right now out behind the barn, down that muddy hill, naked, filthy, fucking each other's brains out in a nasty ass pond. Are they gonna let being covered in chicken and cow shit keep them from plugging every dirty hole? Hell no. Is that pond filled with leeches and tadpoles and stuff? Yup, they're invited too. Everyone and everything can come to the pond fuck. So call 1-900-POND-FUCK, and for just $3.99 a minute, you can swim on in. Is that some pond puss you're feeling down in that dark, dirty water? Or is that a muskrat? Who cares? Muskrats
Everything
need love
gets in
too.
as a
Everyone gets
physical
love
and
in the
digital
fuck pond.
copy. Yeah.
No clothes, no cares.
Can't
lots of
hide your
frogs,
grades
quite a bit of
anymore.
bacteria,
Damn.
maybe some dysentery.
I remember I
Definitely a lot
used
of
to do
bugs
that
and
all the
frog bugs
time.
And titties, lady titties, man titties, maybe some goat, cow, and dog titties. No one gets denied in the fuck pond. Wade in, feel around, stick it in or get it stuck in. And then maybe take some antibiotics, because we don't want anyone dying in the fuck pond. But if you do die, probably from an infection, the party don't stop, won't stop. 1-900-POND-FUCK. Just $3.99 a minute. Get wet, get dirty, get pond fucked. Man, what a great sponsor. I gotta say, I'm really proud to have such quality companies aligning with the suck. It's great. Makes me feel good. Now I feel ready. Now I feel recharged to recap. Founded by John Humphrey Noyes after his first experiment, the Putney community was driven out of Vermont in 1848. The Oneida community existed for 3 decades with up to just over 300 members at its height. Members spun silk, canned fruits and vegetables, made animal traps, got yelled at by each other, fucked each other to create enough God energy to become immortal, and more. Well, to try to become immortal. Didn't quite work. Led by Noyes, they aimed for perfection, an idea Noyes became obsessed with while studying at the Theological Seminary in Yale. And eventually, getting his preaching license revoked.
So you can't hide your grades from your parents forever.
Noyes fled to Canada many years later, following a tip that he'd be arrested for statutory rape. The community he founded dissolved, formally becoming a joint stock corporation in 1881, then transitioned into a silverware company by the end of the 19th century, becoming America's biggest silverware manufacturer, one of the largest flatware producers in the world by the end of the 20th century. Such a fascinating piece of history, and I would have never heard about it if not for this show. Once again, I am so fascinated by how wild some people's lives have been. Once again, I wonder what similar cult might be lurking somewhere around me right now. There's a huge property about a mile from me up on this mountain. Not far from the Suck Dungeon. I checked out Google satellite photos of it a while back. It's massive. Several large buildings that could be for sure compounds. Large high fence surrounds it. A fence you can't see through. A big security gate at the entrance. The grounds, apparently from the satellite photos I was able to see, seem kind of manicured, like little mini golf course there. Just all kinds of stuff. And I have no idea what goes on there. There's probably a property like that somewhere near you. Some secretive fenced-in place. Maybe some place people whisper about. I definitely see people around this area from time to time. Adults piling out of a van, all dressed alike, like they fucking time traveled here from the 19th century, for example. And I don't know what they're about, right? I don't know what's going on. Are they living on a compound? Are they asked to fuck each other to create Jesus immortality juice? With conspiracy culture on the rise right now, probably not going to go away anytime soon. There has to be a new wave of so many crazy cults coming, right? There's around 8 billion meat sacks on Earth right now. How many of them are doing shit just as weird as John Humphrey Noyes and his followers were doing over 150 years ago? Well, I guess less than 150 years ago by the very end. 10,000, 100,000, millions. I feel terrible for the people who get sucked into the shit, when they're super young or super desperate. They're maybe born into it, just born gullible. But the stories produced by this stuff, oh, God. Man, do they make life more interesting. Stay curious, meat sacks. Stay interested in all the wild and wacky shit that goes on around you every damn day.
He was just
Can't
startled.
stop all this stuff from happening, so we might as well enjoy learning about it when it does. Let's revisit what fascinating stuff we learned today in today's top 5 takeaways.
Time Suck Top 5 Takeaways.
Number 1, the Oneida community was potentially the most successful.
But it sounds like you're well connected into your son's life, which is good. You need to be, instead of my parents that were, into it when it was nice. But I get it. They were doing stuff.
And then he developed, the idea of a complex marriage, meaning all men were married to all women, one way or another. Right?
Not trying to be like, they didn't care about me. It's more like they saw my
Number three,
brother
the United
who
community was briefly the home of
was
Charles
amazing
Guiteau, who
at
would later go
school,
on to
and
attempt to sue them
then
for unpaid
they
labor,
expected
forgetting
me
that was the whole
to
idea
be
of
exactly the
socialism.
same.
Then Guiteau would convince himself that he was the reason James Garfield got reelected or got elected to the presidency. Excuse
I
me.
try my
Then
best
he badgered members of Garfield's staff
to
for
be
a
a
month
bug
before
part
shooting
of
the
his
president
life.
at a train
A
station.
bug part of his
And
life
this
that
not
I
was admitted
need.
to the United
I
community not once
mean,
but twice, which further
that's a
illustrates how
hard
crazy
one.
this place was. Number four, just don't come. Noise taught followers the practice of male continence, a fancy term for not ejaculating, because the most important function of sex was not to have kids. It was to create some kind of magnetic, Jesus-juice power conductor that would energize the human race into immortality. And wasting your cum was wasting some of that energy. Number five, new info. Today, the legacy of this cult lives on in the Oneida Community Mansion House, where guests can stay overnight and visit the museum. A few descendants of the original community still live today in this mansion, where so much weird fucking and group criticism and weird dick control training and stuff went on. Many of the followers of John Humphrey Noyes buried in the United Cemetery. Next to the mansion, the old cult compound, now a museum, has permanent residence apartments, and is a bed and breakfast. You can stay for the night or for the rest of your life, where all this weird shit went down. You can go to oneidacommunity.org if you want to book your stay, and please do not tell them I've sent you, because I do not want them to hear this podcast and write me a bunch of hateful shit. And that's all for today's Top 5 Takeaway.
Time Suck Top 5 Takeaways.
The Oneida Community Cult has been sucked.
Yes.
Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all their help in making Time Suck every week. Thank you to Sophie Evans, the fact sorceress, for doing a great job with the initial research on this one. Thanks to Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, for giving me the time to do a lot of additional research and record it. Thanks to Joe Pezzi for production, Reverend Doctor, making it sound so good in here. I'm liking it more and more, this new little revamp. Thanks to you for continuing to rate and review and spread the suck to new members by word of mouth, more effective than any other form of advertising.
Both my brothers were very good at school and have high paid jobs. I'm the failure of the family is I didn't push uni and don't have a great paying job. You have a great enough paying job to give your son an amazing Christmas. Don't sell yourself short.
Next week, it is Celtic mythology. The Space Lizards have spoken, voted to add to our collection of mythological sucks from around the globe. This time we're going to head to Ireland.
My sister dropped out when she was 15 because she was pregnant with a child.
Head to the Emerald Isle.
My brother is now a lawyer for some stuff. So, like, him and his nurse wife are doing a-okay, you know? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm trying to say that, you know, we all have different paths. And to be like, oh, they did this and they did that. No, you're fucking amazing.
Oscar Wilde, C.S. Lewis, Bram Stoker, Samuel Beckett, and more. Join us next week.
Is what I'm saying.
Out of the weird shit that Celtic people have been saying to each other for hundreds and hundreds of years.
My family don't see it that way. Okay, well, fuck them. I mean, you've got an amazing kid. You've got good friends.
Get your Time Sucker updates.
Fuck them. Oh, why couldn't you done that? Well, fuck you. You know what? How about that?
He writes, God damn it, you mother of all fucking suckers. I'd gone for such a long time without any issues. I've been super careful because I heard during all the updates all the times people got Cummins lot. I was told myself that wouldn't happen to me. I was so careful to always be aware of my surroundings and had OCD levels of making sure that if my Bluetooth fails, it would not result in anyone around me.
Yeah, that looks like some snow, some snow shit. That looks like some real cold shit over there.
I had been having a really hard, last 6 months. It's caused me to be less careful, I guess, because it happened to me. I was listening, and your first Whipple ad started while I was supposed to be waiting for 15 more minutes in a curbside pickup spot. I was laughing so hard that my eyes closed. I was having actual.
Oh my gosh. The Rui, the Circle, is doing shit. I don't even know what he's doing.
The estimated 2 million child prostitutes worldwide.
Time Suck Top 5.
Did we listen to the Jody Aries suck? I don't think we have. I don't think the stream has, which is fine. I'm fine with it.
Jody Arias, remember her? In the early summer of 2008, the mortgage crisis in the U.S. loomed large. Barack Obama was campaigning for the presidential election in the fall. The world was looking forward to the Summer Olympics in Beijing, and a horrifying crime was going down in the Phoenix suburb of
I don't
Mesa,
think so.
Arizona.
Okay.
Travis Alexander, a 30-year-old Mormon motivational speaker of sorts, will be found 5 days after his murder by his friends and roommates in a scene that looked like something straight out of a slasher flick. Blood was splattered on the walls of the bathroom where Travis's body was found, along the sink, mirror, and tiled floors. He'd been stabbed nearly 30 times, his throat slit, and he'd been shot in the head. And his friends and family immediately pointed their fingers at the one person who they all thought was most likely responsible, Jodi Arias, a slightly built, attractive woman with no criminal record. Someone who did not look like the person most would connect with Travis's brutal crime scene. She was the woman Travis had been dating off and on for the better part of the past year and a half. An odd woman once you looked into their relationship, a woman who'd once slept under Travis's Christmas tree after he told her she couldn't sleep over at his house, a woman who'd snuck into his house through the doggy door after they'd broken up and crawled naked into his bed, a woman who they all suspected had slashed all 4 of his tires twice when he'd once started dating someone else. For over a year and a half, Travis and Jodi had been involved in a highly toxic, sex-crazed, torrid romance after meeting at a Las Vegas MLM conference in September of 2006. And while Jodi's jealous, suspicious, and sometimes downright crazy behavior towards Travis set off a lot of alarm bells for his friends, and while Travis seemed to understand how unhealthy his relationship with Jodi was, he would never totally break it off with her. He just seemed to have liked the sex too much, so he kept inviting her back in no matter what she did. And in the end, he did that too many times. In the last days of May 2008, Jodi started putting together a plan to kill him. Or did she? Or was she framed? Today on Time Suck, I hope to prove to you that Jodi Arias is completely innocent. Her trial for Travis's murder would captivate a nation that had just come off the Casey Anthony trial. Recordings of phone sex were played in court. Nude graphic sex pics were shown. Jodi Arias herself testified for 18 days. She contradicted herself numerous times. She told crazy lies. She gave a highly implausible story to investigators about who really killed Travis, but does that mean that she killed him? No, but I think I know who did. This week, we get to the real bottom of this highly sensationalized murder mystery on a true crime, Mormon as heck, gosh dang, play with fire too many times and you're gonna get burned edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, meat sacks. Work and wait. I'm Dan Cummins, a master sucker, head attorney for Jodi Arias' appeals team, and you are listening to Time Suck. Hail Nimrod, help me convince others of the truth. Lucifina, please protect Jodi. Bojangles, give her strength and soothe her innocent soul. Triple M. And JK, oh my heck, get the flip out of here. Totally kidding about Jodi Arias being innocent. She is guilty as fuck. Do you think I'd lost it? More than normal. Probably lost some new listeners with that opening nonsense. Oh well, worth it for me. Jodi Arias is an absolute maniac, and I was captivated by her story this week. I forgot how crazy and also how relatable her story is. What a cautionary tale. A couple quick announcements, and we'll get right to it. Symphony of Insanity stand-up comedy tour almost here. I can't believe I am about to return to stand-up. Go to dancummins.tv to get tickets to Tacoma, Loveland, Colorado, Denver, San Francisco, Portland, so many more cities. Tour starts up in August. A reissue of some old favorites in the store at badmagicmerch.com right now. Triple M enamel pin, the Richard Ramirez pen, a pin of me, Lindsay, the original challenge coin, the most recent challenge coin, some patches, a lot of fun collectibles back in the shop. And that's it for announcements. Flew through them this week. Let's get into today's tale. I hope you like it as much as I do. I hope it grabs you like it grabbed me. The Provo float. Remember that term. Remember soaking. Get ready to learn about a lot of craziness. Let's get into it. Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias. It's so odd, really, that so many of us even know their names.
Pet the rabbit.
Jodi was not a serial killer.
Remember to give the rabbits when you can. Give them
Travis had a
pets.
childhood more on par with a lot of the serial killers we've covered here. Their story is a tale of a murderer and a victim who dated, a random crime of passion. And that story plays out all the time, sadly. More than 2,000 people killed by domestic violence-related shootings alone in 2020 in just the United States. More than 2,000, just last year. In only one country, That's only counting domestic violence murders where a gun is involved. And I can't name a single one of 2020's victims, but I do know the name Jodi Arias, and I bet you do too. So what made this case such a media sensation? Sex mostly, and a brutal killing committed by an attractive murderer. Made it feel a bit more like a Hollywood drama than real life. Jodi and Travis's relationship was defined by sex, so much sex. And not vanilla sex, hardcore porno type sex being committed by two Mormons, which made it that much more interesting. Late night phone sex sessions, one of which was recorded and played in court. A lot of sex pics. But sex alone didn't make this case memorable. I think it was just so relatable. Much more relatable to a wider swath of America than most domestic violence killings. Neither Travis nor Jodi were messed up on meth or some other drugs. They weren't living in the wrong part of town. Their lives weren't in some free fall, downward spiral. They didn't have lengthy criminal records. There was no history of physical abuse in their relationship, despite what Jodi would allege at her trial. They were two attractive Mormons who seemed at quick glance to be living pretty normal lives. Travis in particular seemed to be doing great. They looked like a couple out of an Olive Garden commercial, or like they could be J.C. Penney models. Attractive but average. You know, like they could be your neighbor. They could be your suburban neighbor. On the surface, they seem so wholesome. The last two people you'd expect to be involved on either end of such gruesome murder like this. And being consumed by sex behind closed doors, I think that made them even more relatable. So very American to try and seem pure and proper on the outside, but be a freak behind closed doors. I think so many people saw elements of themselves in this story. Travis came across as a guy who wanted to marry the quote unquote good girl, who also wanted to fuck the brains out of the quote unquote bad girl. He comes across, honestly, like a bit of a sneaky ass in much of today's tale, but a relatable sneaky ass, a player, a heartbreaker, someone toying with a girl's emotions, a girl who wants him to marry her, but all he wants from her is sex. I've listened to a lot of girls complain about this guy. I've been a version of this guy in moments in my past I'm not super proud of, when I've let my dick do too much of the decision making in my life. I've known a lot of guys like this, very relatable. And Jodi comes across as the psycho ex-girlfriend I've heard so many guys complain about dating. Girls they want to break up with, but the sex is just so good, so intense. I've definitely dated that girl a couple times. I think a lot of people heard this case and just thought, oh shit, that could have been me. My relationship could have ended like that. I mean, have you ever tried to make an ex jealous or stalk them on social media, maybe driven by their house? Not saying you took it to Jodi's level, but many of us have behaved in ways we're not proud of in toxic relationships that bring out the worst in us. And if you haven't, you probably know someone who has. You've known someone who's a little too clingy, won't leave their boyfriend alone, someone who gets jealous and possessive and acts inappropriately in front of their boyfriend's friends, maybe being too overtly sexual or hitting on them in a way of trying to inspire jealousy. The Arias trial put the morality of friends with benefits into question as well, made it a popular subject of national debate. Is it okay to just want to fuck someone and not ever see them as anything more than a booty call? Was Jodi, while not right to have murdered Travis, right to feel wronged by him? Had she been the victimized and sexually exploited, by a man who was jealous when she dated other men but wouldn't call her his girlfriend? Did he push her too far? I think today's story serves as a good reminder to not toy with someone's emotions when you're looking for an easy hookup. Make sure you're on the same page. I think it's a reminder that what may be just fun and carefree sex for you
back
might
up to
not be that at
5,000
all
points, lol.
for whomever
Oh,
you fuck.
yeah.
You might be inviting a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
more crazy into your life than you are prepared to handle, all in the name of getting laid. As so many of these toxic relationships begin, Jodi and Travis's initial meeting was marked by a whirlwind of emotions and obsession. They met at an MLM convention in Las Vegas in September of 2006. Travis quickly invited Jodi to be his guest.
Those icicles really make it cold.
Dinner. And for the next couple of months, for the most part, everything seemed to be going great. In an email to a friend, Travis wrote about how deeply he cared for Jodi. I went from intrigued by her to interested in her to caring about her deeply to realizing how lucky I would be to have her as part of my life forever. She is amazing. It is not hard to see that whoever scores Jodi, whether it be me or someone else, is going to win the wife lotto, Alexander said in that email. But despite her being so amazing, he would never, ever really commit to Jodi. His religion may be partly to blame here. While Travis was a normal guy with a normal, healthy libido, the Mormon church that was such an important part of his life made him feel like that was abnormal. In fact, when Travis had confessed to having a sexual relationship with a girlfriend, Deanna, prior to meeting Jodi, he'd been barred from the temple for a year, reinforcing a fear that having premarital sex, if people found out about it, would oust him from his community. a community that was very important to him. Important not only for spiritual
Bode.
reasons, but for his financial
Hope you're
future,
doing well.
because his MLM interests were tied to it. We'll get into that later.
Hope
Travis
you're
felt
doing
pressure
good.
to keep his sexual life a secret, and also pressure to feel ashamed of it, and pressure to get married, but only to a good, virginal Mormon girl. He bought into a long-standing and destructive cultural norm psychologists call the Madonna whore complex. Travis thought of it in such explicit terms.
Dark.
This complex would help define his feelings
Dark
towards
ass
Jody,
real
it appears.
99.
This
How you
complex
been?
describes the
Hope
idea
you're
that for
doing
many men,
good.
romantically, women are either Madonnas, pure and chaste, or sex-crazed whores. The founder of psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud, wrote about it way back in the early 1900s. He wrote that men with this complex saw women as either saints or prostitutes, loving the first, desiring the second, never intertwining both. Basically, this means that people who think like this have the girl they take home and introduce to the family, and then some other girl they actually have fun with. The girl they take home is someone who that they may not feel sexually captivated by, they don't likely feel sexually captivated by, but they think she has the proper morals, someone who will reflect on them publicly. While the girl they have fun with, she's their dirty little secret. She's sexually intense, but fills them with guilt and shame, someone who may embarrass them with her sexuality in front of others. So fucking stupid. Don't marry the girl you have fun with. What are you trying to do? Have a fun, sexually satisfied life, you idiot?
No, I'm doing pretty good. Nice.
Obviously, there are a lot of
Nice.
problems with this thinking. Leads to a lot of toxic relationships.
Hope everybody's
Has
doing
led to a
well
lot of
tonight. I
divorces.
hope everybody's
As Freud
having
said,
an
where such
entertaining
men love, they
watch.
have no
Hope
desire.
everybody's
And where
enjoying
they
me
desire,
making
they
this
cannot
town
love.
feel like a
So
fucking
ridiculous.
frozen
This complex has
town.
led to people using other people just for sex
Very
and
cold.
emotionally neglecting
I want
their
people to
sexual
feel
partners.
cold. I
Also,
want
for the
them
girls
to
who you take home,
feel
these women are
the
never seen as
cold.
adults with sexual agency and desire.
I wish
So it can be
them
hard,
to feel
sometimes
the
met with
cold.
disgust, for them to communicate their sexual desires to their partners. And for the person sleeping with both the Madonna
I
and
hope
the
they
whore,
are
it leads to
feeling
an
the cold.
alienating experience of compartmentalizing your sex life, leads to feelings of guilt, inadequacy, poor communication. This belief system is truly not good for anyone. Everyone's
Gonna
getting
have
fucked in
to
this situation.
do
This
something
guy
with
just not getting fucked
this.
like they should. An aspect of this complex is referenced in the Rick James song, Super Freak, actually.
Doing pretty
Never really
good.
thought about it before,
Nice.
but those lines, she's a very
Nice.
kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother.
I'm just
Really
adding
fucked up.
ice and snow to all of these
Madonna complexes are
houses just to
particularly
make them
rampant in
feel so
subcultures with
like
strong
as you
beliefs
can
against
see
sex before
like
marriage, like
real
Mormonism,
fucking snowy
because
there.
sex before marriage is considered
Snow
a
up
sin.
here.
Women who have sex before marriage are seen by their partners as sinners and unworthy of marriage, which is a wee bit hypocritical because it takes two to
Lurky
tango.
my.
The LDS faith's
Oh,
view of
you
premarital
got
sex
you're so
casts a
sweet.
long shadow
Bored.
over Travis and Jody's relationship. Before we jump into the timeline, it is worth examining real quick. So, what is the Mormon law regarding sex before marriage? Appropriately, it's called the law of chastity, and it's pretty clear regarding what is okay and what is not. It reads, before marriage, do not do anything to arouse the powerful emotions that must be expressed only in marriage. Do not participate in passionate kissing, lie on top of another person, or touch the private, sacred parts of another person's body with or without clothing. Do not allow anyone to do that with you. Do not arouse those emotions in your own body. This can be found in chapter 39 in the Book of Mormon. No dry humping even, not technically. My first girlfriend, who was real Mormon, I don't think she read all of chapter 39. My God, did she love to aggressively dry hump. Too aggressive. Literally bruised the tip of my dick one time. But Travis, like many other unmarried and horny Mormons, he looked for ways to get around this Mormon sexual law. He'd introduced Jody to some pretty interesting, this doesn't really count, sexual loopholes that make zero sense and are actually really creepy when you think about them, but apparently pretty common in certain Mormon circles. Before just saying fuck it and then doing whatever. He performed oral sex on Jody the first time they hooked up. Doesn't really count. It's just some mouth hugging.
Thank you
And the two of
so
them often did
much.
what's colloquially referred to as the
Thank you so
Provo
much.
float,
And thank you for the lurk.
no, I'm sorry. Provo float's coming up later. There's a couple Provo terms. This is the Provo push, which is its intense form
It's all right.
of,
Thank you
dry
for the
humping,
lurk
grinding
and thank you for
before
coming
having
in,
sex.
Bound.
So
I
that's
really
that's
do
how my dick got
appreciate
bruised.
it.
Some hardcore
Hope
Provo
everybody's
pushing.
having a good day.
They
I
also did some
know
other
a
shit with
heathen
some,
is
pretty
getting
funny
ready
news.
for work.
We'll talk about in the timeline. Some of the hardest I've laughed with some time suck research in quite a while. And then once Jody was baptized into the LDS, they started having regular old sex. And then because of that old Madonna whore complex, the more they had sex, the less it seems Travis viewed Jody as a potential and respectable future spouse. They'd break up, then keep sleeping together, then get back together, then break up again, and keep sleeping together. The more they slept together, the dirtier the sex got, the less Travis seemed to respect her, and the chance of them ever getting married grew slimmer and slimmer, and that drove Jody crazy. She was being used by a man she didn't want to marry, or I'm sorry, she was used by a man she did want to marry who didn't want to marry her. She was doing whatever he asked, and it still wasn't enough. Actually pushed him farther away. Important to point out, she was fucking nuts. She was nuts long before Travis and her started doing some creepy, like weird sex stuff, and before she started doing creepy, crazy, girlfriend shit. She'd follow Travis to the bathroom, stand outside the door, or eavesdrop on his conversations. She'd grab his cell phone, she'd go through it, she'd sneak onto his computer, go through his emails, social media messages. She did a whole bunch of red flag shit. Travis caught her multiple times. He'd be furious. He'd tell her to get out of his life. But then later, he'd get horny and call her up, usually in the middle of the night. And she'd answer. And the sex was so good. Travis wanted to keep having sex with her so badly, no matter what
Spidey
line
hype.
she crossed, he would just never completely kick her out of his life.
Time for
And that good
work.
sex
Have
ended up
a good
costing
one
him his life. Not
all.
victim
Stay
blaming.
awesome and
He
stay
did not deserve to be
amazing.
murdered,
Oh,
but man, he
of
played a dangerous
course.
game with someone who
Stay
was all too
amazing.
aware was not incredibly stable for a long time, as you'll soon see. Now let's get into it in this week's Time Suck Timeline, where we will examine the lives of both Travis and Jody from birth until death in Travis's case, and from birth until now in Jody's, and of course how those lives intersected into a sexual relationship that led to a murder, and also expose some very interesting religious sexual views in a sensational trial that would captivate a nation.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time suck timeline.
On July 28th, 1977, Travis Victor Alexander is born, the first child of Gary David Alexander and Pamela Elizabeth Morgan Alexander. Pamela was Gary's third wife. She was 24, Gary was 29, with 2 children from a previous marriage. When their beautiful green-eyed boy arrived, joining half-brothers Gary and Greg. Pam and Gary Alexander would go on to have 2 daughters, Samantha and Tanisha. The family lived in Riverside, California, large inland area in Southern California, about 60 miles east of Los Angeles, with the reputation of being one of the nation's most polluted smog belt communities. Despite the marriage and the children, it wasn't one big happy family. Far from it. Travis's parents were both meth addicts, self-absorbed, controlled by their addictions. In the self-help memoir Travis was in the process of writing at the time of his death, titled Raising You, he described his father as a person who was rarely around and who eventually abandoned the family. You can find a lot of excerpts from this book if you're curious, a book that was never to be completed, on a blog Travis wrote on that is still available, travisalexander.blogspot.com. Travis described his mother as a woman who'd started a family way too young. She couldn't even meet her children's most basic needs. The kids had no one to cook them a hot meal, do the laundry, clean the house, shop for food, help with hygiene, care for them when they were sick. Pam would go on week-long drug benders and crash in bed for days, beat the kids if they bothered her. Travis described beatings at the hand of his mother, who would violently go after any child who waked her up, due sleeping off a bender. During these beatings, he mastered a way of twisting his body so he could deflect the blows to less sensitive parts of his body, such as his back and arms. It hurt less, and also the bruises could be hidden from school teachers and other concerned adults. Then there was verbal abuse. Pam frequently told her kids how miserable, how worthless they were, complained about how they'd ruined, her life. Gary and Pam also fought explosively. He wasn't any better. Pam once emptied a revolver into Gary's car. Holy shit. In retaliation, Gary chopped up Pam's belongings with an axe. So Travis was exposed to what a very toxic relationship looked like at a young age, to what, a jealous and violent partner looked like. Travis and his sisters were left to fend for themselves, with Travis as the oldest taking on the role of caretaker. They'd eat anything that was edible, moldy bread, whatever they could find in the fridge. Travis would later recall being upset that he couldn't eat the canned foods in the cupboard because he didn't know how to use a can opener. The house was filthy. He would write, "My sisters and I found some amusement in the fact that an entire colony of albino roaches had broken out, so that the house looked like a bunch of moving salt and pepper crawling on everything." Travis would later write, "To this day, I have only one phobia, roaches. There was nothing more disgusting to me than to wake up to feel roaches crawling on my body." So far from ideal childhood. Neither of Travis's parents worked. The family eventually were evicted from their house. They moved to a beat-up camper shell in an aunt's backyard. The shell was 4 feet tall by 5 feet wide by 6 feet long. It would house 4 people. The family, minus Travis's dad, he'd have to sleep somewhere else, anywhere else, or he'd just be off, gone. There wasn't a shower. They'd go days without washing. As can be expected, Travis wasn't very popular at school. The poor kid, literally and figuratively, was mocked for his appearance, but it wasn't anything like the abuse he'd endured at home, so he didn't really mind. He did start to find comfort in spiritual thoughts. His parents weren't religious, but other family members were, and he started believing in God. He's about 6 when he spent an entire day pleading with God out loud, asking for his grandma to come take him for the weekend. His mom woke up, beat him, went back to sleep. He kept pleading, sometimes screaming for God. Sure enough, his grandma came, picked him up. And that was how Travis came to have faith in God. And by the age of 10, he decided to run away. He didn't run very far. He ran just a few blocks to his paternal grandparents' house, Jim and Norma Jean Sarvey. He walked in, stood in the middle of the living room, and announced, "I'm going to live with you now." His grandma, he called her Mum, responded to the call and took him in. She took in his siblings as well and raised her grandchildren as her children. His parents would never really be in the picture anymore during his childhood. She gave Travis the love and security that he craved.
Have a
She was
great
also a
shift,
member of the Church of
Steven.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints, and she introduced Travis to Mormonism, and he loved it. He had a stable family. He had God. Life was good. As he got older, Travis settled into a normal and wholesome life with his grandparents. He attended Rubidoux High School in Jurupa Valley, a city of just over 100,000 in the northwest corner of Riverside County, California. By around the age of 16, he felt like he'd gotten over most of his early childhood troubles. He'd become a confident and self-assured young man. The nightmare of roach-filled evenings was over. Backing up now to 3 years after Travis was born, Jody Ann Arias is born July 9th, 1980, in Salinas, California, to Bill and Sandra Arias. She'd have just about the opposite childhood as Travis. Her dad, Bill, tall, muscular man with a well-trimmed mustache, a sweet stash, and a beard who took pride in his physical physique. He was an aspiring restaurateur. Sandra was a homemaker. Salinas was a pretty ideal place to grow up. Pretty affluent community overall. One of the most expensive cities to buy a house in the nation, actually. The median home price of a home back in 2018 was $550,000. Known for its flowers, vineyards, and temperate climate, Salinas is in the middle of the California coast, about 8 miles inland from the Pacific Ocean, 106 miles south of San Francisco, just 19 miles from Monterey. As a child, Jody attended Los Padres Elementary School on John Street. She's a happy kid with a wide circle of friends. She loved art, especially drawing and coloring. Was happiest when she was near a pile of Crayola crayons and some pieces of blank paper. Around the age of 10, she took on photography as a hobby, something you don't do in the 90s if you're a poor kid. Jody had 2 younger brothers, Carl and Joey, and a younger sister, Angela. She also had an older half-sister from her dad's first marriage. Years later, Jody would say she was subjected to disciplinary beatings from both her mom and dad, claiming her mom hit her with a wooden spoon she carried with her in her purse, and that her dad used a belt to dole out punishments. No one else has really substantiated these claims. What people have said is that Sandy and Bill were particularly strict with their daughter from a young age. And while some could interpret this as abuse, I'm not going to, because Jody's saying this. She will prove herself over and over to be a manipulative liar, almost on par with Casey Anthony. I'm guessing she's exaggerating at the very least. Also in the 90s, using a belt, wooden spoon, that was more common than it is now. I watched her in an interview say she had an idyllic childhood, and others I've watched mention her parents have had nothing but good things to say about them and her family. When Jody was around 11, around 1991, the Ariases moved just over 150 miles up the California coast to Santa Maria, another affluent community surrounded by a lot of wineries. A city of about 100,000 where Bill had bought a steakhouse called the Branding Iron. Jody seemed to adjust well to her new surroundings, quickly developing a tight circle of 6 or 7 girlfriends and taking to middle school easily. She attended the 8th grade at Orcutt Junior High School. Things seemed to be going really well, but trouble was on the horizon for the Arias family. About 4 years after the family moved to Santa Maria, when Jody was about 15, her mom found something suspicious. Sandra discovered that a piece of her Tupperware was missing from the kitchen. Looking for it, she then discovered that Jody had taken the container to the roof of the house where she was using it to grow, you guys, marijuana with a friend. The devil's lettuce! Oh my God! If they smoked that stuff, they might enjoy music a bit more, ponder life's real mysteries. Sandy and Bill, they decided to call the sheriff's office to turn their daughter in, hoping the experience will scare her straight. It seems a bit extreme, but whatever, maybe not the craziest parenting move. My wife, Lindsay's mom, had the cops called on her as a teen when she acted out and deserved. She was a naughty little rascal. Part of what I love about her. She's got some Lucifine in her. The cops came over, sternly lectured Jody and a friend, warning them they could end up in juvie. And Jody feels betrayed. Up until this point, she had not been a rebellious teen, but the overkill response made her angry enough to start acting out, or so she would say, So it seems to have backfired. After this pot incident, Jody grew distant and paranoid. Her parents will later substantiate this. She began claiming that her parents would constantly search her room. She never really trusted them after this. Maybe they had good reason not to trust her, after this, or even before this. She doesn't seem like a trustworthy person at all. Jody lied to her parents frequently. Occasionally, her parents will later say Jody was physically violent, especially towards her mom. There was an incident where she got so mad at her mom, she kicked her during a family dinner. Another time, Bill shoved Jody into a wall, and her mom didn't intervene after the two of them got into it. A few semi-credible sources say she once punched her mom in the face. She's becoming a pretty rebellious teen. It was getting to be a tense situation in the area's household. Around the same time in early 1995, making things even more complicated, Jody's parents decided to move again, around 500 miles further north to Wairika, California, near Mount Shasta and the Oregon border. This is another big blow to Jody. First, they call the cops on her. Now they're ripping her away from her friends. Jody was convinced that the move was intended to punish her. Wairika is a lot smaller, a lot less affluent than either Salinas or Santa Maria. It's under 8,000 people, a lot more white, 5% white compared to 75%, 5% Latino, compared to 75% Latino in Salinas and 70% Latino in Santa Maria. So Jody, roughly half Mexican heritage-wise, felt like it was just tougher to be the new kid here, that she stood out more in a way that she didn't like. She began ninth grade in Wairika, at Wairika Union High School. Despite her frustrations, people who knew her during this time will later pretty much just have nice things to say about her. They saw her as a good girl, kind and caring. Not sure what her parents did here, but there is a restaurant there also called the Branding Iron Family Steakhouse. So might be coincidence. Or maybe Bill was running that steakhouse now. So what was Travis up to during this time? Travis graduated from high school in the spring of 95, worked a string of jobs to save money for a church mission. The following year, he was called to serve in the Colorado Denver South Mission. Part of his 2-year undertaking was volunteering to help the homeless in and around Denver. Great place for a mission. I love Denver. Very cool city, so much sunshine, so many cool businesses,
What are you doing?
solid local vibe. As someone who had spent a good deal of his life
What are you
without
doing,
essentials,
big boy?
Travis knew firsthand the plight of the people his mission was serving, and the church was super happy
Yeah,
with
little
how
big
he handled
boy.
himself. He spent countless days handing out care packages to the less fortunate that contained food items, essential hygiene products, and on each bag, this is super sweet, he would write a personalized note. Back to Jody now. In the summer of 95, between her freshman and sophomore years of high school, Jody meets her first serious boyfriend, a guy 3 years older than her named Bobby. Oh, Bobby. She met Bobby at a state fair. Bobby was dressed in an 18th century long black suit and used crutches as a prop for his goth outfit. So mysterious and cool. That night, he invited Jody to ride with him on the Zipper. In the beginning, they were just friends. He already had a girlfriend, so nothing happened until they broke up, and then Bobby and Jody started dating. Bobby had lots of time to spend on her. He had plenty of time since he just graduated from high school but was unemployed. He regularly met Jody near the high school gates where they would just take walks, hold hands, sure do other stuff. And Bobby sounds like a character. He really wanted to be an actor, but also really wanted to hunt vampires. Not kidding. He wanted to go to San Francisco to find vampires. He was convinced a coven of vampires were living in the area. Sounds like he watched The Lost Boys too many times and forgot it was a made-up story. Jody really latched on to Bobby. His interests became her interests. His friends became her friends, a pattern she will repeat later. Jody was also, outside of Bobby the Vampire Hunter, miserable in Wairika. She wrote a letter to a friend on September 16th, 1995, saying, "My dearest Patricia, I miss you so much. Nobody up here could ever take your place. No one up here listens like you do. Everyone here is pretty much the same as down there, except for one thing. I don't feel like I belong. I can't even join in the conversation because I don't know what they're talking about. They'll say something to me like, 'Can you believe so-and-so's going with so-and-so? And they look so funny together.' And I'll be like, 'No, I don't even know who the hell they are. So it doesn't matter to me.' And that brings up another complaint. The only thing people do around here, I figured out, two different groups of types of people: getting stoned, the stoners, and the gossips, preppy snobs." Holy shit, that letter is so high school and so 90s. Art seemed to be Jody's one bright spot. She bought a set of oil paints and was determined to improve her talents. I've seen some of her work in documentaries, and she is actually a pretty talented artist. Meanwhile, her relationship with her parents is getting worse. Now that she's in high school, she wants more freedom. While other freshmen and sophomores are allowed to stay out until 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, maybe later, she has a dinner hour curfew of 6 p.m. Can't go out after that. That does seem a bit strict. Her father even resorted to disconnecting the car battery to keep her home, which was successful short term because she didn't know how car batteries work. And that seems a bit crazy. But again, I don't know how rebellious Jody was being at this time. It might have been warranted. Maybe Bill had reason to worry about what she was doing. In the final quarter of 10th grade, maybe to get her away from what they saw as bad influences, Jody's parents arranged for her to take part in a cultural exchange program in Costa Rica.
Thank you for the
to learn
lurk.
Spanish.
Thank
This
you for
backfires.
everybody's
And they arrived.
lurking.
No time at all, Jody
Thank
is
you
dating the
guys
son
for
of her host
hanging out
family,
with me
Victor,
even
who's
for a
also 16.
moment. Thank you
Bobby,
guys
the
for
vampire
checking me
slayer, is
out,
fucking
making
out.
sure I'm doing okay.
Bye-bye, Bobby. Go grab some wooden stakes and take out your heartache on some undead creatures of the night. or dress up in some more goth clothes and ride the zipper with someone else. Jody celebrated her 17th birthday in Costa Rica with Victor. When she returned home, the two corresponded by mail. Jody was now on the end of receiving long romantic letters written in Spanish. Before long, Victor travels to the States for a month-long visit, 2 weeks of which he stays with Jody and her family. It was then he gives her a promise ring to express his romantic devotion to her. Oh, young love. Promise rings. Lucifina thinks that's pretty cute. Jody was also in love, and she gives him a promise back. She promises to move to Costa Rica, where she will live, and they will get married, and they will start a family together. Unfortunately for Travis Alexander, this will not happen. Let's talk about Travis again. July 28th, 1997 will be Travis's 20th birthday. Also be a day of some bad news. His father, Gary, dies in a motorcycle crash at the age of 49. Gary had been clean for more than a year when he died, and by then, Travis's mother had also stopped doing drugs and been trying to get her life together. Both were a bit back in the picture with Travis now. A few months later, Jody breaks up with Victor over the phone during October of her junior year. Not sure exactly what led to this, and it probably doesn't really matter. Oh, the capricious heart of a high schooler. Right? One day you're promising your undying love to someone. The next, you're totally over them and moving your life in an entirely new direction. By the end of 11th grade, Jody was clearly floundering. Small town and her rigid, controlling parents were weighing on her. Her grades has fallen. Started looking for ways out of town. And then Bobby the Vampire Slayer comes back in. They decide to give the relationship another try. Jody, influenced somewhat by Bobby perhaps, now makes up her mind that she's going to drop out of high school when her junior year is over in May. She's already getting a lot of D's and F's, doesn't want to live with her controlling parents a second longer. She will drop out. In the summer of 1998, she turns 18. That July 9th, she moves out.
This is cold, very cold.
Jobs, while BBS
Guys, gets a job
this
place is very cold.
Those Bay Area
Has to be
have
very
have
cold.
Wait, they get to live a few more days. Between them, they make enough to make ends meet, barely living with Bobby the Vampire Slayer's adoptive grandparents. First things seem to go well until Jody claims she discovers that Bobby is being unfaithful. According to Jody, Bobby the Vampire Slayer is exchanging affectionate emails with another girl, which Jody saw on his Hotmail account when they were checking their emails on a computer in the library. When he got up to use the bathroom, she just started looking through his emails like a fucking psycho, and then, told him that she was going to work. She then ditched Bobby, went back to the library, got back on his account, printed the letters or emails, called in sick to work, then went to confront him. This kind of behavior does not often lead to good, stable relationships. The two now date off and on for a little while until Bobby packs up and relocates to Medford, Oregon. He gets the fuck out, where he will live with a roommate named Matt. Guess he decided those San Francisco vampires were just too powerful to confront for the time being. Maybe Matt was another vampire hunter. They could train together in Medford, sharpen their stakes and skills, maybe grow some garlic and whatnot. Jody now goes back, moves to Santa Maria to live with an old friend. Meanwhile, Travis also switching up his living situation. In 1998, around the age of 21, Travis returns from his Denver mission, settles back into California, sharing a home with some other single Mormon dudes back in Riverside. Heck yeah! Gosh dang, guys! Let's live it up. Let's get 2-liter bottles of caffeine-free Coke and a couple bags of Funyuns. Throw on some edited for radio, Dr. Dre, the Chronic CD. Maybe talk about lightly kissing some ladies. Oh my gosh. I hear Jared has been Provo pushing with someone. Travis joins the Riverside Singles Ward of the LDS, where everyone calls him by his self-proclaimed nickname of T-Dog. Nice. Oh, flip yeah. In the LDS Church, a ward is a local congregation presided over by a bishop. Depending on the neighborhood, a ward can have anywhere between 25 to 500 active members who live in a certain radius around a meeting house, based on how close to other wards it is. The size of the radius. In places where there's a high population of single adults, single wards house and advise members between the age of 18 and 30. From what I understand, based on reading off the church's website, once you're 31, if you're still not on the path to marriage, you move on from the young singles ward to the gosh dang, what's wrong with your ding-a-ling? Don't you want to put it in a wife hole ward? Or maybe that next ward is called a singles adult ward instead of just a young single adult ward, or that. And actually, before we move on, the cutoff for that ward is 45. And if you're single at 46, well, head on over to Facebook, you unfuckable bridge troll. That seems to be the kind of vibe, by the looks of it. Not a top church priority to get you married anymore. At the young singles ward, Travis makes a lot of friends. Among them, a young Mormon woman named Deanna Reed. They meet in 1998 when Travis is on a date with a roommate. Girls in Deanna's house would hang out with the guys in Travis's house, and they'd all, drink caffeine-free Coke and become friends. Travis and Deanna had already known each other for more than a year when they began dating in the spring of 2000. Now let's switch back to Jody. Jody arrived back in Santa Maria in the summer of 1999. She's 19 now. She stays there through Christmas. She finds a job waitressing at a local Applebee's and soon becomes quite lonely. She is drifting. She doesn't know what the hell to do with her life. She decides that she wants Bobby the Vampire Slayer back. Oh, hell yeah. Santa Maria was 10 hours from Medford, Oregon, but she made her way to his doorstep with a bag full of groceries left anonymously for him to find. She drove 10 hours unannounced. What the fuck? Jody claimed Bobby instantly knew the care package was from her, called her to thank her, but Bobby's friends saw Jody's mysterious delivery as a pretty creepy move. And I agree. You drive 10 hours anonymously to leave a bag of groceries on your ex-boyfriend's door? That is some crazy ex-girlfriend shit. I mean, sometimes I'm sure that kind of big gesture can lead to a quality reconciliation. Sometimes romantic. But I'm going to say 9 times out of 10, it's just crazy. I've talked about it before at some point, but a girl I dated for 9 months in college, from like the end of my freshman year to halfway through my sophomore year, one day she just brought me lunch to a pizza place I worked at during my junior year. We had not been talking. I did not find this romantic. I found it kind of scary and creepy. I'd made it very clear after a couple of weird things she'd done previously, shortly after we broke up, that we were never, ever, ever, ever getting back together. I did not eat that lunch. Bobby the Vampire Slayer, he did eat the groceries. This worked for him. Now they're back together. Following the first visit, she makes the drive to Medford on numerous following weekends. That is, man, 20-hour round trip to hang out some more with them. But Jody will not remain satisfied with BVS for long. In January of 2000, Jody confides her dissatisfaction with Bobby to friends who suggest she make a list of pros and cons to see if the relationship is worth saving. She comes up with 3 pros right off the bat. Made me feel beautiful. Could make me laugh. Would scrape the ice off my car in winter while I stayed inside and warmed up. Then she moved over to the cons column. Won't shut up about hunting vampires. Watches Lost Boys too much. Continually points out what characters are doing right or wrong regarding fighting vampires for a whole movie. Has the walls of his room completely covered in posters of Sarah Michelle Gellar from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and constantly tells me if he ever meets her, I'm out. JK. No, her real complaints are unsympathetic when I need a shoulder to cry on. Tells me to fuck off on a weekly basis. Trashes my name to anybody who will listen. Tells me he loves me, but takes it back minutes later. Trashes my family and my friends. My God. If half of that is true, why in the hell was she driving to Medford to see him? I do wonder if it was true. She will reveal herself during her trial as someone who loves to lie to get people to feel sorry for her. Jodi Arias loves sympathy and is incredibly manipulative. She accused Bobby of flirting with other girls on the party line, the internet, parties and bars, claimed he had called her the worst, filthiest, most unimaginable names in the dictionary. She added, the list doesn't even begin to mention the fact that he likely cheated on me, including all aspects of an alternate love affair. But if he wanted me to go away so badly, why didn't he just tell me? Thing was, he did kind of tell her by fucking moving away and not asking her to come stay with him. He did not beg her to come back. She spontaneously drove to Medford without telling him to try and get back together. And why didn't she call him first? I think maybe because if she would have done that, he would have told her not to make the drive. Maybe because when she shows up, she knows she can use some of her freaky sex to try and change his young vampire hunting mind. Despite this list of hers, Jody now moves to Medford. Okay, So he cheated on you, called you the worst, filthiest names imaginable, trashes your name to anyone who will listen, is unsympathetic, tells you to fuck off weekly, and you move to Medford to go live with him. What is going on here? Jody is nuts is what's going on. She'll repeat this pattern with Travis, complaining about how horribly he treats her, but then moving closer to him to spend more time with him, in spite of the pain he's supposedly continuing to cause for her. Adding more drama to her life, shortly after moving to Medford for Bobby the Vampire Slayer, she starts dating Bobby's roommate, Matt. So did BVS trash her name? If he trashed her name so much, why does his roommate now want to sacrifice his friendship with Bobby to date you? Guessing Jody severely manipulated both of them. Jody will quickly find a job at Applebee's, and soon she and Matt will rent a 1-bedroom apartment together. February 6, 2000, just weeks after moving to Medford to live with BVS, Jody believes she is now in love with Matt. Things are moving fast in a different direction. She writes in her journal that this day that she feels blessed to be with a man so kind and caring. She writes, it is simply incredible, the fact that we are here building our dreams together. Remember when a few years ago she was ready to move to Costa Rica, start a family with Victor? Jody really seems to very quickly hitch all of her hopes and dreams on whatever dude she has just started dating. She doesn't seem to understand how dysfunctional that is. Doesn't seem to be a strong, independent young person looking for a partner to build a life together with. She seems to have a hole in her she's always looking for a man to fill. I'm not talking about that hole, which I'm sure she's also constantly having filled. Hail Lucifina. Things will soon sour with the new perfect guy, Matt. Just 3 months later, in May of 2000, she'll write in her journal about how she misses Bobby the Vampire Slayer again. No idea if he's even still into vampires, by the way. He'll just always and forever be Bobby the Vampire Slayer to me. Then 2 further months later, in July, she's back to writing about how much she loves Matt. And then by October, Matt's out again. She begins her journal on October 8th, 2000 with, I feel utterly fucking worthless, useless, and destructive. Like maybe I'm failing at life, failing at my karmic lessons, and failing in my relationship with my beloved. Oy vey. Jody and Matt's relationship begins to truly crumble in January of 2001, a year after they start dating. So often it seems like Matt really doesn't give a shit. Sometimes I feel like I'm just a stereotypical woman who sits at home and isn't important. Is your journal entry on January 3rd. And maybe she really is picking some bad dudes. Very possible. Or maybe she is just walking drama. Her relationship ended with Matt when he started secretly dating a woman named Bianca. And when Jody finds out about it, she drives an hour and a half north to confront Bianca. It doesn't sound like they fought physically, just went off on her verbally. Bianca will later confirm this happened. She obviously tells Matt. Now Jody begs Matt to stay with her, but he leaves her for Bianca. Let's check back in with Travis now. Spring of 2001, Travis is still dating Deanna, the LDS young lady he had started dating in the spring of 2000 after knowing her for a year. For a job, he is selling day planners at Franklin Covey, a retail store in Riverside, a store that is LDS owned, headquartered in Salt Lake City. I find this hilarious. I remember those Franklin Covey stores. There's not really any more around retail wise, just one in their Salt Lake City headquarters. I used to stop in during my early stand-up days to get some fancy notebooks to write my jokes in, as if writing in like a little moleskin book would provide better jokes than if I just used a spiral notebook I bought at the grocery store. Most of Travis's relationship with Deanna had been long distance. After just a few months of dating, she had left for Central America for her mission, and since then it had just been a lot of letters. Phone calls, email were not permitted, at least at that time. The church had a strict communication policy for members on a mission. They could actually only call family twice a year on Christmas and Mother's Day, and they were forbidden to have telephone contact with boyfriends or girlfriends. Gotta stay focused on the mission, gosh dang! Can't let the devil or a boyfriend or Aunt Myrtle distract you. Suddenly, in June of 2001, Travis writes to tell her that it's over. He has seen someone else. The 24-year-old has just fallen in love with a young woman he had met at a young singles ward in Riverside. Her name is Linda Ballard. She's 19, a student at Brigham Young University in Provo. Travis and Linda had met once before while Linda was still in high school. He'd flirted with her then, but then his sister reminded him that she was too young. But then when she comes home, for the summer after her freshman year, he's like, old enough. Reconnects with her, and the pair quickly become a couple. Their first date and first kiss are on June 4, 2001, exactly 7 years to the day before Travis is murdered. Travis adored Linda. She is described as beautiful with a slender, petite frame. Linda found Travis exceptionally handsome. He was thin as well, athletic. She was taken in by Travis's charisma and his easy way with people. And before long, their relationship became serious. But then some distance would get in the way again, and an MLM. That August, Linda returned to Provo for her second year at BYU. Travis wanted to go to Provo too with her, saying he'd find an apartment near campus and they could continue dating. But Linda, that was a bit much for her. Told him not to come yet. She wanted to wait a semester before he made such a big leap. Didn't want the pressure of having someone moving his whole life to another state for her. She wanted to date long distance. They could visit each other as often as they could. That fall, Travis? I don't even know where that came. That'd be a weird name. Travis, short for Travis. That fall, Travis is struggling financially. He's not making a lot of money at Franklin Covey, not selling enough moleskin notebooks. He shares a house with several other young men, but can still barely pay his rent and bills. So he ends up, doing some job searching, and he finds a company called Prepaid Legal that an LDS friend named Chris Hughes works at. And Prepaid Legal seems a little flippin' fucking gosh dang damn sketchy. This company, still around, founded by Harland C. Stonecipher. That's a fucking name. On August 8th, 1972, as the Sportsman Motor Club. I can't believe that's a real name. Sounds like a weird character in a book. Harland C. Stonecipher. Sounds like a 19th century dude who shows up in a little dusty western town and starts a doomsday cult. The 1976 Sportsman's Motor Club is incorporated as Prepaid Legal Services Incorporated. Prepaid Legal, now known as Legal Shield, sells or at least sold plans based on monthly payments similar to insurance for healthcare or car accidents, but for legal representation. And it's a multi-level marketing company. encouraging its employees to enroll others to sell legal insurance underneath them. And the more people you sign up to sell the insurance underneath you, the bigger your take, the higher you rise in the company's ranks, a structure that sounds pretty pyramid-like. Sounds a lot like the good God Amway, maker of fine and affordable nutrition, beauty, and personal care products like Nutrilite, Fizzy, and Fabulous effervescent tablets. Let your inner beauty bubble and sparkle with goji berries for skin health, biotin for healthy hair, and no artificial sweeteners. More than reasonably priced at just $8.50 per 10-tablet container. Hail Amway! Blessed be the savings! Fucking MLMs. Hurt more people than they help year after year, feeding them delusions of riches. For young Travis, prepaid legal seems like a fun way to make money while meeting lots of new people. And it was for him. Travis would be one of the rare people that actually did make a great living working for an MLM. He had a real talent for it. Chris Hughes was looking for a person to help him build his MLM business in Southern California. Chris was new to town. He didn't have the connections it usually takes to get your pyramid scheme off the ground. Travis knew Riverside like the back of his hand, and thanks to his personality combined with LDS connections, he knew a lot of people. It was a perfect fit. Chris hired Travis onto his sales team at PPL, where Travis used the story of his childhood struggles to win over potential clients, and kind of becomes like a motivational speaker / salesman. PPL was great for Travis's bank account, but not great for his relationship. Linda not comfortable with PPL's multi-level marketing approach. Good for her. She found it awkward when Travis tried to sell the company's services to her friends constantly. Yep. They'd be on a double date, and Travis would quickly turn the conversation over to PPL and encourage the other couple to join. Holy shit. Dating someone doing stuff like that would be a hard pass for me. I don't like being given a hard sales pitch when I go somewhere to buy something. I like seeing what the product is, asking for someone to give me more info if I want it. Please don't pressure me. If you're pushing shit on me at dinner, it's going to be our last dinner. This made me imagine like the podcast version of this. Like you hear me do ad breaks on the show, because ad breaks are where ads are supposed to go. What if you met me in real life and I just went on and on trying to get you to buy a mattress or some vitamins? Just out the gate. Oh, nice to meet you too. Hey, how's your back? You getting enough rest? Do you understand how a better night's sleep is proven to lead to less back pain and over 25% more productivity? Do you know that I can get you 15% off your best mattress and help you make the best decision of your life? A little bit obnoxious. Meanwhile, back in Oregon, Jody bounces. In the fall of 2001, after things with Matt got bad, Jody does not get back with Bobby the Vampire Slayer again. She moves down to Big Sur, California, where she takes a job waitressing at the Ventana Inn and Spa in Carmel. Carmel, only about 20 miles from her birthplace of Salinas. At the Inn and Spa, a man named Daryl Brewer is in charge of hiring and training employees. Jody soon develops a crush on him. To her, he is sophisticated, older, a real George Clooney type. Doesn't even talk that much about vampires. 6 months later, by the beginning of 2002, now 21-year-old Jody and 42-year-old Daryl are in a relationship. Weird that this won't work out long term. This is a much more mature and stable relationship than her previous ones. But Jody being Jody, she does do some weird shit again. She seemed very intent on mimicking Daryl's ex-wife, an attractive blonde and successful career woman who would put herself through college by working at the chic Carmel restaurant where Jody would eventually work. Daryl's ex had blonde hair. Jody dyes her hair blonde. Daryl's ex gets breast implants, then Jody does. Jody even gets the exact same model of car that Daryl's ex has. Despite her weird behavior, she doesn't seem to have a strong sense of self. She attaches her identity to whoever she's with. Daryl and Jody do have a good life together for a while. They hike, camp, enjoy the outdoors. Daryl often leaves Jody alone with his son, who starts to look to Jody like an aunt. Jody proves to be a mature partner, working 2 jobs to contribute to household expenses. And they date and they live together for a few years.
What are we
A couple
fixing
years into the
over
relationship,
here?
Daryl and Jody even decide to buy a house together. Daryl and Jody find a reasonably priced house down in Palm Desert, 440 miles away, east of LA by about 100 miles. Jody gets a job there at California Pizza Kitchen. Their house costs $350,000. They intend to treat it as an investment. When they close on it in June of 2005, their hope is to live in the house for 2 years, then flip it for profit when the time is right. It would turn out they had jumped into real estate near the peak of the market and soon would be saddled with a house worth less than their outstanding mortgage. They would be upside down. And on top of that, Jody and Daryl's relationship would soon hit a wall. Daryl did not want to get married again, did not want to have more kids. Jody did. The relationship starts to unravel. Now let's back up a few years, reconnect with Travis. Despite her MLM reservations, Travis and Linda still going out in January of 2002. That month, the two caravan to Utah using walkie-talkies to stay in touch over the long drive. Pretty cute. Linda had found Travis a house to share with some other single Mormon dudes, helps him move in. This place is not far from the house she shares with several other young Mormon women. As expected for two devout Mormons, Linda and Travis never take things further than kissing and cuddling. Gosh dang. But Travis is getting ready to make a change to that in the form of buying a ring and asking Linda's dad for his daughter's hand in marriage. But Linda has doubts. She's not sure that Travis is the one. And that May, just 4 months after Travis moves to Utah for her, she decides to move on. Travis is heartbroken, then finds comfort in the arms of his old flame, Deanna Reed, the girl he had broken up with to date Linda when Deanna was on her mission. For the next 3 years, they now date exclusively while they live separately. With Deanna back in his life, Travis feels a sense of security and stability. Now can focus on becoming his best possible self. And in order to do that, he develops some interesting routines. Begins each day with a motivational exercise. On a 3x5 index card, he lists the 6 things he believes are essential to do every day: prayer, reading scripture, reading 10 pages of a good book, listening to 30 minutes of personal development lectures, working out, and making money. Okay, fine. I would probably add jerking off to that list, but maybe he didn't feel like he needed a reminder for that. He wrote the same list on a new index card every morning until the 6 items became a routine part of his day. As time goes on, he adds a 7th item to the list, then an 8th, and so on. He also creates other lists of things he wanted to do just for fun. Maybe jerking off made that list. He created another list of things he needed to do out of necessity. And actually, since he was celibate due to his strict religious ideals, that's the list jerking off probably fell on. I mean, if you don't have sex and you don't jerk off in your 20s, you're going to fucking explode. In reality, the kind of things that made his list went from updating his calendar to 30 minutes of practicing Spanish. Once the lists were made, he would study them, ask himself, if this was all you get done, would it be an amazing day? Sometimes the answer would be yes, other times it would be no. Either way, he wouldn't start his day unless he would say one for the ages.
Hey, Floof.
Wow. I believe in having a plan, and I actually do find daily affirmations to be very helpful. But he took it to the next level. And these lists did help him. And I honestly respect the discipline he employed here. I joke around, but this is not a bad idea if you need help focusing and you need help getting more productivity out of your day. I print a checklist every week to make sure I'm knocking out what I need to do. With this routine, Travis became more confident and improved in his public speaking skills. He organizes events now and meetings for large groups of people, selling a shit ton of MLM lawyer insurance. Jan and Travis were together for about a year by the spring of 2003, when she now tells him she wants to get married, start a family. She's 24, getting pretty old maid by Mormon standards. Travis is 25, and this time he's the one who is not ready for marriage. They stay together a while longer. In 2004, Deanna learns that her company is relocating its operation to North Phoenix, Arizona. Travis wants to buy property, but it is priced out of the Southern California market, so he's eager
I miss
to go with
hating my drawings because I didn't draw any thing for a year. Oh, man.
20 miles east of Phoenix.
Well,
a large Mormon population.
Eventually you're going to have to draw something.
5-bedroom house on Queensboro Avenue in Mesa.
So we'll just have to see, Floof.
4,500 square feet.
How's everything been? How's the rest of everybody? I wish I could. I wish I was more active within everybody else's streams. I feel bad for that. I'm just not active at fucking all.
He rents out rooms to church members, friends, and singles looking for a monthly arrangement. And it's not long before he has a full
I feel like a bad friend.
Who are either affiliated with
I just get so
or, most
I don't know. I don't get bored. I just get like I gotta move around. I gotta do shit kind of thing. Like I'm like gotta go.
Their families, the church, they would frown big time on some married cohabitation. That could lead to a lot of provocation, a dangerous amount.
I just get that way. I don't know why.
This fun house he lived in, there was an open door policy. The roommates would gather to watch UFC fights, have parties, parties with no alcohol.
No, you're good. That's good.
You can bet your sweet bottom they had a whole mess of sugar. Let me tell you, you can get pretty flipped up if you eat too many double stuffed Oreos. Oh my heck, the room is spinning. My tum-tum hurts. This party's wild. On Halloween, Travis and Deanna dressed as Johnny Lingo, a Polynesian trader, and Mahana, his Samoan wife. The 1969 film Johnny Lingo, produced by the LDS Church. Okay, that seems a bit awkward. They played the newlywed game, came within 2 points of winning, beating other couples that have been together for years. But still, Travis is conflicted about marrying her. Why? Possibly the old Madonna whore complex we talked about earlier. What Travis's roommates and friends do not know was that he and Deanna had begun having, you guys, sexual relations. What the flip? He Provo pushed his clean ween right out of his good boy slacks, past her Mormon muff, and straight into her Holy Spirit hole. Geez Louise, having some Betsy.
Oh yeah,
These sexual
that's a
relations are making
big
Travis
Mormon
question
thing
whether or
with
not Deanna
with Madonna horror complex.
The two
It's
keep
so
their physical
dumb,
relationship a secret for
so
more than a
fucking
year
dumb.
before going to the
My
respective
mother
relationships
tell
to
your
confess
children
the weight
not
of the sin
to
became too much.
do what I
And
have
in the
done.
LDS church, at
Spend
least
your
at that
life
time, the
up
confessions
in
took place
pain and
face-to-face in the
misery in
bishop's
the
office.
house of the
The
rising
first
sun.
repentant person reveals his or her sin, at which point the conversation turns to demonstrating a desire for change. The process continues with weekly meetings with the bishop, who
There
shares applicable
is
scripture and
a
spiritual advice. She
house
confesses Deanna
in
feels
New
supported and cared for by her
Orleans.
community. Travis
They
does not.
call
His temple recommends that his ID card
rising
type thing lets him
sun,
go into Mormon temples be taken away.
and it's been
Neither Travis nor
the
Deanna are now
ruin
allowed to participate
of
in
many
sacraments
a
in their
poor
churches for a time.
boys.
Deanna goes through a
And
10-month repentance
God, I
process.
know
Travis's bishop
I'm
won't let
one.
him back in for a year. And the stress of all this seems to have helped lead to the end of their relationship. Now Travis has experienced firsthand that if he sleeps with a woman and is open about it, he will be punished by his community. The same community that essentially saved him from an abusive mother and terrible childhood, a deadbeat dad,
I gotta sing
is
it
now
now.
ousting him on the basis of premarital sex. This
House of the
experience will
Rising
impact
Sun.
his relationship with Jody Arias. And their timelines are about to intersect, by the way. But first,
There
in 2005,
is a house way down
It's a
in
black
New
pug. They always
Orleans.
love pugs
They
because they're the dogs his mama
call
loved.
the
They named his puppy
rising
But
sun,
because he hadn't been celibate.
and it's
Little
been
known rule the church makes him put
the
it down.
ruin
If you can't
of
keep your
many
wing
a
clean, your
poor
good boy
boy.
slacks, you don't get to have a fucking puppy.
And
Rules
God,
is rules. Amen.
I know
Of course, that's
I'm
not true. I don't know why
one.
you do things like that. Really don't. You're sick. Meanwhile, back in Jody's world, she's about to make the move that will bring her to meeting Travis Alexander. Fed up with her finances, working
Mother,
at CPK,
was
Jody
it
starts looking around for
Taylor?
better options.
Yeah,
When you know it,
yeah.
a coworker introduces her to
Sold
prepaid
my
legal. Hail the
Levi
good God,
jeans.
Amway. That Amway craziness is a reference that comes
My
from the
father
Nexium cult episode, by the way. If you were thoroughly
was
confused.
a
Prepaid legal, seemingly unlimited
gambling
income
man.
appeals to her because she is scared and desperate.
Down,
She's been making some rough financial choices recently.
down,
She started putting about
way
half
down
of
in
her
New
mortgage on credit cards.
Orleans.
Her financial situation is becoming pretty precarious. And also, while she's still living with Daryl Brewer,
Now the
they haven't
only
officially broken up yet, but their relationship is fizzling to an
gambling
end. They're no longer
man.
sleeping together. Back to her financial woes, Jody is counting on prepaid legal
The
to solve her money problem.
suitcase
September
and a trunk.
2006, the now
And the
26-year-old decides to
only
attend
time
PPL's
a
Las
fool like
Vegas
me is
convention
satisfied
from a
is when he
4-hour
is
drive
all
away.
stone cold
And it is
drunk.
here
I'm
where
so
Jody and
bad at
Travis
this
will
song.
meet.
I love this song. It's one of my
September
favorites,
13th,
but I'm
2006,
literally
Jody and
too
Travis
stupid to
meet
play
at
it.
MGM Grand Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas at the Rainforest
I might be
Cafe.
too dumb.
I've eaten there myself.
It's a good
Jody was
song.
impressed when she met the single 29-year-old. Travis had done well in PPL. He'd done exactly what she was hoping to do. He was such a successful salesman that by early 2006, he'd already become an executive director by achieving at least 75 sales in 1 month, including sales made by those underneath him. He was now earning close to the $100,000 mark, which was a level at which salespeople were awarded a special ring for executives known as ring earners. Nice! You can get a cool ring. What a tremendous honor. I wonder if you could get like a cape at the $500,000 level, maybe a ceremonial sword. At the $1 million level, maybe get a wizard hat. Jody was a newcomer who first started working with PPL that March. She wasn't making shit, like the majority of people at any given MLM. Jody just finished lunch, was standing with a group of people near the gorilla bench at the entrance to the Rainforest Cafe when Travis walked up to her and introduced himself. They then went for a stroll to the casino, wandered away from the group. He was interested. Travis invited Jody to be his guest at the executive director's banquet that very night. Jody initially turned down the invite because she didn't have anything to wear, but her friends told her to go. It would be a good experience. And Sky Hughes, wife of Travis's friend Chris Hughes, offered to loan Jody a dress. And when Jody emerged wearing it, Travis was blown away. Thought she was gorgeous. She was 5'6", 115 pounds, curvy for a thinner woman.
Nekochiba, hey!
5 days.
No worries, it's even older than me. It's older than everybody. That song is old. That song, ironically, is actually older than the animal singing it.
Gave him her phone number.
So, technically, that song is, if you played your own version of that song, you wouldn't get sued. It's weird. Because that song is as old as New Orleans, that a lot of people say. The House of the Rising Sun. Which is weird, isn't it?
Soon became a nightly ritual that Travis would call Jody around 8 p.m.
Lots of people say it's as old as New Orleans. I don't think it is, but I think it's close.
but you'll stick with it. Phone calls quickly become longer, even more frequent, multiple calls a day soon. As the days go on,
New
Travis
Orleans
invites
is a
Joey to join him
wonderful
at Chris and
place.
Sky Hughes' home in
I
Murrieta,
would want
California,
a Fallout
the
game
first
done there,
weekend after
but
they
I
met.
don't think they do
Jody
what
now
I
quickly
would
breaks things off
do
officially
in
with
a
Daryl.
Fallout game.
She goes to Murrieta, and she and
I have
Travis
a very
socialize with other guests who are there for a party. When the other guests leave,
I have
Travis
a
and Jody
wonderful
go to
idea for a
separate
Fallout
bedrooms, and then
like
scandal.
tabletop adventure
Travis comes
there
to see her in her bedroom after everyone else had gone to sleep.
that would be
It was a
set there.
rendezvous. They'd planned earlier in the night. Travis came on
And I'm
hot and heavy
like,
right away.
but
She
I
didn't
don't want to
resist.
get sued.
Made
But
out. Travis began
I
taking
see
off
the
her clothes, and he
Unexpectables.
performed oral
They
sex
did
on her.
one.
There were a little
You
mouth
know
hug,
what? I might
and she
do a
reciprocated.
D20
Sky
modern
Hughes would later say that she
version
not have
of
He said that Jody lied about this
that
because the
game
following morning Travis told her
just to
that he and
have
Jody had kissed.
just
But
to
he,
have
you
it
know, he
because
respected her
like
too much
that
to move
sounds
too
so
quickly.
fun.
Now, could this have been a lie to throw off his Mormon friend's suspicions to not get in trouble again with the church? I think so. Travis did boast to some other
But
friends
like
and
I would
friends that
need
Jody
a
wanted
full
the key
group
dog,
to do
quote
it
unquote.
and people that aren't
Sky,
gonna
Chris, and
quit.
Jody, and
That's the
Travis
biggest
then go
thing
to,
is
Sunday
that
morning church service before
it'd
Jody
be a
leaves for
bit
Palm
of a
Desert. Next
campaign.
week, when
It'd be
Travis is
quite
driving back
long.
to Mesa,
It'd be
he was to
many.
stop in Palm Desert
It'd
and give
be
Jody the Book of Mormon. Well, he
like
didn't.
maybe a
He
few
didn't just do
years
that.
of a
Drive all the way
campaign,
there to just
but
give her a
like
book.
it would be
Get the fuck
fun.
out of here. According to Jody, Travis also tells her that he's horny, and they decide to act
It's
on
just
it.
people
Driving separately to a
are
local park. She's still living with Daryl. There, she says Travis gets into a car.
what
And,
Fallout
she performed oral
Nola?
sex on him, or some more mouth hugging. When it's over, Jody recalls that Travis readjusted the car visor. He'd pulled down and put his pants back on. Jody recalled that he refused to kiss her afterwards, saying it was gross. He kissed her on the cheek and left.
Commitment issues.
Bless
Yeah,
him.
it's just
Later,
I
Jody
would have
says
to
she gets
get
voice note from
people
Travis, in which he
that
expresses
do
regret
not want to
about the
quit,
experience.
are
Despite
willing
clean shame,
to
Travis and Jody
sacrifice
continue to
years
speak
of
on the phone
their
for hours every
life,
night.
and
Calls now typically
it'll
occur
be it
after
would be
11
on
p.m.,
Twitch and
sometimes as late as
everything.
3 a.m.
But they could
dirty
not
talk
just
starts
be
to
like,
go on
well,
now.
you
After a
know,
month of
I'm just
talking,
not
two meet again in
feeling
person in
it or
October.
something like
They
that.
plan to
It's
meet up
like,
for a
no, 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 no,
romantic
no.
vacation,
No, 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 no.
i.e. Fuckfest in Ehrenberg, Arizona.
No,
The Arizona-California border,
no,
a
no, no,
dusty
no, no.
community home to about 1,000 people, and in between where the two lived. Jody said they
Hello,
were
shut up on
physical
a
from the moment she
girl.
walked through the
How are
door.
you?
They started passionately kissing.
Like that's the
Soon they
biggest
were
thing
both
is
naked in
that,
bed,
and
doing some
also I
promo
would have
pushing.
to
Grind,
be like,
grind.
yep, we're
According to
doing
Jody,
this
the rest of the
long
weekend is
ass
spent engaged in
campaign,
mutual
and
oral sex,
we
watching
cannot
television, eating a
quit.
Sizzler, and going to a movie.
It's
And,
gonna be years of our
sounds like a fucking
life,
great weekend.
and
Blowjob,
then
Sizzler, and the movie.
and there's nothing
Living
we
the
can do
dream.
about
Hey,
it.
Josefina. Wasn't the kind of
I'm
romantic
out.
vacation Jody
I
envisioned.
got these
Travis
today,
spent some
like
time
them.
talking to her about spirituality
Oh,
as
they
well.
look so
You know, it's been blowjob.
good. Nice,
So their
nice. Are
hopes
these?
held out for this turning
Who are
into
they
something more than a
from?
series of
Let's
hookups.
see.
Christine,
Ooh,
she says Travis also told her about
so
some
cool.
unexpected
Melor,
aspects of Mormonism on this trip.
Malorsi,
Here we go.
Malorsi.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh
I
my
laughed
gosh,
so fucking hard
cute,
when I came across the info
adorable.
I'm about to share with you.
Operation Hurricane.
Travis taught her about his interpretation of the church's
I mean,
law
there
of
would be
chastity.
hurricanes in the
Vaginal
game.
sex
There
was
would
off
be
limits, kind of.
hurricanes in the
Everything else, oral,
in
totally
the
fine. It may seem like Travis is just trying to trick her here, but in
in it.
practice, LDS youth have often come up with some
Because
very
it's
interesting
New
interpretations of virginity
New
in years.
Orleans. Why wouldn't I put
A
it
lot of
in there?
women, if the penis is not
But it would be
thrusting back and forth
called
inside the
Old
vagina,
Orleans.
everyone's still a virgin. No one's single.
That's what the campaign
Anal
would
sex
be
has become a
called.
common way for
Would
different groups
be
of young Mormons over the years to have
Orleans.
sex and think that they are still virgins.
Talking
I
about
shit you
the
not.
one of my favorite things about
Like there's a pun there.
Orleans,
It's
New
called the old
Orleans,
poop hole
which
loophole.
is
Truly not making
which is
this up.
that 2 mile bridge.
Poop hole, the poop hole loophole. Oral sex, seen by many as okay.
Maybe someone
And then
was
there's the
fool
weirdest sexual action called
enough to
soaking,
nuke a storm.
also known as parking,
Like with the weather
marinating,
patterns of
and the
nuking the
Provo
entire
float.
planet, it
Good
would
God, this is
change
weird.
like
Provo float
the
is a
amount of
food sticks his penis
hurricanes that you would
inside the
actually
vagina, but
see.
doesn't
And New
move it
Orleans get hit
or come.
every
Just no
single
thrusting, no
year
grinding, no
with it.
climax. You
And
just pop
it would
in,
change the
and you
weather
hold it
patterns
still,
well
and bingo,
enough
bingo, it doesn't
that
count.
you could just
What the
have a
fuck?
hurricane
Religion meets sex. Twist folks into the
during
strangest
all times
situations
of the
and
year.
rationalizations. It just never
And it
ceases
would
to
be
amuse me.
flooded
This is the
because nobody's
craziest
taking
logic.
care of the
Really think about this. Think about this logic.
no
Think
one's
of people
taking care
convincing
of the
themselves that God is
what
totally
is it
cool,
called?
totally cool
The
with you sticking your
floodgates.
dick into a pussy if you don't move it
Half of
around.
it would be under an
Makes God seem like some
underwater
kind of weird,
sea
super
exploration,
creepy
and that would be
perv.
cool.
Watching you have sex, just like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's good. Ooh, that's wholesome. Yeah. That's virtuous. That's what? Oh no!
And
What
it's
the fuck are you
saving. Let
doing?
it save.
Stop
Let
moving
it save.
No,
Guys,
no, that's devil
the
sex.
new ice
Oh,
age
now
is
I have to burn
close.
you.
I mean, we don't know.
I'm gonna apply that to anal
Could
sex.
be
Think about how
tomorrow.
weird
You
it
never
is
know.
to think that God doesn't want you to have vaginal
You
sex.
never know.
But God is so cool with anal.
Oh yeah.
Again, it makes God
Now
seem like
this
a, like a
time,
weird, creepy
now
perv,
this
just hiding in the
town
bushes and
feels
watching you fuck.
cold.
Just,
I
yeah,
gotta
that's
say,
nice. Oh, that's
now
holy.
it feels
That's holy. I'll stick
real
in that butt.
fucking cold.
Yeah, frick that butt. Frick that butt so hard. No, not in the puss. Oh, God. Now you gotta burn. It's so insane. It is so fucking insane what people convince themselves of. So now Travis and Jody are doing everything except having the most basic vanilla form of sex. Jody claims later she's bummed out by how sex focused Travis is. She says, she likes the sex, but she wanted more than sex from Travis. She wanted more than just some poop hole loopholing. There we go. The whole weekend in Ehrenberg has the air of an illicit tryst for her, not the romantic, classy vacation she envisioned. Travis's sexual guilt rears its head again after the weekend. He doesn't call her for 2 days. When she calls and texts, he doesn't answer. Then a week later, he leaves her a kind and reassuring voicemail. Probably thinking about her butt. They start up their nightly phone calls again, talking about spiritual and sexual matters. The following month, on November 11th, 2006, Travis sends Jody a dick pic, as the good Lord intended his spiritual shepherds to do. Travis is not thrusting in that old devil puss, so everything's kosher. 2 weeks later, November 26, 2006.
Like that Zeppelin song? Yes. The Led Zeppelin, the levee breaks.
And then,
yeah. But the whole fucking town, like, the whole town would, half the town would be under fucking water. It's great. It would be,
based on a technical sense,
it would be a submerged, like, thing, and then you'd have, like, weird mutant monsters under there. It sounds fucking amazing. But thank you for coming in, by the way, Bunny Girl. Thank you for being awesome. I don't think I said anything. Thank you, Shout Out Bunny Girl, for being amazing. I mean, Floofy already knows that she's amazing, so that's why I'm not saying that. And McChungus knows that he's really kick-ass too.
About Jody's faith. They notice she doesn't seem that dedicated to Mormonism. She'd sit and look at the Book of Mormon, but only when Travis was in the room. She would glance at him frequently, like she was making sure that he saw her reading it. And although Travis's friends were Mormon, they didn't just sit around reading the Book of Mormon all day. It was like Jody was just, faking it all, just doing what she thought Mormons did, trying to impress everyone, which sounds right for her. Jody quickly becomes consumed by her relationship with Travis, which also sounds right for her. When she takes shifts at Bing Crosby's, a restaurant in Palm Desert she now works at, her coworkers will see her in her car while she's supposed to be working. She's trying to call or text Travis. Won't go back to work until she hears back from him. At Christmas, Jody goes to Arizona for a prepaid legal corporate event in Phoenix. Phoenix, of course, right by Mesa. Travis is putting up about 30 people at his place for this event. But tells Jody, awkward, he doesn't have room for her. Can't let the church find out that they're hooking up. Not after all that trouble, he got in last time. Several hours later, Jody appears at his house uninvited. It is particularly awkward because Travis
not as great as Master Floofy Snow. Yes.
Jody walks right in and announces herself as Travis's girlfriend, while Travis is in the middle of giving a motivational presentation. That night, Travis tells people that Jody is not his girlfriend. They've just gone on a couple of dates. This is super awkward. And so the real craziness of their relationship begins. Jody spends the night anyway. Friends remember her coming downstairs the following morning to find her asleep under the Christmas tree, like she's one of Travis's presents. That's so uncomfortable. After the Christmas party, even more awkward for Jody, Travis tells her that he's been seeing other women. He tells her in plain terms their relationship is not exclusive. He is frickin' other bottoms, thrusting loopholes, doing some holy soaking, and some other sweet pussies. I don't know. Jody now goes on a few dates with some men back in California. Make sure to tell Travis about it. Tells him how obsessed these men are with her, playing this jealousy game. She also visits his friends, the Hughes, PPL bigwigs. Tells him about how men just won't leave her alone. But she doesn't care about him because her heart belongs to Travis, her heart and her loophole. In this jealousy mind game, this works with Travis for a little while. In February of 2007, Travis and Jody come out now as an official couple. After, kind of messing around since September of 2006. Jody made Travis jealous, and she had pulled off some classic Aries manipulation to accomplish this. She'd become friendly with Sky Hughes, Chris's wife, Jody tells Sky that she feels like Travis doesn't care about her. Like he just wants, some soaking and some loopholing from her. Sky then emails Travis, reprimands him for using Jody sexually without giving her a commitment, calling him a, quote, heart predator, saying Jody was being treated horribly. You weren't beating her physically, but you were emotionally. She has given you everything, all control, and you give her 3 a.m. calls and makeout fests. A little more than making out was going on, whatever. Now Travis feels pressure to make her his girlfriend. So, this guy's not his boss's wife. Chris isn't really his boss, but, he's a big wig in PPL, and he's a big wig in PPL. He doesn't want, his peers thinking he's a womanizer, some dirtbag. He also knows that Jody isn't right for him. He tells Sky that he'll end it with Jody, and Sky encourages Jody to move on. Jody starts faking emails now from anonymous stalkers who say that Travis doesn't deserve her, sending these emails to Travis. He's far too away to protect her.
Still lurking.
And then on the first weekend of February, Jody shows up at Travis's
Wonderful
house
people
unannounced.
coming in.
And then rather than be upset,
Ugh.
I guess he's happy to see her. Her craziness worked. And as of February 2nd, 2007, now they're a couple. And now they have so much sex, all the kinds, even that super kinky, hardcore porn kind, when you're thrusting back and forth inside of a
I
vagina,
defy the council.
God
All
hates.
deserves kindness, as
Jody would later
y'all are
claim that
both wise and
Travis had a
cute.
voracious
Oh, thank you.
sexual appetite,
Thank you
and
so
sometimes
much.
sometimes bordered on abuse. Travis's friends remember that it is Jody.
Hope
not
you're doing
Travis,
well,
who seems to have a
Neko.
hyperactive
Hope
libido.
the streaming's been
Could be
going
both.
good.
One of Travis's
Hope
best
everything's
friends,
been
Taylor
going good
Searle,
with the
later say,
streaming.
we were driving one day and he was talking about
I'm
Jody.
a hop off.
and was
Have a great day,
describing how she was
night.
a nymphomaniac.
It's all
He
good,
was explaining
boy.
that Jody had
It's
gotten herself
all
off
good.
8 times in one day. Might have been 9, might have been 13. It was a high number. He was just using that as an illustration of how over the top she was. He was
I
like,
think
she's
I can
crazy,
get
she's
this
a
done.
nymphomaniac. And we were like, whoa.
I just gotta stop seeing it
gosh
as
dang.
something that I
And,
need to get
he was
done.
just
And just
explaining
another
just how big
page.
of an nympho she was. That's his
Just another
statement.
page.
So much sexual concern in this group, and probably a lot of
Because
hypocrisy.
it's
I
gotta be
imagine
cold.
Taylor, and
It's gonna be
Travis's,
so
other friends,
cold,
judging
you
areas of being an
guys.
nympho, and then soaking their weens and their ladies before having anal sex with them to finish, and somehow feeling sexually righteous. Jody was not endearing herself to Travis's sexually repressive social circle. They didn't like how sex positive she seemed. At an LDS wedding in the spring of 2007, Jody came up behind Travis and started sucking on his ear in the middle of church. Egad, gosh dang. Well, what if the children see that affection? They might want affection themselves someday. Travis seemed oblivious to her inappropriate behavior. Others were not. Sky, who'd gone to bat for Jody, started doubting that she'd made the right call. She didn't care for the ear sucking. Scandalous.
Only done that
She
one.
didn't care for how Jody seemed to be doing some shady shit
Gotcha.
out in public to try and make Travis jealous either. One time in a
Body,
hotel, Sky saw Jody walk
it's
over,
already cold here.
pass an open door
Meh.
where a group of men
It's
were
already
involved in a
cold here.
business meeting, and flip
Meh.
her hair and check herself out in the reflective glass for them to see. She had plenty of opportunity to observe Jody firsthand because the Hughes house was the midway point between Travis's and Jody's house. They'd meet there fairly often. One time, Sky caught Jody listening at the door while Travis was on a phone call. Also caught her lingering outside the bathroom, waiting for Travis to come out. And then she told the Hughes, quite frankly, that she had found flirtatious emails from other women to Travis when snooping on his emails, and forwarded those emails to her own account. Why do people do shit like that? I've had someone look through my phone before without asking, and I told them if they ever did that again, like, we were done. And I meant it. And then we would break up a month or so later. And she didn't even find anything. I wasn't even doing anything. I told her, I'm not going to play those games. If you don't trust me, just go. Find someone else. Like, I hate it when people keep catching their partner doing shit and then they just keep staying with them. Fuck that. If you know someone's cheating, just leave them.
Yeah, hug it.
Like you think you
Hug
can't for
that
whatever reason,
board.
then start making a
Hug
plan.
that board
Don't
birdie.
become a paranoid
He
weirdo,
needs
always
hugs.
wondering what they're up to and delusional enough to think that you can change them. When has anyone ever caught their partner cheating on them over and over and over, especially early in the relationship when it's supposed to be this like honeymoon phase, best behavior, and then it's gone on to become this healthy, happy, committed relationship? I'm sure it happens on rare occasion, the exception to the rule. So easy for these two to break up at this point. The easiest. It's not like Jody and Travis have their financial futures tied together. Or kids, they're not worried about custody and all that. They don't live together. They don't live in the same city. You catch him flirting with other girls at this point, have some fucking respect for yourself. Just go find someone better. Believe that you're worth it. If you don't believe that, odds are those who date you will not believe it either. Might not be fair, but true. Fucking Jody. Addicted to trying to win over guys who just don't want her like she wants to be wanted. In April of 2007, when Jody and Travis are staying with him, Chris and Sky now confront Travis about Jody. Jody is creeping them out. They begin to express their concerns about Jody when Sky gets a weird feeling that Jody is listening at the door. They quickly change the subject. Sure enough, Moments later, Jody knocks at the door, asks what they're doing. Travis tells her that he was just about to head to bed, and then she leaves. Well, they think she leaves. 40 minutes later, Travis gets the feeling that they're being, that she's eavesdropping on them, that she's nearby, listening somehow. He opens the front door, and she's just standing there. She's just
Yes,
been hanging
hug him.
around outside
Yes,
the door
hug
for
him.
40 minutes after claiming that she left, trying to listen to the fucking wall. That is creepy. If I'm Travis, holy shit, is the relationship over right then and there? Find another loophole to frick. I had a girl I was dating pretty seriously in between my ex-wife and Lindsay. Looked at my phone, find this text thread of me flirting with the girl that I was casually seeing, hooking up with, whatever, but before we had started dating. And then she called me on the road one time, accuses me of cheating with this person because she had written this person's name down, thought she had found her online. She had not, just found somebody else by the same name. Found out that girl that I'd never even met happened to live an hour or so away from the city I happened to be doing shows at that weekend. Based on that and nothing else, is furious. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. We're done. I told her that, like this paranoid, creepy, just crazy cyber detective shit. Just, I'm not going to live like that. And that was it. Came home, gave her shit that was in my apartment, never saw her again. Told her we were done, ignored all texts and calls from her from that day forward. And I've never regretted that decision for a single second. Kick the crazy out of your life, meat sacks. Don't look back. Life is too short, full of too much pain you can't avoid, to add nonsense you can avoid to the pile. Jodi Arias is nuts.
Don't.
Before she killed,
If there is somebody crazy in your life, just fucking kick them out. Don't keep that shit around, man.
Especially not at almost 27.
You're better than that.
She's 15. Even then, it'd be weird. The next morning, now actually afraid for themselves and their children, Sky and Chris tell Travis that he and Jodi no longer welcome at their house. Travis is obviously upset by this. Jodi's putting a wedge between him and some of his best friends. This alarming behavior continues a couple weeks later when Jodi and Travis are at a PPL conference, and Jodi feels like Travis is ignoring her. When Travis's married friend Clancy Talbot has a few glasses of wine and stumbles, she grabs onto Travis for balance, and then Jodi follows Clancy into the bathroom and confronts her, ranting about how angry she is at Travis and for her to stay away from Travis. Jodi's blocking the exit door. Clancy is afraid. She notices that Jodi is literally shaking with anger. Finally, unsure of what to do, Clancy pushes past Jodi and then just avoids that lunatic as much as she can going forward. Jodi is unraveling. Now, actually, after falling hopelessly behind on payments, her home in Palm Desert is being foreclosed on, which makes her more unstable. And it's not looking like Travis is going to offer her a place to stay or his hand in marriage anytime soon. So not knowing what else to do, Jodi packs up and moves to Big Sur now, 45 miles from Salinas. She's a fucking mess. She and Travis continue to date, traveling frequently and visiting Mormon holy sites in Illinois and Missouri now. They also visit places from a book he'd bought called 1,000 Places to See Before You Die, visiting Niagara Falls, the Finger Lakes in New York, as well as the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum in Cleveland, Ohio, which is an awesome place, by the way. That June, Travis and Jodi go on a short trip to Sedona, Arizona, and the Grand Canyon with some of Travis's
Big
friends.
Rabbit. Guys, you know what you need? Not a bad relationship, but a big rabbit. Big rabbits are cute, petable, and
very
lovable.
angry about that. Doesn't like to joke. They yell at each other, and then they don't speak for a big part of the trip. But after this trip, they keep traveling together. On another trip, a short time later, they go to Daniel's Summit Lodge outside of Heber City, Utah. Friends there. One of these friends happens to be Clancy Talbot, Travis's married friend, the one Jodi cornered in the bathroom. Jodi accuses Travis now straight up of cheating on her with Clancy. Does not appear to be a credible accusation at all. Travis gets angry. The relationship is rapidly becoming more and more toxic, held together only by jealousy and sex. A few days later, Travis falls asleep on the couch with his cell phone nearby. Jodi sneaks over and takes it, sneaks into the bathroom, reads his texts, finds evidence of Travis flirting with other women. Now, is this shitty of Travis? Yes. Did Jodi have a right to be upset? Sure. Should she have been looking through his phone? Fuck no. She should have packed up her shit and left. After she reads the messages, she does not confront Travis immediately. They're about to go on a trip to Sacred Grove in Palmyra, New York, where Mormons believe Joseph Smith received his first vision. But that road trip doesn't happen. The two get in a fight on the phone on June 29, 2007. Jodi breaks up with Travis after them arguing about the texts. The next day, he calls her back to apologize. Why? He promises to change. They don't get back together, but they both agree they may get back together in the future. Jodi is crushed. She wants to marry Travis. Travis seems relieved. After the breakup, he quickly moves on emotionally, is ready to start the next chapter of his life. According to friends, he is optimistic about finding true love elsewhere. But then Jodi starts texting him. She calls him. He answers. They start talking again. They start having phone sex. And they start meeting up again for real sex, not just the poop hole loophole or some soaking, hardcore shit. Penis, vagina, full thrust. God probably cried when he was watching that happen from the bushes. Then Jody does something crazy again. While they've hooked up a few times since the breakup, they are not a couple again. But about a month after their breakup, Jody moves to Mesa, stays with a friend named Rachel, and then finds an accommodation from a church website called ldshousing.net. New place, about 10 minutes from Travis's house. And Travis is not happy. He did not want Jody in Mesa. What they've been doing was just hooking up in his mind. He wants to move on. And he starts dating a fellow church member now named Lisa Andrews. She's 19, Mormon. He falls head over heels for her. She tells him that she's not ready to get married. They move pretty fast first. Travis finds himself in a conundrum now. The girl he wants to get married to doesn't want to marry him. The girl he does not want to marry him is batshit crazy and does want to marry him. Or the girl who, does want to marry him is, oh my God. Lisa, seems a little crazy here too. She was a strict adherent to the law of chastity, took it more seriously than Travis did. This is how seriously she took it. Once, when she and Travis made out, she could feel that he had an erection under his pants, and he didn't even talk about it. And it gave her some boner guilt. She thought it was her fault. She thought she had done something sinful to give him lustful thoughts that led to that devil boner. This is also insane. Meanwhile, shortly after Jody settles into Mesa, she gets a job at P.F. Chang's. And then Travis also gives her another job. This is so stupid. She complains to him about needing money, so he pays her to now clean his house. Why? Don't ever do this. Don't ever offer to pay your jealous, crazy ex to come over and clean your house. It's insulting to them, for one thing. It's weird. It's dangerous. Like they're not going to snoop around and then get mad and do something crazy. If you feel like you just have to help an ex out financially, just give them money. Don't employ them in your house. Jody, her new cleaning job, of course, leads to the two of them having more sex. And that, of course, leads to expectations of being more than a house cleaner for Jody, which then leads to fights, and around they go. Some of Travis's frustrations with Jody around this time are made clear in some text messages he sent to her in 2007. I'm sick of you playing stupid and dealing with childish tactics. It's just always something, Jody. It just gets old. You don't care about anything that doesn't involve you. Just forget it. I know how you operate. If you're tired of me, leave me alone. We didn't have sex, Jody. How many times do I have to explain it? We poop hole loopholed after some vaginal soaking. That's what casual friends do. It's like holding hands, but with coming. Okay, maybe he didn't send that last one. In September of 2007, a year after they'd met, Jody and Travis go on another road trip together. This is
why are you keep going on road trips?
Beautiful waterfalls.
Oh my gosh! Hello, Zara.
Cheating on her with Jody and ends things with him. Oh yeah, he was still dating the 19-year-old who asked God to forgive her for giving her boyfriend a boner when they kissed. On September 23rd, 2007, Lisa sends Travis a lengthy email. I'm sick of hearing about Jody Arias, Lisa wrote. What woman would hold on for so long without some sense of reassurance? If you really cared, you would tell Jody to back off, regardless of your past. So interesting. She isn't just mad at Travis for, cheating on her. She also thinks it's wrong for him to keep leading on Jody when he has no intention of turning their relationship into anything serious. And she's right. Jody's nuts, but what Travis is doing is also wrong. He's nuts in his own way. In October, Jody and Travis traveled together to New Mexico.
I'm just working on the first page, and my ear is itchy. Gosh darn it.
Boner guilt. So many terrible decisions being made. It's just nonstop. Jody is, of course, furious. 2 months later, in December of 2007, when Travis is at Lisa's place, someone knocks at the door. Lisa answers. No one said. An hour or so later, Travis heads out.
I'm just in the middle of finishing the first town, so it looks at least like the first town.
I'm sure Travis knew who
so
most examining this case think obviously it was Jody.
Hopefully this gives you some confidence of what the rest of the comic is going to be like.
Night, all 4 new tires are slashed. The next day, Lisa receives an angry email from John.
And just going back to the first page.
It mentioned her relationship with Travis.
And then gonna finish page 5 after I've got to finish all these pages. So I'm gonna finish all these pages.
If you let him stay in your bed one more
thank
time,
you.
or even sleep under the same roof as him, you will
this quaint little town. Thank you for calling it cute. I appreciate it. I hope it was very cute.
Heavenly Father,
hope you've been doing good. I've been seeing some of your art, and it's very cute. It's adorable.
Don't ignore the promptings you receive.
It's very adorable.
Your spiritual well-being. Keep your poophole loophole clean. Obviously not that. Lisa thought it was Jody. Just couldn't prove it. Also, it seems like Lisa's gotten over her boner guilt. Maybe Travis explained to her that they can, they can Provo float all day, every day, and not upset creepy lurker god. Jody now seems to have gone full crazy. Travis is now no longer hiring her to clean his house, but she still keeps coming over to his house. He'll lock the door, lock the windows. She'll do weird shit like crawl to the fucking doggy door, and he'll come home and he'll just be sleeping on his couch or in his bed naked. Time to get a security system and get rid of that doggy door. Time to call the police, file a restraining order. Things start to go missing from his house. Someone uses his computer when he's not home. And then after all this, Travis starts inviting her over and hooking up with her again. Dude was addicted to that loophole. He's now cheating on Lisa with the girl he has to know slashes tires, all four of them twice. The girl who freaked out his girlfriend, the girl who's breaking into his
Thanks.
house.
No
That's now January of
problem.
2008. Jody is sending him explicit texts.
Your art's very
Stuff
adorable
like,
and cute.
I fell asleep. But to answer your question, yes, I want to grind you. And I want to be, all caps, loud. And I want to give you a nice warm mouth hug too, smiley face. A month later, in February, she sends him a very direct text. Maybe you could give my ass a much needed pounding. Well, all right. That February, Travis and Lisa now break up for good. Jody takes this as a sign that Travis wants to be back with her. Travis does not. Travis promptly instead starts dating a young woman named Marie Mimi Hall. In March of 2008, Travis asks Mimi Hall on a date. She accepts. After 2 dates, however, she tells him she's not interested in anything romantic, but the two keep hanging out as friends. Travis hopes he can get her to hang around long enough for him to be released from the friend zone. He likes her. He wants to loophole that poop hole. He wants to frick that butt. Jody, meanwhile, now decides to leave town and head back to Wairika, where her parents still live. Sandy Arias has become worried about her 27-year-old daughter, who has seemed more and more mentally unstable lately. When they talk on the phone, she either sounds like she's in the best mood ever, or she starts crying hysterically. She convinces her daughter to move back in with Jody's grandparents in Wairika.
What's been going on, Zara? What's been going on, everybody?
Works as a waitress at 2 restaurants, Casa Ramos.
I have been going on for almost 7 hours.
Feels like she's come crawling back with her tail between her legs.
I think I can go.
High school.
I can go for a bit longer.
Living in. This is not how she envisioned her life working out. Things seem to be going better now for Travis. He wins a trip to Cancun from his PPL sales. Hail the good God, Amway. And he invites Mimi to be his guest.
Doing line art of today's daily art.
Maybe
nice.
Float that wing boat.
Nice.
Maybe he can soak.
Daily art. That's something that I try to do every day.
Before the trip, to
really try to do that daily art. I know it's difficult.
Trying to get himself temple worthy again. Bishop knows about his sexual behavior with Jody. Travis is working on rectifying that. Kind of, not really. He also goes to the gym regularly, loses some weight. In April, he writes on his blog, "This year will be the best year of my life. This is the year that will eclipse all others. I will earn more, learn more, travel more, serve more, love more, give more, and be more than all the other years of my life."
I believe in you, though, Zara.
Then in another
you
post,
got this in you.
2008, he writes, "We only live once. We don't get another shot if we screw it up. Why not live life to the fullest? On our deathbeds, none of us will wish they watched more TV or read more tabloids or listen to more foul music. And they certainly won't wish they blamed their lives on someone else a little more. What they'll wish is that they loophole so many more poop holes." No, he doesn't say that. I agree with most of what he wrote there, except the foul music part. I love some foul music. Despite writing about loving more, giving more, serving more, he also fucks with Jody's head more. In late April, he opens the crazy door again, texting her now, asking her to send him a dirty picture. Dude is conflicted. Also, 13 days after Travis starts his blog, Jody, who's been reading it, she starts a weird mirror blog. Reading Travis's blog makes her feel connected to him, and she'll leave comments on his blog. And then when he writes on spiritual matters, she will write the same things on her blog. She'll even quote his passages. She also starts dating someone else, Bobby the Vampire Slayer. She tells him about the loophole, and suddenly he doesn't care about Dracula anymore. He has a new mystery to explore. Instead of looking for immortals who can disappear into the shadows, all he cares about is making his Nosferatu peen disappear into Jody's butt shadow. Like a vampire lives for fresh blood.
But if you want to show it, we'd love to see
I don't know
it.
what BBS is up to. Probably running a weekly vampire-themed LARP in Medford or something. Jody starts dating another PPL dude that she had met when dating Travis, Ryan Burns. That does not mean she has let go of Travis. On May 2nd, Travis sends Jody this text. "There's not a day where I haven't dreamt about driving my shaft long and hard into you. My God, you are the ultimate slut in bed. You'll rejoice in being a whore whose sole purpose in life is to please me any way I desire. So he seems a little less motivational speakerish here. Playing with so much fire here. I gotta say, in all the true crime I've covered, he has made it the hardest for me to not victim shame. And I will reiterate that he did not deserve to be murdered. I know that, but holy shit, was he making a series of terrible fucking choices. He just kept fucking with and literally fucking the wrong can of worms to be opened. Jody is sending these kind of texts back to Travis. She's also seeing Ryan Burns, although their entire relationship so far has been long distance. By mid-May, Jody agrees to come visit Ryan and begins making plans to drive to Salt Lake City, Utah. There's a prepaid legal business briefing in June.
The whip?
And, Jody
Yeah,
tells
the
Ryan that
whip and
she's gonna
Nene?
go. In the
Yes.
early morning
I
hours
would
of May
love to
10th,
see your
2008,
whip and
Jody and
Nene.
Travis have one of their signature late night phone
And
sessions.
possibly
Like other late night
Dougie.
calls they had, the point was to bring each other to climax.
And
This time, Jody
possibly
recorded it. You can find it on YouTube if you're real
Dougie.
curious. The sound quality is terrible. It's hard to understand what they say a lot of the time. And, pretty creepy. The same day, Jody writes the final entry on her blog. I cannot ignore that there is an ever-present yearning and desire that pulses within me. It throbs for gratification and fulfillment. Her loophole is hungry. Also, shortly after her post, Ryan texts her angrily. I have no idea what he's talking about here when he writes, why don't you have him come and fuck you in the woods? I can only imagine you are so worried about me reading. You are paranoid because you have no respect for people's privacy and you dare insult me of all people. Through your actions, you hate more than love by denying me a human right of privacy countless times. You have a lot of freaking nerve. We are all not like you in that aspect. I love that he writes fuck in the first sentence, and then later, you got a lot of freaking nerve. Their dynamic is again so toxic. 10 days later, Travis posts his last blog entry titled, Why I Want to Marry a Gold Digger. He writes, I want someone to love me for the gold that is within me and is willing to dig with me to extract it. I did a little soul searching and realized that I was lonely. I realized it was time to adjust my priorities and date with marriage in mind. This type of dating, to me, is like a very long job interview and can be exponentially more mentally taxing. Desperately trying to find out if my date has an axe murderer penned up inside of her, knowing she's wondering the same about me. God, that is creepy, considering what's going to happen. If only he just could have committed to the ideals he was writing about, he'd probably still be alive. On May 26, 2008, Travis is on his Facebook page when he gets logged out, a sign that someone else had just signed into his account. A couple minutes later, he's bounced out again. He thinks it's Jody. He accuses her of being the one who's doing this. She admits it is her. You are the worst thing that ever happened to me, he texts her, repeatedly calling her evil, a sociopath. He adds that her grandparents would be ashamed of her if they knew what she was doing, tells her to stay away from him. She, of course, will not. Now events quickly escalate towards murder. Jody's grandfather calls the police. On May 28, 2008, 3:40 p.m., to report a break-in. Police arrived to find a broken door jamb at the entrance to the home. There had been a rash of burglaries in the area recently, but this one didn't feel like it had been committed by whoever was responsible for the other break-ins. The TV appeared to have been moved, but only the DVD player had been taken. Also, Mr. Allen had an extensive gun collection, which he kept in an unlocked cabinet, and now one and only one of his 9 firearms is missing, a 25 caliber pistol. May 29th, 2008. Travis's last post to social media. He'd been working out a lot and noticed to his dismay that his butt looked flat.
I love the
Underneath his
dress.
photo, he wrote,
It looks very nice. I love it.
Gluteus. Rest in peace. July 28th, 1977 to May 29th, 2008. We'll miss you, big guy. Also, so creepy considering what's going to happen. The photo was taken in the very same bathroom his body would be discovered in just days later. June 2nd, Jody packs an overnight bag with some clothes, a cell phone, a charger, and in all likelihood, and by likelihood I mean definitely, even though they didn't find the gun, her grandfather's 25 caliber pistol. She tells Ryan that she is coming to Utah on Wednesday, June 4th, the day of the prepaid legal briefing. The night before, Jody stays up late talking to Travis. Between 1 and 4 a.m., Jody calls Travis 4 times. The longest conversation lasting just a few minutes. Around 3 a.m., Travis calls Jody twice, and they speak for over an hour. More phone sex. She rents a white Ford Focus then in Redding, California, about 100 miles south of Wairika. She tells the budget rent-a-car staff that she would only be driving the car locally, but when the car is returned on June 7th, it has been driven over 2,800 miles. So, not quite driven locally. It was also missing all of its floor mats, and there was what looked like Kool-Aid stains on the front and rear seats. The car was clean.
It is very cute.
Able to examine it.
Super adorable.
Jody
Super adorable.
And she then borrows 2 gas cans from her ex, Daryl Brewer, on June 3rd. guy she had the Palm Desert plates with. She later bought gas in Pasadena at an Arco gas station, first 8 gallons with her MasterCard, then 4 minutes later, 9 gallons with cash. The gas cans would mean that she wouldn't have to stop, for quite a while. There would be no evidence of one segment of her upcoming journey down to Mesa in the form of receipts. So premeditated. Leaving Pasadena, she sets off for Mesa, calling Travis intermittently. Weird that she would plan, not having to get gas, but then not really think about cell phone records. Bit of an oversight. She also calls Ryan Burns, tells him she'll be in Salt Lake City at 11 p.m. the following night. Okay, 4:30 a.m. now, June 4th. Jody arrives in Mesa. Travis is expecting her. She crawls into bed with him. For most of the day, they hang out together, a lot of time spent in bed, of course. At 3 p.m., Enrique, one of Travis's roommates at the time, arrives home from work. As he's grabbing something to eat from the kitchen, he hears voices coming from the den. Sounds like Travis is talking to someone. Enrique assumes it's a conference call. An hour later, Enrique leaves the house for the night. 4:19 p.m. Travis checks his email on his laptop in the den. An hour later, he goes back upstairs. 5:22 p.m., he takes a shower in his master bathroom. 8 minutes after stepping into the shower, where Jody would take several nude photos of him, Travis is slaughtered inside his master bathroom. He is shot in the face. His throat is slit. He's stabbed more than 24 times.
Yep.
Pictures are also taken of his dead body. At the edge of the bathroom hallway, Travis gasped his last breath, collapsed on the carpet. His corpse was then dragged along the tile floor, stuffed back into the shower stall, where he was washed clean of blood. Jody then deletes the pics she had taken, throws the camera in the washing machine to try and destroy it. Police will recover it later. For more than a day now, Jody's phone has been turned off, so she did kind of think about the cell phone situation. She switches it back on a few hours later. At 11:48 p.m. on June 4th, hours after murdering him, Jody leaves an upbeat message for Travis, in which she apologizes for not making it to Mesa and tells him that she and her friend Heather were planning to see Othello in early July and invites him to join them. She also calls her new boyfriend, Ryan Burns, who's worried about Jody after she'd failed to show up in Salt Lake City on time. Jody tells Ryan that while en route to Salt Lake City, she'd gotten lost and driven 100 miles in the wrong direction. Then, as she drove, her phone battery died, and she couldn't find the charger anywhere. She pulled over to the side of the road, and she slept for a while. And then when she woke up, gosh dang, what do you know it? There's the charger. It's right under the passenger seat. Weird that you wouldn't look for it. Pretty shitty story, and it will not be the dumbest lie she will tell in all this. Not even fucking close. A real doozy's coming up. On Thursday, June 5th, Jody finally arrives in Salt Lake City. Ryan does not notice anything particularly unusual about her behavior. He may have been a little distracted, playing some poophole loophole. She hung out with him, the seminar, and then a group of more than a dozen PPL folks go to dinner at Chili's. Jody dines with Ryan and his friends, laughing, chatting. Afterward, they go to his place. They watch a movie, probably do other stuff. She falls asleep for a while. Then they leave Salt Lake City between 2 and 3 a.m. For the next few days, Travis's roommates will notice weird things about the house, like the fact that the front door is locked, which Travis never did, and that no one was around to feed Napoleon, which he always did. They assumed that Travis had maybe already left for Cancun and just didn't go upstairs to check on him. On June 7th, Jody returned her rental car with far more miles on it than the short trip she said she was taking it for. She returns to her grandparents' house, texts Travis, sends him an email asking why she hadn't heard from him. As if she didn't know. On June 9th, 5 days after he'd been murdered, Mimi Hall keeps trying to get into contact with Travis since the two of them are supposed to leave for Cancun that morning. On the evening of June 9th, she goes to his house in Mesa, knocks, waits for someone to answer. When no one comes to the door, she goes home, calls her friend Michelle Lowry and Michelle's boyfriend Dallin Forrest, two of Travis's friends as well. The three of them go back to the house, enter by using the keypad code at the garage. Immediately, Mimi knows something's wrong. There's a bad smell. The three move to the garage into the house where they find Zach and Zach's girlfriend, Amanda McBrien, in Zach's bedroom. Zach's another roommate. They hadn't heard the doorbell. The group tells Zach that Travis isn't answering their calls, and they're worried about him. Zach tries to open the door to Travis's bedroom, but it's locked. So he goes to get a spare key. When he returns, opens the door, the four see huge blood stain on the carpet between the bedroom and the master bath, and they call the police. At 10:30 p.m., officers from the Mesa Police Department respond to a 911 call at 11428 East Queensboro Avenue. They find, of course, Travis's body. There are large amounts of blood in the shower, splattered on the floors, wall, and sink. Travis had nearly been beheaded. Just before midnight, homicide detective and lead investigator Esteban Flores arrives at the scene. The bathroom is gruesome. Flores has a hard time determining the cause of death because of the massive number of wounds across Travis's torso and head. His body is hunched over in a sitting position on the bathroom floor. Looks as though it had been rinsed off. There's a bullet casing that had been carefully removed from the caked blood near the sink, but the handgun is nowhere to be found. There's also one bloody palm print very distinct when I looked at pictures on the wall between the bedroom and the bathroom. It does not seem like a random killing. Nothing in Travis's bedroom is out of place except for the sheets and blankets from the bed, which have been stripped. His roommates have been living in the same house with their dead landlord for days, suggesting Travis was a very specific target. When Flores interviews the people who were present when the body is found and asks them if they have any idea who could have done this, one name immediately comes up: Jodi Arias. To Detective Flores' surprise, it was not hard to get in touch with her. She spent the days after Travis's body was discovered making long-distance calls to Arizona, reaching out to Travis's friends, trying to find out what's going on. She also calls police headquarters twice, leaves her number where she can be reached. Did she hope she could deflect suspicion by offering to help? Maybe. Or did she just need to know, for some reason, what the police knew? Around 10 in the morning on June 10th, Detective Flores calls Jodi. She offers her assistance, but claims she doesn't really know what was going on. Then says she wanted to tell the detective about the last time she talked to Travis. She tells Flores about a couple of trips she and Travis has been planning to go to DC and Oregon. And immediately Flores gets a sense that Jodi is painting a picture of a relationship where everything was perfect, not the impression he'd gotten from talking to Travis's other friends. They talk for a while longer. Flores tries to give the impression that he is on Jodi's side. He is not. Right away, his spidey senses got tingling about Jodi. Meanwhile, back at the house, once the medical examiner's office removes the body, investigators start to look at the rest of the room and the house as a whole. In the laundry room, they find a set of brown striped sheets in the dryer. There was a reddish stain on the inside rim of the washing machine, along with a Sony DSC H9 video camera and a couple of articles of Travis's clothing. On June 12, 2008, the autopsy of Travis Alexander takes place at the Maricopa County's Forensic Science Center. An examination of the head reveals two oblique, linear, full-thickness, incised wounds of the right and left posterior scalp, each measured 2 inches in length. There was also a 1 1/4 inch stab wound on the lower scalp, just below the right earlobe, and a 1 1/4 inch shallow incised wound on the upper left forehead, within the hairline. The wounds on Travis's neck were the most severe, with a number of shallow stabs around his upper neck, along with a gaping incision that stretched across the upper neck. He'd had his throat slit, a cut that measured 6 inches across. The cut perforated his upper airway, strapped neck muscles, and severed both the right jugular vein and right carotid artery. Basically, Travis had been cut from ear to ear, and then all the way down to his spine. It was brutal, a crime that indicated a possible crime of passion, so much rage. On his torso, more stab wounds. There was a cluster of 9 stab wounds on the upper right and left side of Travis's back, right between his shoulder blades. That ranged in size from 3/4 of an inch to 1.5 inches. The most severe stab wound was on his chest, a 3.5 inch deep gash at the sternum between his third and fourth ribs. The wound penetrated a major vein.
There are more houses, but
Worst
I
of
have
all,
to.
the presence of hemorrhage associated with many of the wounds determined that Travis had suffered almost all of the stabbing wounds while still alive. X-rays determined that the bullet entered Travis's head just above his right eyebrow. The medical examiner determined that the fatal wounds were the single stab wound to the center of his chest and the final throat slicing. It seems as if he was shot after he was already dead. The matter of death, of course, homicide. Detective Flores follows up about a message left on Travis's phone by Clancy Talbot, who'd last seen Jodi at a PPL seminar in Salt Lake City on June 5th now. Clancy tells Flores that Jodi had left California on Tuesday, June 3rd, but hadn't arrived in Salt Lake City until Thursday, June 5th. Clancy knew that the trip from Northern California to Salt Lake City was typically about 10 hours. But Jodi had been traveling for nearly 2 days. She and other people at the conference had tried to contact Jodi, but couldn't. It also concerned Clancy because of what she had seen later. Clancy had had dinner with Jodi, Ryan, and about 20 friends at Chili's the night of June 5th. Jodi had Band-Aids on fingers on both of her hands. "What did you do to your hands?" one of the friends asked. "I'm a bartender. I cut my fingers," Jodi replied. Clancy thought that was suspicious. So did Detective Flores. And of course, Clancy had previous run-ins with Arias, right? Seeing her shake with rage. She knew about their toxic relationship. At 6 p.m. on June 17th, Mimi, Dallin, Michelle, Jodi all arrive at the Mesa Police Headquarters. They were there to be fingerprinted and provide saliva for DNA testing. Jodi was the only one who declined to sit down with the detective for a follow-up interview. She said she'd been speaking with a close friend who had convinced her that there were a number of people talking about her involvement in Travis's death, talking shit about her, and as a result, she was now uncomfortable speaking to law enforcement without an attorney present. The others were uncomfortable with Jodi's presence. A few days earlier, Jodi had posted a photo gallery on her MySpace page of 25 photos of Travis, captioned "In loving memory of Travis." The following day, she signed his online obituary guest book. She even reached out to his family. On June 13th, she'd sent 20 white irises to Travis's grandmother. Ugh. Travis's family doesn't have any proof that Jody is their son's killer at this point, or that his killer. But unbeknownst to Jody, the police do. They now had the photographs from the video camera. Though the camera had been put through water, or through the wash, like soaked in water, computer forensics managed to recover numerous pictures from it, including some that had been deleted.
I'm gonna have
The
to
deleted
draw
photos included
fucking
images of
more
Travis who was
buildings.
naked, standing in various poses in the shower, reaching his arms up as he soaped his body. One of the last photos of Travis alive shows him staring intently into the camera. I've seen it. It is it's an unsettling photo. His handsome face betraying a subtle anxiety as droplets of water roll down his cheeks. Time-stamped June 4th, 2008, 5:29 p.m. Less than a minute later, 5:30 p.m., another photo shows Travis sitting on the slippery floor in an extremely vulnerable position. 44 seconds later, there's a blurry photo of the bathroom ceiling. And then just a minute later, another photo taken upside down and apparently by accident shows Travis lying on his back with a large amount of blood around his neck and shoulders. The bathroom in the background. The photo also reveals the right pant leg and foot of the killer. The murderer is wearing a dark colored sock or shoe, striped sweatpants that are blue with a zipper on the back of the cuff. Jody had a pair just like that. And then there were photos of Jody on the camera. Not in the murder scene, but photos taken just a few hours earlier that proved she was there. Timestamp starting at 1:40 p.m. The first showed her posing naked on Travis's bed. There were 4 photos of Jody posing in the nude in extremely provocative and graphic sexual positions. Showing off that loophole, there were 2 of Travis, who was also naked in both images, a bottle of KY lube next to him. The police now had proof that Jody was lying. She had been in Mesa on June 4th. They now asked her about her supposed movements on the days where she had been unreachable. She said that on June 2nd, she left California for Salt Lake City for the PPL conference, renting a car in Redding. Then she went to Monterey, California to hang out with friends. Then she drove to LA. Then she headed northwest to Salt Lake City. She claimed her long drive to Salt Lake City took her through Boulder City and Las Vegas, and then she slept in her car for a few hours at one point. And, her story really wasn't adding up for these guys because it was bullshit. She claimed that driving from Wairika to Salt Lake City via Los Angeles and Las Vegas had taken her 48 hours. Mapping that route, including a 10-hour rest stop, Detective Flores concluded her trip would have taken a maximum of 29 hours, which is quite a few less hours. Adding Mesa to the route would have added a few hours, but there were still 10 or 11 hours of additional time to spare. On July 9th, 2008, exactly 1 month after Travis Alexander's body had been found, a grand jury in Maricopa County indicts Jody on 1 count of first-degree murder under 2 theories, premeditated murder and felony murder, which is when the murder occurs during the course of a felony which the jury said was burglary. They didn't think she was trying to steal anything. The definition of second-degree burglary is entering or remaining unlawfully in a residence with the intent to commit any theft or felony therein. Jody had no idea about the indictment. When she was given it, she was celebrating her 28th birthday back in Wairika. On July 14th, 5 days after her birthday, Detective Flores and 2 other investigators from the Mesa Police Department, Danny McBride, pretty funny that his name is Danny McBride, and Tom Denning fly to Wairika to arrest Jody on charges of first-degree murder. Just after 9:30 p.m., they execute the arrest warrant and the search warrant, leading Jody from her house, or from the house, grandparents' house, in handcuffs. Jody gets interviewed by police on July 15th, the morning after her arrest. Dressed in white pants, form-fitting gray V-neck shirt, and a pair of flip-flops, Jody appeared lifeless as the cameras in the tiny interrogation room began to roll. She alternates between sitting at the table, sitting at the floor, back pressed against the wall, legs extended straight out. At one point, Jody whispers to herself, "It's cold in here." 5 minutes later, Detective Flores enters the room. Jody's bizarre behavior in this interrogation would go down as one of the weirdest parts of this strange case. More than 2 hours on July 15th, Jody denies being anywhere near Travis Alexander's home the night he was brutally murdered, telling the detective questioning her that if she had killed her ex-boyfriend, she would beg for the death penalty. She spends hours sticking to her story that she wasn't anywhere near Mesa, but she just got stuck in California. Flores lets her talk, giving her a piece of paper to show him her supposed route, and then eventually he tells her that he simply doesn't believe her, and that he has so much proof that she was in Alexander's home when he was brutally murdered. The proof, he tells her, includes her hair and her blood mixed with Alexander's and that bloody handprint that had her blood in it. He tells her there is no way anyone else could have left your palm print in blood on that wall. Jody still will not admit to being there. She says there must be some other explanation. She says she once cut herself while bathing Alexander's dog in the bathroom, that maybe the blood, I don't know, maybe it came from that. There's no reason I would ever want to hurt him, she says. And later, if I was going to ever kill somebody, I would use gloves. I have plenty of them. Over and over, Detective Flores asks her to come clean. Why won't you admit it? He asks. You were there. Quit playing this game. Over and over, she denies being involved. I've never been that angry at him, she says. If I did that, I'd be fully ready to face the consequences. I'm all for the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. Oh, shut the fuck up with your Bible stuff at this point, lady. Flores then outlines the evidence against her, the bloody palm print, the gun, her DNA, the gaps in her timeline. And when Jody still will not admit it, he shows her the pictures on the camera, including X-rated close-ups of her butthole and vagina. Jody admits that, okay, yeah, all right, that looks like me. The girl in the photo does look exactly like me, but not me. She still won't admit it. They have nude, full-body, time-stamped photos of her. Like close-up, her face is in them, everything. Close-up shots of her ass, her pussy. Travis could not have taken better photo documentation of her. Her fingerprints are all over the crime scene. Her blood is mixed with his blood. Clearly defined palm print on the wall. The kind of gun used was the exact type of gun that went missing from her grandpa's house in Wairika. There's her fucked up timeline. Everyone is pointing their suspicion at her. There's cuts on her hands the day after the murder. She's lied so many times to the police, and she's like, no, I don't think so. No, that's someone else's loophole. Flores tells Arias that she's going to be booked into the local jail now. She says tearfully, this is a really shallow question, and it's going to reveal how shallow I am. But before they book me, can I clean myself up a little bit? Flores says, no. And soon after he leaves her alone in the interview room, she laughs and says to herself, you should have at least done your makeup, Jody. Gosh. Jody then proceeds to anxiously play with her hair, rub her shoulders before she bizarrely breaks out into a song. She sings a Dido song called Here With Me. And then as she waits to be booked, she looks through the trash for a while. And then she does a handstand against the wall for 30 seconds. That night, she'll be booked on charges of first-degree murder. When her mugshot is taken, she grins into the camera like she is posing for her yearbook photo. It is so tonally off. It's so creepy. Jody is interrogated again the next day, July 16th. She's now wearing a jail-issued orange jumpsuit. When no one else came into the room for several minutes, she began to sing the final verse of Bette Midler's love song, The Rose. The interrogation started. Once again, Jody rambles for hours about her relationship with Travis, and then finally says she's going to come clean. Jody now says that she had been afraid to talk about it before, but she's ready to give the story. She says the real killers made her scared to tell it because they threatened to hurt her family.
That's right.
This is crazy. She said she had gone to Travis's house that afternoon. And yeah, okay, they did have sex a few times. Sure, he'd taken a few close-up pics of her loophole. Then she'd fed the dog Napoleon. And then Travis had gone upstairs to shower and shave. And then, yeah, okay, she started taking some naked pictures of Travis in the shower. Real artsy stuff, where he looked like, I don't know, he was scared that someone was pointing a gun at him. Then all hell broke loose. And this is the dumbest lie I said she'd tell that I hinted at earlier. She said she suddenly heard a loud bang, and Travis began screaming. And then she blacked out, maybe. And she woke up a few seconds later, or maybe she didn't wake up, maybe she was still awake. She saw two people near Travis, a guy and a girl, both wearing ski masks. You know, the kind of ski masks bad guy robber people wear, murderers who have guns. And immediately, when I heard this, I did think, son of a bitch. I don't know where my dad was on July 16th, 2008. Right? And he lived in Arizona for 2 years. He knows the area. And further, I don't know where my mom was that day. Did they get back together for that day to frame Jodi Arias? Where were my parents? Where were your parents? We might need to form a mom watch group to complement dad watch. And of course, that's nonsense. Back to this horrible story. Then in this really poorly thought out script for a shitty action movie no one would ever produce because it's so fucking stupid. She says that the people who killed Travis debated about whether or not to kill her after shooting him, but then ultimately they let her go. Because that seems like the kind of thing that cold-blooded killers do. They let eyewitnesses live and then just leave, while they stay behind at a murder scene. Jody says the girl wanted to kill her, but the guy just wanted to kill Travis, and that he said, that's not what we're here for. And then the man rifled through her purse, took out some of her cash. And when he saw her car registration, he said, you must be that bitch from California. Weird detail. She's not a good storyteller. Then she says they told her to leave. Yeah, go on, get out of here. And even though Travis was still alive, despite being shot, she did leave. And then I guess they stabbed him and stuff. And just hoped that she wouldn't call the police after she leaves, and they just let her leave. That's reasonable. And then she doesn't call the police when she leaves. But she does call Travis, who she knew had just been shot by people who wanted him dead. And she left him an upbeat message, apologizing for not making it to Mesa, and telling him that she and her friend Heather are planning to see Othello in early July, and they invite him to join. The kind of voicemail an innocent person leaves. Then she drives to Salt Lake City, goes on a date, like an innocent person does. I watched her tell this stupid fucking story while being interviewed by 48 Hours correspondent Maureen Marr. who seemed on the verge of rolling her eyes at Jody the entire time. It's so great. Highly recommend. When Jody tells it to her, she changes some of the details, as one often does when lying. She says that after the guy shot Travis, she charged the woman in the mask who was holding a knife, knocked her to the ground because she's tough and brave, and then she yelled at Travis, "Let's go!" And then he told her, "I can't feel my legs." And meanwhile, the guy with the gun, who I guess has just been standing by quietly, waiting to say his next line like a stage actor in a play written by a fucking 5-year-old,
Thank
he now
you,
decides to put the gun against
Floof.
Jody's head. And then he and the woman argue over whether or not they should shoot her. And then in this version, he does decide to shoot her and pulls the trigger. But miracle, the gun jams. And then the lady with the knife, I guess she's forgotten she has a knife, and she's standing there waiting for her next poorly written line. And then the two masked killers just keep standing there like two idiots. While Jody gets up, grabs her purse, runs out of the house, gets in her car, and drives away. And they do
Hope
nothing.
to see you
They do not
later.
try to chase her
Hope
down.
you enjoy your
Watching the
lurk.
doc, I laughed so hard at what happens next. Maureen gives some voiceover to a dramatic reenactment of this nonsense of Jody driving away. And she says, "It was an unbelievable getaway." Yeah, it sure was. After hearing the story, Maureen says, "You get in the car, no one's followed you, you drive away, where do you go?" She asks this staring daggers at Jody, also managing to give a look that screams, "Bitch, are you for real?" Jody says she drove forever and ever until she was in the desert. And then Maureen
I
asks,
should
"Did you call
not
911?"
not
And
be
Jody says,
tired.
"No."
It's an hour
She asks,
hour
"Did you go
later
to a
there.
neighbor? Did you call a friend?"
It's
And Jody
fine.
says, "I didn't call anybody."
It's fine.
or tell
I
anybody."
got some normal
Then Maureen
rest.
asks, "Why would
I
you
fell
do
asleep.
nothing?
I slept all
Nothing to
fucking
help her?"
day, so
Jody says,
I'm
"My butt hurt
kind of
while it was
wired
falling
right
off. I was
now.
distracted. My front butt hurt too. He soaked the shit out of me."
Hashtag
JK.
built
No, she gives a weird
different.
pause, maybe realizes on some level how utterly stupid she sounds. And then she says, "I was terrified and I was scared for my life. And I think there was a naive belief that I could pretend like it didn't really happen." And that's it. That's her whole story. That's the story she hoped would set her free. That is the dumbest story anyone who is not actually severely mentally handicapped has maybe ever told to try to get out of a murder. Who just drives off and leaves behind someone they claim to love who has just been shot but is still alive, and they just don't fucking call the police, even though they're safe in their car and they have their cell phone? No one. No one does that ever. Detective Flores, after hearing a version of this horseshit, tells her that he doesn't believe her, especially the part about the attackers just letting her go.
But if you're tired,
Jody
it's
is like, "Oh,
okay.
no, it's the truth." Jody's then extradited to Mesa, Arizona, September 5th, 2008. She's kept at Maricopa County's Estrella Women's Jail in Phoenix. 6 days after her arrival in Arizona, Jody enters a plea of not guilty. At her arraignment at Maricopa Superior Court in downtown Phoenix, bond is set at $2 million. From jail, Jody schedules press conferences with local news stations and one national network, a defense lawyer's worst nightmare, because in all these interviews, she tells the public about the two assailants that she claimed killed Travis, a story the media openly mocks. And they call it the
Good
ninja
on you.
theory.
Everyone needs
Some
some
ninja
rest.
snuck in,
Needs
killed
rest
Travis, and
sometimes,
then
even the
let her go.
most
October 8th, Jody
relentless.
gets some
Oh
bad news.
yeah.
The Maricopa County Attorney's Office has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in her case, and she deserves it. I mean, even if you're against death penalty, even if you don't think she deserves it because of the murder, can we all agree she deserves it for telling that story? In order to seek the death penalty, the state was required to prove at least one aggravating circumstance that qualified a particular murder for the death penalty. In Arizona, the law sets out 14 aggravators, which include scenarios such as killing of a police officer or of a witness, killing for monetary gain, and killing in an especially cruel, heinous, or depraved manner. Since Travis was stabbed and sliced more than 24 times and shot in the head, the state concluded that he suffered physical and mental anguish, and was conscious long enough to know that he was going to die. That qualified the murder to be considered for the aggravating circumstance of especially cruel, heinous, and depraved. Fair. After hearing of all this, Jody does not back down from her crazy story. She'll stick to it for 4 more years, which is how long it takes for the trial to start. We'll skip over all the pre-trial years. Mostly just a lot of determining of what evidence will be allowed. The day after New Year's, January 2nd, 2013, Jody's trial finally begins.
If you can
with
push
prosecutor
on, you
Juan
shouldn't
Martinez
have
seeking the death
to
penalty.
do it alone,
Jody is
though.
represented by
It's
Elfert
okay.
Ermy
If
and
you need rest, go
Jennifer
get rest.
Wilmot, who now argued that Travis's death was justifiable because it was committed in self-defense. The story she's told all over in the media and to investigators for 4 years will now change drastically. For the trial, Jody changes up her look. Instead of being a blonde bombshell with tasteful makeup, now she's a brunette, wispy bangs, thick frame glasses. Jody's called to the witness stand February 4th, 2013. She'll testify for 18 days and will not help her case because she is a maniac and an idiot. On the first day of her 18-day testimony, she tells of being violently abused by her parents beginning when she was 7 years old. No one will corroborate this. This is echoes of Casey Anthony's lying ass here. Arias testifies that she rented a car in Reading instead of Wairika because the budget website gave her two options: one to go north, one to go south, where her brother lived in Reading. On her second day on the stand, she says that her sex life with Travis included a lot of oral sex and anal sex, a lot of loopholing and poopholing. She said the anal sex was painful for her the first time. She described in vivid detail in front of Travis's friends and family every kind of sexual behavior she and Travis had engaged in, including how they experimented with Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops. Her bikini waxes, their mutual masturbation sessions. Even the phone sex tape is played, which Travis says he wanted to zip tie her to
I'll
a
sleep
tree while
around,
she was
Don.
dressed
It's
up in a Little
crazy
Red
cold
Riding
up here.
She
No.
testifies that Alexander secretly
How cold
found
is
young
it up
boys
there?
and girls sexually attractive, and she tried to help him with those urges. Now she's trying to make Travis look like a pedophile, which no one else has ever accused him of being ever, and herself like some kind of sexual rehab physician. Again, like Casey Anthony shit here. And then, as I alluded to, she ditches the ninja theory. Now she says the relationship became increasingly physically and emotionally abusive. Travis's sister can be seen in the gallery during her testimony, rolling her eyes, shaking her head in disbelief at this. Jody claims that Travis shook her the night he died while saying, "I'm fucking sick of you," and that he began screaming at me, after which he body slammed me on the floor at the foot of his bed and taunted her, saying, "Don't act like that hurts," before he called her a bitch and kicked her in the ribs. Afterward, Jody said, "He went to kick me again. I put my hand out." Arias held up her left hand in the courtroom now and showed that her ring finger was crooked. No one who saw her in Salt Lake City the day after this happened remembered her finger being crooked. No one. Then, according to Jody, the dysfunction of the relationship reaches its climax when she kills Alexander in self-defense after he becomes enraged following a day of sex and some kind of gun accident, forcing her to fight for her life. Prosecutors note that this was a very, very different account of how Travis's death had gone down than she had been, telling for 4 years. March 14th, psychologist Richard Samuels testifies for the defense for nearly 6 days, saying that Jody was in a fight or flight mode to defend herself, and that caused her brain to stop retaining memory. In response, a juror asked whether this scenario could occur even if it was premeditated murder. Samuels replied, "Is it possible? Yeah. Is it probable? No." And he diagnoses Jody with PTSD. That's why she clung to a really stupid lie for 4 years, then suddenly remembered a better, more sympathetic story once her trial starts because of PTSD. Sure. The defense would bring on a lot of people to testify to Jody's behavior. Beginning on March 6th, Alice LaViolette, a psychotherapist who specializes in domestic violence, testifies that Jody was a victim of domestic abuse and that most victims don't tell anyone about abuse because they feel ashamed and humiliated. Way to discredit actual victims of domestic abuse, Alice, you fucking quack. Clinical and credible psychologist Janine DeMart testifies for the prosecution that Arias does not suffer from PTSD or amnesia and was not abused by Alexander. Instead, DeMart says Arias suffers from borderline personality disorder, showing signs of immaturity and an unstable sense of identity. Ding, 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 bingo, bango, we have a winner. I love you, DeMart. Thank you for being good at what you do. She said the people who suffer from this disorder have a terrified feeling of being abandoned by others. Ding, ding, ding. If Bobby the Vampire Slayer would have been in the courtroom, I'm guessing he'd be nodding his head, in agreement. Closing arguments will wrap up on May 4th, a full 4 months after the trial begins. It had been an incredibly chaotic trial, from warring psychologist to Jody's 18-day testimony to a juror getting dismissed for being arrested for a DUI. May 8th, 2013, after 15 hours of deliberation, Jody is found guilty of first-degree murder. Out of 12 jurors, 5 jurors find her guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. 7 find her guilty of both first-degree premeditated murder and felony murder. As the guilty verdict is read, Jody struggles to repress tears. Oh, poor baby. As Travis's family smiles and hugs each other. Several people who had gathered outside the courtroom begin celebrating by cheering and chanting. But it's not over. In the aggravation phase, which starts on May 15th, the jury determines that Jody is eligible for the death penalty. And then the next day, the penalty phase begins. May 16th, prosecutors call on Travis family members to offer victim impact statements in an effort to convince the jury that Arias' crime merits a death sentence. May 21st, Jody begs for a life sentence. This was a reversal from her statements on TV 4 years earlier in which she had asked for the death penalty. She said, "Each time I said that, I meant it, but I lacked perspective. Until very recently, I could not imagine standing before you and asking you to give me life." She said she changed her mind to avoid bringing more pain to members of her family who were in the courtroom. At one point, she held up a white t-shirt with the word survivor written across it. Fucking the balls on this maniac. telling the jurors that she would sell the clothing and donate all proceeds to victims of domestic abuse. Shut the fuck up, Jody, you piece of trash. So many women out there actually have been domestically abused. Women who aren't domestic abusers themselves who have murdered their lover. They don't need Jody's help. They don't need her to be the face of this fucking anything. She also said she would donate her hair to Locks of Love while in prison and had already done so 3 times while in jail. She's a great person. Sentencing trial results in a hung jury, and the judge has no choice but to declare a mistrial. The judge sentences Jody to life in prison without possibility of parole. Do you think if she was a man and did the same shit, the jury would have voted to have her killed? I do. I think her looks played a part. Being an attractive woman got her life instead of death. They just felt sorry enough for her. If she would have looked like me, fucking death. In late January 2013, artwork drawn by Jody began selling on eBay. I hate this. The seller was her brother. He claimed that the profits went towards covering the family's travel expenses to the trial and better food for Arius while she's in jail. What is Jody like in prison? Same as ever, it seems. Her fellow inmates say that she's not well liked, that she flirts with guards to get special treatment and comes across as phony and manipulative. In October 2017, Jody filed an appeal of her conviction, but it was delayed due to systematic errors. Then in October of 2019, she tried to appeal again, citing cumulative misconduct by prosecutor Juan Martinez. The judge is like, get the fuck out of here. The appeal is denied. She's now doing time in Perryville Prison, located in Goodyear, Arizona, less than an hour from Travis Alexander's, less than an hour from Mesa. Excuse me. Now let's get out of here and recap this strange, sad story.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Jody Arias and the murder of Travis Alexander. What a story. Before I recap it, so sorry, one last sponsor. Today's Time Suck is brought to you by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Sinless Premarital Sex Outreach Committee. If you're a young Mormon and you're looking for a release, but don't want to lose your standing in the church, we'd like to present some new alternatives to soaking, poophole loopholing, and staying moral with oral. Now feel free to indulge in handless sternum massaging, also known as chest docking. The sternum can be a real source of tension for a lot of women. It's where the pectoral muscles attach, and rubbing those muscles with one's erect penis can be a great way for both the one getting massaged to relax and the one massaging to climax. To massage without your hands, please rub your erect penis back and forth along the sternum with your female partner pushing her breasts together around the penis to aid in the tension release, stretching the muscles. This will typically lead to ejaculation, often on the face, and the skincare properties of semen are widely known and approved of by God. So keep keeping it out of the vagina, kids, at least when it's moving, and keep poophole loopholing, staying moral with oral, soaking, and now keep it rocking with some flipping chest docking. Happy wholesome loving, everyone. God is watching. He likes it. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. That's an interesting sponsor. Chest docking sounds fun. Anywho, let's recap now. The trial following Travis's murder in June of 2008 would captivate the nation as they followed along tales of raunchy sex, secret meetings.
That's that kind of ad.
Find way for what could have been an ideal relationship to end.
That's
Jody
that kind of ad
turning points in their lives.
where it's you're unsure what the fuck you just listened to.
There was an instant attraction. Travis extended an invitation for Jody to join him at the PPL Gala. But it was never going to be an ideal relationship because, Jody was Jody. Jody had already exhibited stalker-like behavior in previous relationships. Also, Travis knew by the time he met Jody that open premarital sex would get him kicked out of the Mormon community. The more Travis pulled away, the crazier Jody got.
Common massages,
never did what he should have, which was to stop having any kind of contact with her. He wanted the sex too much, and he paid for it with his life. Right, his throat would be cut ear to ear, shot, stabbed almost 30 times. His murder was so premeditated.
So hot in here.
Premeditated to an insane degree. Just a few days before, Jody had packed her bags with a stolen gun, rented car, gotten gas cans so she wouldn't have receipts, turned off her phone, set out to Mesa to kill Travis, after having sex with him for a while. Incredibly, she left a camera at the crime scene. The smoking gun would be those digitally recovered photos. Some of the last photos of Travis alive are so chilling. Standing in that same shower he will be murdered in, a look of horror and deep sadness in his eyes. Thankfully, Jody was convicted and will spend the rest of her life in jail. Careful who you shack up with, meat sack. Stay far away from Jody's brand of crazy. It's not worth it. Let's head to our top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Yep. That's what you came back
Number
into,
one, Jodi
Floofy.
Arias killed Travis Alexander on June
You came
4th,
into the
2008 by
best
stabbing him
time
multiple times,
to jump
slitting his
into my
throat,
stream.
shooting him once in the head. This came on the heels of a weeks-long plan to kill Travis that started with her stealing a gun from her grandfather at the end of May. Number two, Jodi lied the entire time, all the way through her trial. She actually told three main stories. The first was she wasn't even in Mesa, which was quickly disproved. So, then she tells the second, the ninja theory. The two people killed Travis and just let her go, which was even dumber than trying to deny she was there. And then the third, that she killed Travis, but it had been in self-defense after months of abuse, which did not happen. Number three,
I'm here lurking,
Mormonism
playing
and most religions
games.
that ban sex before marriage do so
Lol.
at the cost
And
of some
having
mental
you
health
in the
of the members.
background.
Shame can lead to a
Background.
lot
Oh,
more destructive
okay.
emotional issues surrounding sex than a healthy experimentation does. Teaching young people that it's
Hope you
bad to feel
enjoyed it,
arousal leads
Zara.
to guilt and compartmentalization and to soaking and to poop hole loopholing, provo pushing, chest docking. Travis might still be alive today if he hadn't felt such shame about having premarital sex and was able to find a partner he could communicate with in a healthy way about sex and love. Number four, Jodi slowly escalated her behavior towards Travis over the years. She tried to make him jealous. Over less than 2 years, you get it. Dropped by his house unexpectedly, announced to his friends that she was his girlfriend, even snuck in his house through the doggy door. If you or someone you know is in a situation like Travis's, or that seems so unhealthy and unstable, please reach out to someone in your community or call the National Domestic Violence Hotline if you're in America, 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-7233. If you're in other countries, as many of our listeners are, there are equivalent phone numbers in, I think, all of them, pretty much. No one should have to live in fear of being harmed by the person who's supposed to love them the most. And number five, new info, one more goofy LDS sexual term. One young LDS said that there was a strong push for oral sex amongst he and his single friends who were horny, wanted to sexually experiment. He wrote, when I was a graduate student at Brigham Young University, and I understand this continues to be true today, there were some students who adopted the slogan, stay moral, go oral. And then failing that, many would just get married and then divorced shortly thereafter to really get their fuck on. It's unclear how often this happens, but some BYU students, and probably other young Mormons as well, will go to Vegas, get secretly hitched for a weekend or a few months so they can have guilt-free sex before mutually divorcing and then going on their merry ways. Here's some testimonial of this. In the mid-1960s and again during the early 70s when I was at BYU, it was called a Wendover wedding weekend. The couple would zip over to the border to Wendover, get hitched, and then have all the sex they wanted back at BYU. Still lived apart, and if they were caught, they were legally married. Would file for either an annulment or a divorce with a cheap lawyer after a bit, and then go find another partner to hitch up with. We are such a weird species.
Time Suck Top 5 Takeaways.
Jodi Arias and the murder of Travis Alexander has been sucked. Thank you to the Bad Magic Productions team for all the help in making Time Suck. Queen of Bad Magic, Lindsay Cummins, Reverend Dr. Joe Paisley, Sophie the Fact Sorceress Evans for running point on this week's research, Bit Elixir for continuously refining the Time Suck app, Logan the Art Warlock, Keith running badmagicmerch.com.
Yeah, look at that.
All things Bad
That
Magic,
looks,
and working on our social
that looks
networks,
very
Fernandez,
snowy.
who runs our Cult of the Curious Facebook private page, along with the All Seeing Eyes. Thanks also to Beefsteak and the Mod Squad running Discord. You can link to the Time Suck Discord group through the Time Suck app. Next week, we mix history and wackadoodle. We head back to the Common Era, to the first legitimate civilization on Earth known as Sumer.
Sumerian. The ancient Sumerian.
Eyes down the back, washed, sold out, then off to Texas. All those shows sold out, I think, now. Then to Portland, Oregon, where some shows already sold out, and then same for Philly the following weekend. Please check dancummins.tv for ticket links. Columbus, Ohio, Spokane shows in October, Kansas City, Denver, a lot coming up. And I appreciate you getting those tickets in advance, a lot of you who have already done so. Has not gone unnoticed. Given over $14,000 this month, thanks in large part to our space lizards, to the August Bad Magic Productions charity, the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. We'll know the exact amount soon. Since 1999, the foundation has provided emergency support services to the families of firefighters seriously injured or killed in the line of duty and more. Families left behind, many with young children, often find themselves with few resources, and this foundation steps up to help. We are so proud to help them. Go to wffoundation.org to learn more. Thank you, firefighters. Fucking Whipple tie-dye and 20-ounce insulated tumbler in the store right now at
Uniform?
badmagicmerch.com. I'm tired of hearing about Whipple. I don't like tie-dyes. Shut the fuck up! If you're not willing to man up and drink some Coke, Whipple, then you don't deserve a tumbler or a t-shirt. Put on a diaper. Drink from a binky, you fucking baby. Fuck you. Fuck your family. Drink Whipple. Now available in your mom's windpipe and your dad's ding-dong flavors. So, there you go. Most aggressive product pitch so far, easily. Now let's talk about something not as aggressive. The 2021 Street Team. Before I dig into today's tale,
Is Ancient one of the first known forms of writing?
Change here at Bad Magic Productions since the last round, so we're
Ancient
changing
what?
Our Street Team to represent all three shows.
It's the Ancient cuneiform is the first known forms of writing. Cuneiform. That's a.
We're talking
Hold
about
up. I'll look it up.
merch credit just for slapping some stickers around your neck of the woods. Here's the details. At high noon Pacific time, Monday, August 16th, the stickers will go live at badmagicmerch.com. Stickers are free, but there will only be 500 sticker packs available. First come, first serve. Once they're gone, that's it. One sticker pack per person. Once you receive your stickers,
denoting it or relating the wedge-shaped characters used in the ancient writing system of Mesopotamia.
Using the hashtag, and this is important, Bad Magic Street Team, so we can find you. That's it. Winner will be picked at random Monday, October 18th. We'll be reposting.
I don't think that's real.
On our social media channels. So quick recap: Monday, August 16th, high noon Pacific time, free sticker packs. Badmagicmerch.com. Only 500 available. Once they're gone, they're gone. Slap those stickers on all the
but
things,
that's real.
Pick, upload it to your social.
That's actually pretty interesting.
Bad Magic Street Team before October.
Cuneiform
and the
tablets.
Winner will get a $200 merch credit. And the goal is to have fun with this. Please don't.
So like they're just triangles,
too stupid and just
going this way and that.
Wreck something at some small business or something
With some images. That's interesting.
It's a fun way to grow the Bad Magic community, one sticker at a time. And that's it for announcements. And now it is Anunnaki o'clock. Sorry if I seem scattered in the cold open or announcements at all. I wrote those last.
I don't think that they have
so much time.
The alphabet.
Man, I had to get my head around a lot of new info this week. I learned a ton this week and hope I can share it all effectively with you. Much less.
Yeah, I don't think they have an alphabet that is actually anywhere near our alphabet. That's for sure.
Timeline.
What's up, Zara?
No poop hole, loophole. Either for comedic purposes.
Hey, Paul, will I ever find love?
Maybe
I'm gonna beat the devil out of you.
But not much.
Isn't the oldest piece of writing we've ever found the equivalent of an ancient recipe? Yeah, that I'm pretty sure is real.
And challenge accepted.
But let me look it up
for a few days. But again, learned a lot. I'm eager to share with you. So hail Nimrod for that.
The
ancient Sumerians lasted roughly from 4500 BCE to 1900 BCE. Crazy to think how roughly 4,000 years ago their entire civilization had completed its life cycle. It's pretty much impossible to cover 2,600 years of a civilization's history in a 2 to 2.5 hour podcast.
Don't do that.
Especially in a way that makes it interesting to people who aren't just
Don't be that way.
hardcore ancient history nerds or hardcore ancient alien nerds. So not going to try and do that today. Think of today as an introduction to the ancient Sumerians. It's kind of a 101 course taught by a real foul-mouthed professor who kidnapped the real professor and snuck into their classroom.
The
also
oldest
not going to spend all our time on ancient history because there's just so much fun wackadoodle conspiratorial ancient Sumerian speculation to also explore. The Sumerians get the wackadoodles
cuneiform 7-pack.
I'm pretty sure that's why
cuneiform is ancient writing. It's actually pretty interesting. I never knew about
I would
cuneiform.
like to remind you that I'm one of the world's foremost ancient astronaut proponents.
Ooh.
A lot of my peers want to focus on how
It may have been printed using cuneiform script. Was it from old Akkad? I don't know.
Go Grizz, to pursue my own interests. I'm a bit of a rogue archaeologist now, and there is strong evidence in my findings that the Sumerians were one of many ancient civilizations whose progress was shaped and guided by. Hey, David. Could you shut the fuck up and just get out of my office, please? We're not talking about that yet. Oh yeah, no, sure, no problem. Go Grizz. Okay, gonna get into ancient aliens lore, towards the end of the episode. Gonna see how valid their theories are or are not. I hope we cooked up a fun recipe this week. Right? We got history, conspiracy. We got some extraterrestrial talk. Why care about the ancient Sumerians at all? Well, because their written records are the oldest ever uncovered. The ancient Sumerians provide us with the best, earliest glimpse into the beginnings of humans shifting away from a hunter gatherer society into a true civilization,
Mm-hmm.
which, as a real curious person, I find pretty damn exciting. So, even if you're not a history nerd, I hope you find this interesting. They were either the first or among the first on Earth to live in a socially structured way similar to how we live today. Fun to look at how we meat sacks got onto the path of civilization that we're still on. So first off today, I'm going to start off trying to illustrate just how important the existence of civilization is to our modern life, how much human life changed thanks to walled cities, a written language, etc. Then I'll try and define the concept of civilization as best I can. What shift exactly did the Sumerians make? Next, I'll briefly lay out why the ancient Sumerians stand out as arguably the most important of the world's first civilizations before diving into why the world's earliest great civilization arose where it did. Like why the Fertile Crescent of the Middle East as opposed to Sweden or Spain, Brazil, here in Idaho. We'll then go over a rough little timeline of their development. Then I'll look into what this civilization was about. What were their lives like? What did they eat? Who did they worship? Who were some of the most important rulers, etc.? And then we'll go over some of their most important inventions / contributions. And then we will examine some of their ancient writings, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, regarded as the earliest surviving piece of non-religious literature in the world. You can learn a lot about an ancient culture by the stories they wrote about themselves. And then examining that literature
One of the oldest
will lead us into the Anunnaki, aka space lizards, which leads us right into that ancient astronaut shit. So fuck yeah, bro. Who were the ancient Sumerians really? Illuminati.
Must sleep. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you. They are correct. Old cuneiform tablets are among the oldest examples of written language ever.
So let's start off with the historical. Life before, civilization. What an interesting thought, right? I mean, really imagine that. Imagine a world of no laws. No laws that are written down anyways. No law enforcement. No first responders. No responders. Imagine a world of no shopping centers, no retail stores at all, no tech. Think of how dependent on tech we are. Get rid of it. We have no internet, no podcasts, no computers, no phones, no social media, no gaming systems, no TV, radio, nothing that requires electricity. No industry, no doctors, no permanent dwellings, no plumbers, no sanitation systems, no AC. Just a small tribe of other meat sacks who look a lot like you. And not a lot else. And they look a lot like you because most of them are probably at least, somewhat closely related to you. You're all wearing furs or wearing nothing. You have some rudimentary stone tools, speak a rudimentary language, hunt deer with spears, fight off bears with spears, cleaning fish with stone knives, picking berries as you can find them, digging up roots as you can find those, living off the land, no medicine if you get sick, other than whatever herbs, minerals, etc. you can find lying on the ground or harvest that might help you a bit with this or that, but definitely won't do fuck all for a broken bone or bad infection. You have no way to fix a bad cavity other than ripping your rotten tooth out, brutally cutting it out with that stone knife, hoping you don't bleed to death or die of infection. Following herds of animals as they roam, always on the move, living with the seasons, trying not to freeze to death in the winter, trying not to dehydrate, die of exposure in the heat of the summer, living wild, living not much differently than the prey you hunt. This is how we meat sacks lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the overwhelming majority of our species' history. The whole civilization thing, it's still pretty new to us. And we'd still be living like hunter-gatherers if it wasn't for some of our ancestors figuring out how to build civilizations that allowed for specialization and innovation. Thank God, right? Thank God we're not still living as hunter-gatherers. Fuck that shit. I love TV shows. I love a good book. Wouldn't even have books without civilization. I love AC, the internet. Hard no thank you to the hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Hunting and gathering is how the ancestors of our species lived to some degree with even more rudimentary tools and weapons for a few million years, going back to when our first bipedal ancestors showed up. Right before the early Homo sapiens hunter-gatherers, there was a whole bunch of other hunter-gatherers back when the first primates were like, wait a second, if I can just use these back two legs for walking and these front two legs for grabbing, I can have some hands instead of just feet. Sweet. From what we currently understand, evidence-wise, bipeds first showed up. Human bipeds, our ancestors, around 4.4 million years ago, and then we slowly evolved towards what we are now, or have been slowly evolving towards what we are now ever since. For so long, even small human advances took so long to achieve. We got smarter just little by little. Real hard emphasis on little. Not advancing very quickly because we didn't have a good way for each generation to effectively build off of the knowledge of the previous generation. No written language makes it very hard to evolve, as you might imagine. The telephone game, not the best way to build out an orderly civilization, right? Hey, wait, what did Grandpa say again about that pyramid concept he came up with in his head? Did he say the big blocks go on the bottom or the top? Hey, what did he say about gravity? Hey, wait, what is gravity? What's a pyramid shape like again? Is it a bunch of rectangles or triangles? Hey, wait, what's a triangle? Fuck, if we only had written instructions for this or for anything at all. For most of our history, we meatsacks didn't have the time to develop a written language because we were pretty busy, constantly roaming from place to place, trying to keep ourselves fed, trying not to end up feeding some predator higher than us on the food chain. Back in our hunter-gatherer days, we were not the apex predators. And then bingo, bango, civilization is born. Things began to advance much more rapidly. And the pace at which things advance has just kept speeding up ever since because we're just getting better and better at sharing knowledge and building off the previous generations before us. You know, the Sumerians showed up, a few other similar civilizations showed up right after them, and things started speeding up. While there is more debate than there used to be, the Sumerians are still thought to be the world's first true civilization, probably. Let's quickly address the debate surrounding that before moving forward. Well, for years, nearly all archaeologists and ancient civilization historians subscribe to a single cradle of civilization theory that human civilization arose from the Fertile Crescent, a crescent-shaped region in the Middle East, and then spread out to the rest of the world from there by influence. Most scholars now seem to believe that the Fertile Crescent, home to Mesopotamia, is actually one of 6 sites where human civilization emerged more or less independently.
Yeah, the thing
thanks to
just went
similar environmental conditions.
I lived before
2 of the 6
internet
spots are located in
and
the
with
Fertile
the
Crescent.
internet.
One is
It's
Tigris,
so different.
Euphrates Valley, Mesopotamia, home of the Sumerians. And then there's the
It
Nile
is
Valley,
different.
home of the ancient Egyptians. There's some who believe that the Tigris-Euphrates knowledge migrated over to Egypt. Others believe the 2 civilizations emerged, pretty independently initially. There were also the North Indian River Plain, the people there, the North China Plain, the Andean coast of South America, the Mesoamerican Gulf Coast of Central America. Those 6 sites gave rise to early Chinese, Indian, Olmec, Egyptian, Sumerian, and other ancient civilizations. And then there's some debate over which of these cradles produced the first major civilization, right? Did it maybe come from the Indus Valley over in India or from China? Were people writing shit down and living in cities there slightly before the Sumerians started to urbanize? Maybe, but most academics still seem to think Mesopotamia holds a slight edge when it comes to taking home the title of the world's oldest human civilization. And it seems that of the first few civilizations, none produced more early documented advancements than the Sumerians did. Before we talk about those advancements,
I wish the internet didn't exist. Me too. It's quite the paradigm shift.
The word has several definitions.
Hey, if the internet didn't exist, I wouldn't be hanging out with you guys.
Merriam-Webster, a civilization is the stage of cultural development at which writing and the keeping of written records is attained. Okay. Wish that definition was a little more robust.
I think it's a net positive. I get to hang out with you wonderful people.
Human social and cultural development, an organization that is considered most advanced. Not real precise. Most advanced feels too subjective. According to National Geographic, a civilization is a complex human society that may have certain characteristics of cultural and technological development. Kind of vague. Certain characteristics leaves a lot to be desired for me. According to my normal go-to, dictionary.com, a civilization is a complex human society that may have certain characteristics of cultural and technological development. Even more vague, it may have certain characteristics. Let me down, dictionary.com. According to ancient astronaut believer David Hatcher Childress, who I'm making wait out in the hallway for a little while longer, civilization is any group of people to whom the Anunnaki or other ancient and descendant beings of light have bestowed celestial knowledge upon, such as early Egyptians, who could not have possibly made their perfectly precise stone cuts without extraterrestrial assistance. Actually, I'm not sure if that's exactly how Childress would define it, but I bet it's close. Again, we'll hear from him more later I have no doubt. According to Wikipedia, civilization is a complex society that is characterized by urban development, social stratification, a form of government, and symbolic systems of communication, such as writing. Thank you, Wikipedia. Not expect you to give what I consider to be the best definition. A civilization has some urban development, some city living. In the ancient world, very often a city describes an urban center of dense population and a certain pattern of buildings spreading out from a central
Facts. Without
religious
that, it's
complex,
unlikely
such as a temple.
I would
An
have
ancient
met
city is
any
also
of you.
generally
Yep.
defined as a large populated urban center of commerce
Wonderful
and
facts.
administration with a
That
system of
without
laws
the internet,
and usually
I
regulated
wouldn't be
means of
hanging out with
sanitation.
you guys,
And a civilization has
staying up
at least
late,
one of these
making
factors.
art,
Also,
drawing
someone's
my
in charge,
comic.
someone's running shit, right? A council of someone's. They don't just make up the rules, they go along. Well, actually, sometimes they do. Actually, sometimes they kind of still do. But in a civilization, they write shit down. And at least some of the people, the nobles generally, can read that shit and have an idea of what's going on that doesn't 100% depend on keeping a close eye on the chief or the king, just reading what kind of mood that whimsical prick seems to be in that day. The ancient Sumerians had all this and more. How? Why? Why them? Were the people of Mesopotamia just smarter than all of the other ancient peoples? Were they genetically superior, right? Because that extraterrestrial assistance, some kind of master race? No. No such thing as a master race. Sorry, Hitler. According to a geographer, historian, author, and national fucking treasure, Jared Diamond, gotta love this dude. They mostly just lucked out. Not kidding. They were born in the right place at the right time with the right conditions. Over 15 years ago, I read one of Jared's books, the 1997 Pulitzer Prize winning gem Guns, Germs, and Steel, and it remains a top 10 island book for me to this day. Cannot recommend this book strongly enough. Best history book I've ever read. To be fair, I've not read a ton of history books, more of a horror novel guy, but still, best I've ever read. This book attempts to explain why Eurasian and North African civilizations flourished first and then spawned other civilizations that conquered others. Why did the British, Spanish, and French colonize so much of the world and not some group of people from Papua New Guinea or Argentina? When asked by Stefan Lovgren from National Geographic News, why over the past 10,000 years has the development of different societies proceeded at such different rates? Jared replied, location, location, location. All the interesting stuff like technology, writing, and empires requires a productive
Zara.
economy
Yes.
that is producing enough food to feed technological experts, bureaucrats, kings, and scribes. Hunter-gatherer societies don't produce enough food surpluses to
I
support
wouldn't have
those
met you
extra
guys.
people. And then when asked,
Then
where
hopefully
did the
my
first
teeth will
farming
stop
societies
fucking hurting.
appear? Jared said, where do you think, you dumb fuck? Mesopotamia. Do you seriously have me in for an interview? Not even bother to read my goddamn book? Fuck you, Stefan. Fuck National Geographic. Y'all can suck my Pulitzer Prize winning dick. Of course he didn't say that. I said, when asked where did the first farming societies appear, he said the first farming as we know, as far as we know. There we go. My nonsense fucking threw myself off with it. Appeared in the Middle East region known as the Fertile Crescent, some 11,500 years ago, and shortly thereafter in China. These places had the greatest variety of wild plants and animals suitable for domestication. Only a tiny fraction of wild plants and animals were both useful and possible to domesticate. Those few species were concentrated in a few areas, of which the two with the greatest variety were the Fertile Crescent and in China. And in the Fertile Crescent, they had pigs, sheep, goats, and more nearby, oxen, donkeys. They had wheat, barley, and more growing wild nearby. That was huge. If they didn't happen to live around those plants and animals, if they just happened to live, like instead, if they were just around nothing but like raccoons and deer and onions, farming and ranching was not going to advance in the same way. Very hard to build a civilization if you're using deer to try and plow onion fields and you're raising raccoons instead of hogs for meat. Early Mesopotamians became the first true farmers in the world, raising crops well over 10,000 years ago, people whose descendants would soon build massive temples in the world's first known written language, the Sumerians. And because they learned to write, they were able to keep records of what they did, and we can study those records today. The civilization the Sumerians created and the subsequent cultures of Mesopotamia it led to did arguably more to revolutionize the potential of human flourishing than perhaps any other culture in history. And it all started mostly due to location, location, location. Where you live, so important, always has been. Let's talk about this location. The story of the Sumerians is based on the people who settled in the southern lands of Mesopotamia, now modern-day Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. Well, Mesopotamia includes Turkey. That's not the southern part of Mesopotamia, but it is Turkey Iraq and Syria is Mesopotamia. Some people believe that somewhere in Mesopotamia was the real-life biblical Garden of Eden. Or for those with a more interpretive view of the Garden of Eden, the real place that the symbolic garden was based on. The name Mesopotamia means land between the rivers, and Mesopotamia lay in between the two rivers of the Tigris River and Euphrates. This location crucial to the formation of the ancient Sumerians. If these early people had been based in the middle of a mountainous jungle full of vicious predators, their civilization does not happen. They were located between two big, fish-filled, slow-moving rivers, not laying at the bottom of some steep, rugged canyons, laying next to flat farmland that was not covered in hard-to-cut-down pine trees, right? Because that's important too. It was deserty enough to not be covered by a fuckload of big trees, but not so deserty that crops wouldn't grow. Easier thousands of years ago to build mud and sandstone brick houses than it would have been to, build log cabins out of ponderosas. Those rivers also provided drinking water, enough current to provide for irrigation, but not too much current that would make sailing upstream impossible and therefore make trade a lot harder. And due to all the arid land around them, these rivers attracted a shitload of wild game. Fuck yeah, bro, right? Shooting fish in a barrel. Or more accurately, spearing pigs in a marsh. These rivers provided early people with lots of fish, wild game, water for gardening, all in an area with no hard winters. Location, location, location. These sons of bitches had not
It's
one
truly a
awesome river,
privilege
but
to
two
meet such
awesome rivers
wonderful
nearby.
people. All of
Tigris
you
runs for
should be proud of yourselves. Oh, thank you.
Approximately,
Thank you,
roughly
McChungus.
1,150 miles. The Euphrates River runs for 2,800 kilometers, or 1,740 miles. Second longest river in Western Asia behind the Nile. Two big rivers running kind of parallel to each other for a great distance, and in between them, lots of flat and historically fertile farmland that flooded nearly every spring. The soft, silty soil, especially when it was first farmed, was rich from millions of years of river deposits thanks to millions of years of spring floods. The soft, supple soil, easy to dig into, plow, seed, and harvest. There was so much of it. The Tigris-Euphrates River Basin covers an area of some 35,600 square kilometers, or 13,700 square miles. Two major rivers eventually combined into a single river known as Shat al-Arab that flows for about 120 miles through the lowlands of southern Mesopotamia. Large, marshy area, especially back when the whole area wasn't quite as arid as it is now. Southern end of Mesopotamia, where some of the Sumerians would live in the Mesopotamian Martians, most of them, was once the largest wetland system of all Mesopotamia, full of fish and wildlife, and so much water for irrigation. Before idiotic dictator Saddam Hussein, in his infinite wisdom, diverted much of the flow of both the Tigris and Euphrates away from the marshes to punish some insurgents who were part of a Shia insurrection. That guy, he actually did that. He didn't give a shit about anyone but himself. Just fuck the environment. I'm not using those marshes. They're not helping me right now, so fuck them. Before the selfish, moronic reign of Captain Fuckhead, back in the days of the Sumerians, the marshes were lush and full of life. The large river system that feeds them begins in the Armenian highlands, northeastern Turkey for the Euphrates, and in the upper mountains of eastern Turkey in a place called Lake Hazar for the Tigris. Both sites of Armenian execution, sadly, during the Armenian genocide. Anyway, this river system that begins in Turkey eventually dumps into the Persian Gulf. Today, the river system runs through Iraq, Syria, Turkey, as well as Iran and Kuwait. The high mountains in the upper watershed where the rivers begin receive a great deal more rain and snow than the lower watershed. Annual snowmelt from these mountains brings the spring floods and sustains permanent and seasonal marshes in the lowlands. What a wonderful ecosystem. Mother Nature making things very nice over in Mesopotamia, especially lower Mesopotamia. These rivers brought food, transportation, trade, agricultural potential, even protection from enemies in the form of natural borders for the Sumerians. The rivers brought life from the mountains to form an oasis surrounded by a desert, and the desert river combo, just really helped them be protected for a long time. Very hard to advance a large army across the desert and then have it cross a big-ass river. All right, now that we understand how location played a vital role into the Fertile Crescent being the place where human civilization likely kicked off first, let's look at a brief timeline of the region. Not going to hit the timeline button because these dates are a little fuzzy, and we won't stay here too long. By roughly 14,000 BCE, people in the Mesopotamian region were living in small settlements with circular houses. Roughly 10,000 years ago, all the dates here, a bit rough. After devoting 1,000 or two, years to figuring out how to farm, one generation sometimes learning a little bit from the previous ones, villages started popping up across Mesopotamia. Ancestors of the Sumerians? Perhaps not. It might have came from outside the area. We'll talk about that a little bit later. The people who lived in the region before the Sumerians raised animals, grew grains, even as they continued to hunt and gather. Over time, these villages expanded and their people became increasingly dependent on farming. They were doing a little bit less hunting and gathering, a little more sticking around in one place. They learned how to grow wheat. The main crop of the ancient Mesopotamian farmers was barley, which grew easily and abundantly in the fertile soil. From barley, the people made both bread and beer, which became staples of their diet. They also ate legumes, including lentils, chickpeas, beans, onions, garlic, leek, melons, eggplants, turnips, lettuce, cucumbers, apples, grapes, plums, figs, pears, dates, pomegranates, apricots, pistachios, and a variety of herbs and spices, all grown and eaten in this valley by the Mesopotamians. They had a lot to choose from. This helped them immensely. I also drank a lot of beer. Pretty sweet. I imagine beer helped a lot in regards to making life worth living back then. Wine also available. They also raised sheep, pigs, cattle, ducks, pigeons. They made cheeses, cultured dairy products from milk. Fish swam in the rivers and the canals, dug to irrigate crops, to irrigate crop fields and gardens. So many fish. Mesopotamian cuneiform tablets reveal over 50 varieties of fish that were a popular addition to the diet, which I think is incredible. Cuneiform, by the way, is a type of character-based writing, and I do realize, stop your emails, it's most often pronounced cuneiform or cuneiform, but that's more of a British pronunciation. I'm dumbing it down American style, my dumb American tongue. These tablets revealed the Sumerians made spicy meat stews, duck and vegetable stews, braised turnips, baked pigeon pies. On the overall food front, they were fucking killing it. So much food. The Sumerians ate very well, and an abundance of food fed, of course, a civilization. Location, location, location. Can't kill it on the food front if you live somewhere that has nothing but hard to catch fish or nothing but like rattlesnakes and walnuts. Very hard to build a civilization and a solid menu if you only have rattlesnakes and walnuts to work with. Over 7,000 years ago, the Mesopotamian precursors to the Sumerians started constructing a series of temples using mud bricks, possibly first at a site called Eridu. Had to worship some gods, had to thank some deities for all that fish and stew. Eridu will become a major Sumerian city and seems to have been founded around 5400 BCE, almost 75 centuries ago. Eridu's status was legendary in ancient times. Babylonians who came after the Sumerians actually believed that Eridu was the oldest city on earth created by the gods themselves. One Sumerian tablet reads, after kinship had descended from heaven, Eridu became the seat of kingship. Oh, I think it was a typo there. After kingship had descended from heaven, it became the seat of kingship. Sometime by 3900 BCE, possibly as early as 6500 BCE, the Ubaid people flourished in Mesopotamia, the first well-known culture from living in southern Mesopotamia there. The Ubaid period of Mesopotamia, in a lot of articles online, the accomplishments of Ubaid culture gets lumped in with the accomplishments of the Sumerians. Actually, the accomplishments of the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians who have come afterwards also get lumped in. It made things a little tricky. It was during this period that the Ubaids began to build large temples, develop comparatively sophisticated architecture, but no written language yet. No real cities yet. So not quite civilization, but moving in that direction. Then we have the Sumerians showing up, coming from somewhere into southern Mesopotamia, moving into the area that later became Babylonia and is now southern Iraq, an area stretching from around Baghdad to the Persian Gulf. The area first settled by humans no later than 45.
One of the first walled cities.
How do we know that? How do we know any of these approximate dates, right? If we don't know the exact dates, if we don't have written records of a lot of these dates, how do we know these dates? Well, archaeologists use contextual clues and dating techniques like stratigraphy. My God, come on, stratigraphy. Sorry, this might sound crazy, but I don't say that word a lot.